Hello and welcome to Weeb. Today I'm going to start a new series. What if Fem Naruto was protected by Goddess Grandmother? If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Xena had established herself as the warrior princess and the defender of the defenseless. Before she was even 30, she had fought in numerous conflicts and wars. Ares, the god of war, was always at her heels. Having Xena by his side as his wife and goddess had been his life's ambition. He had visited her numerous times, offering her armies, power, and anything else she desired, but he had never noticed one thing she desired. That was love. All she had ever desired was to be on par with the person she loved, not to be a tool for any man. Ares had been blind to that for a long time until his sister Aphrodite approached him and opened his eyes. "Dear brother, I know what your heart desires and I am willing to aid you with your dream. I know your heart calls for its other half in Xena," Aphrodite replied. He turned and gave his sister a disbelieving look. He asked her, "Who said I am in love with Xena?" She grinned smugly as she spoke. "Come on, who do you think I am? I know one's true heart. Xena isn't getting any younger. She has become a great warrior and would make a grand champion for the right god. To serve them in the name of justice, thus aiding her to take her place with the gods. I have though of asking her to become my champion to serve me. But, I know I would be stepping on your toes and I wouldn't want to do that. Anyways brother, our time is growing short in this world with the rays of the new god these people are beginning to worship. Wouldn't it be best to step up and ask her before it is too late and the times of warriors and champions have passed?" He replied. Ares approached a window and gazed out at the garden in front of his temple. Along with white flowers, there are crimson roses and other crimson flowers. The flowers are tended by the priests of his temple. He turned back to face his sister, who was currently eating some grapes while seated on his throne. "Let's say she is my other half and no other woman or goddess would do. How would I show her I have changed and want her at my side?" He asked her. Grinning, she put a grape in her mouth. "Dear brother, try being honest with the woman. She is strong and intelligent and as cunning as a fox, but as loyal was a wolf to her mate and pack." He replied. In response to what he was being told, Ares raised an eyebrow. With a glimmer of hope in his eyes, he said, "She knows, doesn't she? This is the only reason you would be here." Wearing her leather warrior armor dress and calf-high boots, Xena emerged from the shadows and said, "Well, Ares. I did have to make sure your heart was in the same place as mine and you have finally given up on having me do your dirty deeds. I am at the point I want to raise my own little warriors and have them fight for peace and keep this world in harmony." She had her chakram, which splits into two, and her sword by her side. Ares's parting gift, as his sister, the goddess of love, laughed at what she saw. She approached the god of war slowly. Will anyone ever discover the true love story between the two greatest warriors and lovers in history? Aphrodite thought. Xena, Euro. Ares couldn't think of anything to say. He was unsure of what to say to her. To avoid upsetting her, which was the last thing he wanted to do, he couldn't just yell at her with one of his old lines. "Xena, I have watched you since you were little. The fates had told me you were fated to be my champion in my future. At the time I did not know what they meant by that. I always thought you would be the one who would cry my name into war and honor me before and after every battle. But, as I watched I saw something different in you. Something I could never figure out," said Ares as he gazed at his sister, who was simply beaming at them. Xena moved in close, touching his cheek with her right hand. Ares closed his eyes and leaned into it slowly. "Ares, what you felt was love. Something that is not normal for you. You only know the lust mortal women show you. At first I did feel lust for you. But, then it became hatred, then somehow I began to care for you deeply. I think it happened when your sword was stolen and you became mortal. I saw a side of you that no one had ever seen. That brief moment in time allowed that hate that froze my heart towards you to slowly begin to melt away." Xena replied with a soft smile. At this admission, Ares froze. He had no idea that something so basic could win her heart back to him. She simply grinned when she saw this in his eyes. "I might be the warrior princess, but I'm still a simple woman in heart and the smalls of gestures mean the most to me. Ares, I don't need armies from you as a proof of your love for me. All I need is you," he replied. A woman's voice came from the thorn. "Now that is the purest form of love I have ever seen. Don't you agree, Cupid?" asked Aphrodite. A tall man with pale blue eyes and golden hair stood beside her. He was wearing a toga skirt, a golden sandler with 2 white wings on his back, a quiver full of arrows strapped to his back, and a bow in his hands. Yes, mother, I would have to say this is the most purest form of love I have ever seen. He nodded. Ares arched an eyebrow at what he saw. What is your son Cupid doing here, Aphrodite? He inquired. She smirked wickedly as she glanced at the warrior princess and the god of war. She turned back to Cupid and said, my son is here to seal your love with his arrow. The fates have given him a special arrow just for the 2 of you. The feathers were orange, black, green, and red, and Cupid held a black gold arrow with red trim. This will seal your love and bond for eternity. The fate said this arrow is the power of your love, a bind even more powerful than what Zeus and Hera hold for each other. He told them this. Time lapse. The date was October 10th. A man with blonde hair was standing next to a bed on a cool fall night, holding the hand of a woman with red hair. The man's royal blue eyes met her violet ones. My love, you are doing fine. The seal is stable and all you have to do is just give us one more push and our daughter will be born. He said to his lover. She gave one last push while grinning subtly. Only the sound of a baby's cries could be heard in the cave where they had been giving birth to their daughter. After a quick examination, the midwife gave the baby attention. Her first unwelcome bath. Her parents simply grinned when they heard her protests against this. The infant was eventually wrapped up and given to her mother. The midwife asked the now-named woman, what will you name her, Kushina? After sitting there for a while, Kushina turned to face her partner and smiled slightly. I want to give her a strong name. One that my ancestors would be proud of. But, I also want to give her the name you liked from the book your sensei wrote, Minato. She stated. Minato gave her a smile. He didn't mind if they didn't use the name Naruto because he just wanted her to be happy. He leaned over and kissed her forehead, saying, my love, it is all your choice. I am just honored you gave me a beautiful and healthy daughter. Her smile widened even more at this. I know the name I shall give her. From this day on my little girl will be known as Naxina. Na from Naruto and Xena from my great-great and 1,000 more great-grandmother. Who was a warrior and brought peace to all she helped. I feel our daughter carries her spirit in her. He replied. Olympus Mount. Xena was standing beside Ares. As she watched her granddaughter enter the world, love was evident in her eyes. She raised her gaze to Ares. She told him, she is beautiful. Grinning, Ares put his arm around her waist. She will have your warrior spirit and be exactly like you when she grows up, according to what the fates told me this morning. However, he stopped short of saying that because his eyes became angry at what he saw. Returning to the cave, just behind Kushina, a masked man with a kunai to her throat materialized. The man said, give me the baby or your wife dies here and now. Minato disappeared in a flash of yellow after snatching the midwife and his daughter. Kushina snarled, you will not take my daughter. The seal on Kushina's belly broke during that chaotic moment, and a red glow emerged. The Kyokbai no Kitsune was set free in an instant. The man in the mask had vanished. However, not before piercing Kushina's abdomen. When the cave wall broke free, the Kyokbai destroyed it, and Minato arrived just in time to witness his wife being stabbed and the man disappearing. Minato, hurry and take me to the Kyokbai. I need to reseal him within me. We need to stop him. Kushina sobbed as she covered her wound with bandages to stop the bleeding. With pain visible in his eyes, Minato said, I can't, you're hurt and I don't think you'll survive. Reseal in him within you. Screams and growls of malevolent laughter could be heard from the village below. On top of the Kyokbai no Kitsune stood a man in an orange mask. The man in the mask laughed and said, that is it, my pet. Destroy this rotten village and kill all that infested it. A yellow flash appeared in front of the Kyokbai, and the fourth Hokage and his feeble wife were standing there. Golden chains shot out of her body before anyone knew it. They encircled and contorted the fox's body. As she started to deplete some of the Kyokbai's chakra, her chains briefly pulsed. Her crimson hair took on the shape of 9 tails dancing in the wind, and an orange-red glow was visible encircling the chains. Kushina whispered to Minato, Minato, we need to leave. We need to reseal him. I don't have that much more time. Wrapping her in his arms, Minato used his flash and teleported them to a clearing in the nearby forest. He glanced at his spouse. She was rapidly disappearing. In his heart, he knew his wife wouldn't be around for long. He made the most agonizing choice of his life at that precise moment. In a flash, he created a shadow clone and had it deliver their daughter to them. The second the shadow clone appeared again, Kushina's eyes widened. No, Minato, please don't forsake our daughter with this life I lived with him sealed within me. Kushina wept. He looked at her with a heavy heart. As he unwrapped the baby, placed her on a flat stone in front of them, and performed the hand signals to call forth the death god, he told her, I must. You are too weak and will not make it before he is sealed within you. So, I must forsake our daughter to save this village and know she will live another day. While we watch over her from heaven. Olympus Mount. Xena watched in horror. With tears streaming down her face, she told him, Ares, we have to do something. I can't leave that child. Zu approached them and watched as the child would suffer the fate that the fates had foretold him and Ares. Xena, they will not make it. The girl is destined to be a great hero and warrior. He said to her. Zu, I don't give a damn. They will ostracize her for the burden she was forsake with. You know this to be the truth. The others like her have suffered greatly having those 9 titans sealed within them. Xena yelled at Zu. As the Kyokbai no Kitsune vanished and the seal formed on the baby girl's belly, Zu stood there for a moment, staring at her. He watched as Minato and Kushina told the baby girl they loved her and their final goodbyes. Xena, I will send you to raise your grandchild. When she is 4 years old you will take her from the village for 3 years to train here in Olympus. She will learn from you, Ares, Hercules and others that will aid her in her future. He stated to her. Xena disappeared with a wave of his hand. In the center of the Konoha forest. Xena had shown up in front of her husband and granddaughter. Slowly, the lighting in which she had appeared disappeared. Both Kushina and Minato knelt in front of their daughter. They both had fear in their eyes. They had thought someone from the Kumo was going to steal their daughter. Relax, I am here to help. My name is Xena, said Xena as she held her hands up. She slowly walked over to the couple and now crying baby. How can that be? Asked Kushina as she caught up some blood. Zu is allowing me to come raise my great-granddaughter. To make her stronger and give her a fighting chance. That she will not have otherwise. The fates had told him this. Said Xena as she cradled Naxina. The third Hokage Sarutobi showed up at that moment. He was prepared to fight the woman who was holding the daughter of Kushina and Minato. What has happened here? He asked. As she passed away and death seemed to take possession of her spirit, Kushina said, please take care of our child grandmother. Sarutobi, Xena will raise my daughter. If the council refuses and tries to make my daughter into a weapon, then allow Xena to escape with my child in the cover of darkness. Please, old friend, my child is a hero. But, I fear Theseus fools will see her for what is sealed within her. Said Minato as he gathered up a few. Xena, thank you and tell her we loved her and wished we could still be here for her. He said as the death god placed his pale hand on his head and Minato was gone. Xena observed Minato's soul being consumed by the death god. She let one tear fall down her cheek. She grinned as she glanced down at her granddaughter. She said to the now cooing infant, my sunshine, I will always be here for you and tell you stories of your parents. She turned to face the elderly third Hokage. The flames in her eyes flashed as she asked him, tell me Hokage. Will you follow my family's wishes? Something she'd inherited from Ares. The elderly leader appeared defeated as he sighed deeply. She was informed by him, yes, I will grant your wish as well as theirs. Her pale blue eyes gleamed in the fire behind her, and a slow smile appeared on her lips. A man with long, white, spiky hair appeared on top of a toad before she could finish her sentence. I just ask you do not tell anyone at this time she holds the Kyokbai no Kitsune within her. If they knew a euro. The man with white hair exclaimed, Sensei. Where are Minato and Kushina? The third sighed heavily once more and said, they have passed away. Jiraiya. Jiraiya turned to find his student and his spouse dead on the icy ground. Then he glanced up at a woman with a sword on one side and a strange circle made of silver and bronze on the other. She was dressed in a long black toga with gold leafing and a golden chain dangling from her waist. She was wearing gold and black cuffs that matched. Looking at her face, he saw that she had long black hair and pale blue eyes with violet flecks. It reached down past her knees. What drew him back to her chest was a small white bundle held in her arms. She held the bundle close to her heart in her arms. His words were stuttering, who are you? With a smile on her face, Xena said, I am Kushina's and Naxina's great-grandmother. I had arrived too late to help. But, my great-granddaughter asked me to care for her child. My name is Xena. Jiraiya's mouth fell to the floor. But, the only one Kushina said had that name died a long time ago. He informed her. She gave him a smile. I didn't die, I became immortal, but some of my children chose to become mortal to live normal lives. For they said the times of the gods had passed and to live as mortals. She stated to him. The two men stood silently. What they had just heard was unbelievable to both of them. Is she being truthful? Both of them thought simultaneously. A man wearing a black leather vest, black leather pants, boots, and black leather handcuffs on his wrist suddenly appeared, surrounded by flames. Xena, are these two fools giving you grief about our granddaughter? He inquired. Looking at her husband, Xena's eyes narrowed. She informed the now-named man, everything is fine, Ares. You know Cammy will be giving your father grief about this now. Ares gave her a smile. Ares smiled at the two shinobi and said, Awa Euro Cammy is okay with me being here. She saw the trouble you're having with these two old fools. By now, both men were slack-jawed. They never once thought that they would encounter a god during their mortal existence. Let alone two in one evening. The third Hokage said, Pardon us. It is hard to believe someone is not just a mere human. Ares glared at the two men and said, That's okay, but I expect you to respect my wife's and children's wishes. He may not have been my blood, but he was also my grandson. Sarutobi gazed at the two deities in front of him. He noticed the hope in Xena's eyes, and when he turned to face Ares, he saw a great deal of suffering in the man's eyes. He sighed deeply as he turned to face Jiraiya. He simply gave his sensei a nod. Fine, I have a feeling you would have just taken her if I would have said no. He informed them. Well, old man, you had the right idea. What could you do? We could have vanished with her and maybe one day you would have seen her again. But that might have been at the gates of Hades, where she would wave at you standing next to her great-uncle Hades, said Ares. Jiraiya looked at Ares and asked, What type of god are you? All Ares did was smile at the man and say, I am Ares, god of war. Beside me is my wife Xena. She is the goddess of war and protector of the innocent and champagne of justice. Xena gave him a rolling look. She slapped Ares across the chest and remarked, I am not here as a goddess. I am here as a mother and grandmother, to ensure the safety of my granddaughter. Ares was holding a black leather pack and a black cloak. After setting the pack on the ground, he encircled Xena with the cloak. He covered the baby from view and made sure the hood rested on her head. He hides the single strap beneath the cloak and slides it over her pack shoulder. Ares kissed Xena and disappeared, saying, Well, my love, everything you will need is in there. I must be returning home. Xena gave her husband a smile. She kissed him back and said, I will see you in 4 years. As he disappeared, she focused on the two men in front of her. She informed them, I have to get her fed and out of the cold. Both men gave a head nod. Jiraiya stood next to a toad who cleared his throat. Gamabunta took a puff from his pipe and turned back to Xena. Make sure she signs my contract once she is old enough. Because she is destined for greatness and the toads will help train and guide her when the time is right. As she pulled her granddaughter's blanket tighter and turned to face the two men in front of her, Xena said, That is fine. We will see you after her training is finished on MT. Olympus. She had an irritated expression in her eyes. When Sarutobi noticed the expression the warrior goddess was giving him, he jolted out of his reverie. As they departed the damaged and battered forest, he said, Yes, this way. They strolled along the little path that led back to the village. Studying the woman who walked ahead of him, Jiraiya sank behind. Is she the person Kushina claimed her mother would tell her stories about? As he gazed at her, he asked himself. Xena glanced back at the man who was chasing her. Do you question my story still? Do you think I might be an enemy trying to use the tragic loss of the Hokage and his secret wife to get the one person who was his true precious person left to them? She asked Sanin, who had white hair. Jiraiya rubbed his hand behind his neck and said, I don't know what to think of you. But, I will admit you do have the same smile Kushina had. He looked at the baby girl with the blonde hair and said, Please take care of her. She is all I have left of them and I don't want to lose her as well. As he led the others to Naxina's house, he thought to himself, She is all I have left in this village and I will do everything in my power to ensure she is safe. The Namikaze clan home had survived the Kyot rampage, and the only damage they observed was to the main gate, which had been struck by a fox's tail. After 4 years, the Kyot no Kitsune, the sole daughter of the 4th Hokage Minato and his wife Kushina, had been sealed into the legacy of both clans for 4 arduous years. As she stood in the kitchen, Xena gazed out over the village at the rain clouds. Her granddaughter Naxina was eating her cereal when she turned to look at her. Naxina refused to eat anything that Xena had prepared for breakfast that morning. The girl's fruity ninjaloops were all she wanted. Thus, following a half-hour battle, the warrior princess gave her granddaughter what she desired. After all, it was the girl's 4th birthday, and she was going to Mount Olympus, the home of the gods, today. Xena approached Naxina and said, "My little warrior, are you ready for your trip to see your grandfather and family?" The young girl smiled as she glanced up at her grandmother. Naxina replied, "Yeah euro, am ready." Xena grinned. She informed the young girl, "Good. We will be leaving soon. We will only return on your 12th birthday." At that moment, a ball of flames emerged from the kitchen, followed by a man wearing a vest and black leather pants. He didn't care that he was shirtless. In addition, he had leather arm braces on both arms and black leather boots. He smiled as he looked at Naxina, his black wavy hair slicked back. He grinned and said, "My little warrior princess." "Grandpa," Naxina exclaimed. There were giggles when a young girl's grandfather lifted her out of her seat and twirled her into the air. With a shy glance down at his chest, she said, "You taking grandma and me back home with you?" Ares smiled at her and said, "Yes, I am. I'm here to take you home with me." As she observed her husband and granddaughter, Xena grinned. The other gods enjoyed playing with the young girl after Xena and Naxina reached Mount Olympus. It had been ages since a child had visited, and even Hera's icy heart had softened and cracked with the young girl. Numerous people had questioned whether the young girl was a boon to them. However, over time, Zeus awakened Naxina's latent powers, granting her the birthright that she was born with. As she grew older, she was to become a goddess. She was a demigod for the time being until Zeus and the others believed she would become a full-fledged god. Flashback. No justice A. Not A. Copyright. Zeus noticed 5-year-old Naxina sitting next to a tiny pond in the middle of the garden while he was strolling down one of his palace's hallways. However, that didn't catch his attention. A scroll with the color blue on it lay in front of the young girl. As the water gradually rose to touch her hand, she held her hands above the pond. He was taken aback by what he witnessed. Only the gods of the past could accomplish what these shinobi can. That chakra is incredible, he thought to himself. Naxina was slowly dragging a fish into the small ball she had above the water as she sat there playing with the water. As she watched it slowly swim up the small stream she had attached to the water spear, she cooed, "Come on, little fish. I'm not trying to hurt you." Zeus approached from behind and observed her while she concentrated on this small trick she was attempting. However, she lost concentration when he stepped on a stick, causing the fish and spear to fall back into the pond. She turned to look at him and grinned broadly. "Hi Grandpa Zeus." Her voice was full of joy as she said it. Zeus said, "Hello my dear. What are you doing?" She glanced at the pond and down at her scroll, then back at the king of the Greek gods. "I am working on my ninjustice. Ba-chan tested my elemental affliction and it turns out I am able to use them all. But, with Kya Bai sealed in me, I have to work twice as hard at my chakra control. So, I was trying to make a new exercise with water that I can pull living sea life into it." She clarified as Zeus raised his eyebrows. He recalled discussing chakra with Kami in order to better understand how it operated and help Naxina. He smiled and said, "That is a spend idea there, my dear." A. Not A pound AA. Copyright Flashback and without justice A. Copyright AA pound. In order for Naxina to return to the shinobi world with her, Ares and Hades had discussed with Kami the creation of their own summons. As it was, Ares thought the concept was fantastic. However, he needed Hades' assistance in order to use Cerberus as one of the summonses. Additionally, Naxina received a Cerberus puppy as a gift on her 6th birthday. Having only 2 heads at birth, Lycaon had a more wolf-like appearance than any of Cerberus's other puppies that year. They bonded the moment Naxina laid eyes on Lycaon. Lycaon's other peculiarity was that, at just 3 weeks old, she was the only member of the litter to be able to speak. In order for Naxina to have a friend when she got back home, Hades had intended to give her a puppy. She was trained there to become a goddess and warrior. Xena had ensured that she wouldn't be affected by this, because they've witnessed a lot of them fail and turn into worm food. "Okay Naxina, you have only 1 week left here before you return to Konoha. There you will take your place as clan head of both Namikaze and Uzumaki clans in the village. But, before they allow you a sit in the council you will have to become a Chunin. So, I will return back with you and take both seats till you are able to take over. Xena said while staring at her granddaughter. Naxina had become nearly identical to Xena. At the age of 12, the girl was already 5 feet 8 inches and still growing. Black and crimson red streaks ran through her long, sun-kissed blonde hair. However, it was her crystal blue eyes with a hint of silver that drew everyone's attention. Her hair had turned red and black, and her eyes had several silver flecks when Zeus went to awaken her powers. This asserted her status as a Greek demigod. The shinobi world's inhabitants, however, would be unaware of this since they were only familiar with Kami and her crew. Because everyone had forgotten about the other gods. Naxina turned to Xena and said, "Yes, Grandma. I understand and thank you for the help. I'm just sad that Grandpa isn't coming with us or any of the others. Don't worry, my sweet angel. They will visit when they are able to and will help you in your journey in life. They are your family and you have granted us the greatest blessing of all by bringing us all together." Xena said with a grin on her face. "But, we must get everything you will need. Ares has had you sign the summoning scroll he and Hades had worked hard on. But, I am still trying to figure out why those two made 3 boss summons." With a shrug, the girl completed putting on her leather battle skirt and adjusted her boots. She had started dressing similarly to what Xena had previously worn. Her orange mesh body armor, long sleeves, leggings, black leather corset, black tank top, black shorts, black battle skirt, and knee-high black leather boots were the only things that were different. She wore black leather gauntlets and black fingerless gloves with metal on the top of her hand. The gauntlets themselves also had metal engraved with designs that would prevent any blade from cutting her. Even the Achilles tendon on the back of her boots was covered in metal. Every item had a unique design created by Hephaestus, giving her a unique look. Naxina's face was framed by 2 long bangs, which she pulled into a high ponytail. She placed a kunai pouch on her right leg and another on her back to complete her ensemble. Securing her sword firmly on her left side, she clipped her dual-spilt chakram to her right hip. The girl had learned how to wield a weapon with both hands from both Ares and Xena. They wanted to ensure that she could always defend herself. Hephaestus was simply happy to use his blacksmithing abilities once more for the girl. In order to ensure that she would never run out of weapons, he even learned how to seal objects in scrolls. Somehow, he discovered that his unique metals could be infused with charka, making them even more potent and lethal. Kurama asked, "Kit, are you prepared to go back to that village?" When Naxina's powers were awakened, the skinny 9-tailed fox had already woken up. To see the cage fox, Zeus, his brothers, Ares, and Xena had ventured into Naxina's mindscape. After the girl had blacked out and noticed the red aura around her, they had entered. They had to intervene and assist the girl with her inner demon because they knew she was meeting the beast at that moment and that trouble was inevitable. "Yes, I'm prepared," Naxina grinned to herself and said, "Let's rock this shinobi world. Kit, come to me. I have another summoning scroll for you to sign. This one will aid you more, I believe, than the one your family created. But, I still want to see someone face that snake woman," Kurama said with a dark grin. "Can I hold more summonses?" As Naxina gazed off into space, she asked. "Yeah, Kit, you were able to have several. For I know the next scroll you receive will be the Toad summons. That damn drunk Gamabunta will just have to get over his shitfit when he learns you also hold the Fox summons." The fox replied with a wicked grin on his mouth. Naxina snapped out of her reverie by Ares and said, "I'll sign your scroll tonight." Ares grinned at his granddaughter and remarked, "I see you visiting with Kurama again." She nodded her head and grinned as she looked up. "You two do have the mental link to just visit with each other. It would be more useful when you return to the other world. For I do not want them to believe you are crazy or something worse," he said while placing his hand on her cheek. Naxina gave him a sly smile and said, "I know. I just forget at times. Also, Kurama wants to give me the Fox summons as backup." As though his feelings had been wounded, Ares mocked. "I see, and after all that troubles Hades and I had gone though just to make you something special." He grinned. She sprang into his embrace. "I know and I love you for that. I am proud to show the shinobi world what Greek gods can do. I'm just sad you're not going to come with us and help Grandma handle the shinobi and civilian councils till I am old enough to take over both family seat," she stated to her grandfather. Ares became curious about this. He inquired, "What do you mean council seats?" Seeing the expression in Ares' eyes, Naxina said, "I get both Mama's and Papa's seats because they both were the last of both their clans. As Uzumaki Namikaze heiress, a negative feeling washed over her. Kurama was chuckling to herself as well. There was a reason Xena never told him. Nice of you to spill the beans, Kit. The fox laughed. Stop it, I had no idea. She sobbed anime tears inside her head, thinking, I thought he knew. This was not going to be a happy ending. At that moment, Xena returned to the bedroom to observe the expression on Naxina's face and Ares' sinister grin. As she approached her husband and grinned at him, Xena growled, don't you dare think about Ares. I will handle everything for her. You will only help when I needed it. Other than that, you stay away from those council meetings. He was aware that she would follow through on her promise to ruin his life. He didn't care, though. He was aware that his actions would ultimately affect Naxina, and he did not want to do that. Looking to the bedroom door, Ares felt a number of eyes on him and said, fine, but I do wish to oversee the meeting when she returns back there. Zeus and Hercules were standing there. Zeus was staring at his son with a chuckle. Zeus approached Naxina and put his hand on her shoulder, saying, I see you are acting like a protective grandfather to our little angel. Ares glared at his father and shot back, what else would I do? Hercules tried to make it look like he was coughing while laughing into his hand. He approached Naxina and gave her a bear hug, saying, well, with the way you act at our own meetings, they won't know what hit them. He smiled and withdrew, telling her, just make sure he doesn't set anyone on fire again. Naxina said, I can't promise that. She grinned and said, for I might try to do the same thing. Hercules gave them both a look. He let out a deep sigh and said, yeah, you two are related. At that moment, Hera entered the bedroom, pulled Naxina into an embrace, and grinned at everyone. She produced a baby peacock and held it in front of her, saying, my baby girl. I have a gift for you. She will allow you to speak to me whenever you want. Also, I had several of Serenity's gold feathers made into Sanbon for you. They hold a special poison that no one has seen in that shinobi world. So, make sure you get them back. For I don't want anyone out there trying to copy it, she said with an evil gleam in her eyes. She pulled out a scroll with her eye and a peacock feather over it and said to the girl before him, and I did have an antidote made just for you. So, if someone tried using it against you, they would only fail. Yes, I know Kurama wouldn't let any little poison kill you. Still, I want to be faced then sorry. Taking the baby peacock and scroll, Naxina smiled. Looked down at the small silver and blue peacock chick, she said, thank you Grandma Hera. By the way, what's her name? Hera glanced down at the girl and blinked a few times. The mother of all gods said, you know. I didn't even think to name her yet. Naxina smiled as she cocked her head to the right and met the young woman's eyes. She rubbed her tiny head and said, your name will be Maze. Maze seemed to be grinning back at her. She took her husband's arm and nodded in response to the young woman's name. She said to her husband, who had the expression, please help me. Now, Zeus, we have many things to take care of before she leaves us. So, come along dear. The others simply turned back to the young warrior after laughing at his antics. Naxina simply gave the others a smile. She glanced at Ares and then back at the ground. He raised an eyebrow at the young girl as a result. What's wrong Munchkin? He asked, giving her a gentle smile. She glanced up at him slowly. Her eyes are slightly obscured by her bangs. With tears welling up in the corner of her eyes, she said, I'm scared. This will be the first time in a very long time not having everyone around. Grinning, Ares drew her into an embrace. He pushed her back, put his right hand under her chin, and raised her face to meet his eyes. Don't worry, I'll be there every weekend. I still have a lot to teach you. As well, I want to see what type of sensei they will try to give you. If I don't like them, I'm going to talk with Hades and Kami and bring back a true warrior to train you. He turned away from her and said, but, no matter what. Just remember, I am very proud of you. Of all you have done in your short life. Hercules and Xena were both staring at him in complete disbelief at this. He had never said that to any of their children, as far as Xena could recall. After their first child, he had told her that. However, he had never spoken those words to anyone else. With a smile on her face, Naxina said, thank you, Grandpa. Slipping past him and heading back to her bed, she told him, it's going to be fun when you visit. No one is going to believe you're my grandfather. Ares smiled at this. He laughed and remarked, I know. I do look very good for my age. Xena smirked and threw a pack at him, saying, yeah. Come on, Grandpa, you still need to help me get everything ready for when we return. Ares followed Xena out of the bedroom after catching it in midair. Hercules gave Naxina a smile as he glanced at her. Hercules took out a silver sword and said, I have a gift for you. Hephaestus has been teaching me how to forge for a while, and when you came here all those years ago, I knew I wanted to make you something special. So, Hephaestus has shown me how to forge this sword for you. I do hope you like it. He was grinning at his niece. Naxina glanced at her uncle and then back at the blade. She took the blade and examined it, saying, Thank you. I love it. It featured a black leather belt with silver buckles that she could fasten to her waist or back, as well as a silver silk and black leather scabbard in which the sword rested. As she attacked the belt to her right side, she said to her uncle, This works perfect. I have been training lately to wield dual swords. Thank you so much, Uncle Hercules. It was the eve of October 10th, and the days had passed quickly. Ares and Xena were in front of the other Greek gods. Naxina was waiting for them. The night before, Xena had sung the girl to sleep, just like she had done when she was a baby, because she had been so anxious. They caught a glimpse of the girl sprinting in their direction. She was wearing a black cloak over her clothes, and her smile was tense. Ares asked, So, you ready there, Munchkin? He had a suspicion that Naxina had surprised the others, and when he returned, he would be told everything. With an assured smirk, Naxina said, Yeah, I'm ready. An ugly orange mask was hiding behind a soft red glow in the shadows. For the left eye, only one hole was cut out of it. A grin appeared on the man's lips. 3 Toma eyes spun wildly in his glowing red eyes. Another man with wild orange hair and odd purple eyes stared at him as he said, Soon, the time will come. The Konoha. Over the past few years, time had flown by. The villagers had somewhat calmed down in the absence of the Kyoto vessel. Even so, on October 10th, they went all out. The village was having a great time, and this was the 13th year since the great Kyoto no Kitsune was defeated. Except for a few people, they were positioned at the village's south gates. Their guest had not yet arrived, and it was getting close to 6 o'clock. A man with bandages covering his left eye and arm said, Lord Hokage. You truly believe that woman would return the girl after all this time? The third Hokage pivoted and scowled at the man directly to his right. The age leader looked down the dirt road that led to the village and said, Danzo, they will return. They are the girl's family and have more claim to her than we do. She was born in this village. But, the day her parents died, she was free to leave here. Danzo was even more enraged by this. Danzo turned to his old friend and said, That girl holds our greatest weapon and you foolishly allowed it to slip out of this village. A burst of flames and light appeared in front of the small group before another word could be spoken. A tall man with tan skin, curly or wavy hair, a mustache, and a goatee was standing there. He stared at Danzo with his dark brown eyes. A woman with long dark brown hair and silver blue eyes with a hint of violet was standing next to him. She squinted at the man's mummy in front of them, and a tall figure wearing a long black cloak was standing in front of the two. Ares gently squeezed the figure's right shoulder with his hand. You know, Hokage, you should keep a tighter leash on that mummy you have there. I have aided and killed many men like him in the days of the Greek gods. I wouldn't mind killing him here and now. He grinned as he looked at Danzo, observing the bandage man retreat a short distance. Danzo was aware that there was a problem with the man in front of him, and that now was not the time or place to find out what this man was capable of. His time would come. For the time being, however, the old war hawk simply took a back seat and played the fool. As she turned to face the third Hokage, Xena said, Ares, even though that man should be eliminated from this world, you are not to kill anyone at this time. That is for Kami to handle, not us. She extended her hand to the elderly leader and said, It has been a while, Sarutobi. They shook hands after he braced her forearm with his hand. Sarutobi asked, That it has been, Xena. Did all go well with her training? His eyes were filled with concern. Jiraiya and the heads of every clan stood behind the man. They had questioned why they had been summoned to this meeting. Jiraiya moved forward, glancing first at Xena and then at Ares. He glanced at the cloaked figure and said, I take it this is Naxina Uswamki Namikaze. The clan heads, gasps could be heard behind the Sanin. Even Danzo, who was involved in every event in the village, was unaware of this small detail. As Naxina pulled the hood back to her cloak and turned to face everyone, she said, Yeah, it's me, Ero Senin. But, I thought we agreed not to inform everyone of who my parents were till a later time. Jiraiya gave the girl a sly smile. With a grim expression on his face and his eyes fixed on Danzo, he said, there are many things at play and I feel it best to just out you. Ares and Xena narrowed their eyes and nodded slightly. Naxina simply sighed and turned to face Gigi. Naxina gave the elderly leader a hug and said, Gigi, I've missed you so much. Sarutobi grinned as he glanced up at the girl. He chuckled softly and said, you have grown so much. I have missed you as well, my dear. It had been very quiet without you around to liven up my day. The leader of the Hyuga clan came forward at this point. Hiyashi asked, glancing at Naxina, Lord Hokage-sama. This girl here is really of their legacy. Gazing at the Hyuga head, Naxina smiled. When the young warrior noticed that someone was approaching them, she said, that I am. I know full well who my parents are and their legacy. The small group was approached by two Anbu. Lord Hokage, several of the villagers have gotten out of hand and set fire to several stands. The two elders are doing their best to keep it under control. But, sir, they are failing miserable, said the Anbu wearing a dog mask. The third turned back to his returning guests with a heavy sigh. As he disappeared in a whirl of leaves, he said, I am sorry to cut this short. As well, thank you, Inu. Ares raised an eyebrow slightly at this. They are aware of the small tricks we employ to travel and move swiftly. But, he reflected, it isn't as good as the one that Minato created all those years ago. Xena said, glancing at the clan leaders, the bandage freak, and Jiraiya, well, if that is all. It has been a very long journey and I want to get Naxina home and settled in for tomorrow events. Naxina smiled and clasped Jiraiya's arms. She tilted her head to the side and smiled sweetly at him, asking, Ero Sennin, have you missed me? When Jiraiya heard the nickname his cute goddaughter had given him all those years ago, his face flushed. He yelled, how many times do I have to tell you to stop calling me that? As he and Xena and Ares left, the others merely observed their departure. Suma thought, man, that is a fine alpha. There was a slight flush to her face. The rest of the group simply watched Xena leave. Many of the men, including Danzo, thought, man, they don't make women like her anymore. However, a two-headed wolf cub the size of a Shetland pony ran past them at the gate, frightening them. This even surprised Suma's wolf partner. The head of the dog ninja said, looks like I need to pay them a visit to find out that pup's breeding. In her haste to reach her owner, Lycaon sprinted past the others. In the vast forest that surrounded the village, she was having fun. She could play with so many different things. She had notched her heads into Naxina's back after catching up to the others. She grinned broadly and said, Lycaon, nice to see you finally made it. Jiraiya's mouth dropped open as he turned to face the wolf cub. He looked at the two-headed wolf cub and paled, asking, what on earth is that? Naxina smiled. Ero Sennin, please meet my companion Lycaon. She was given to me 6 years ago and still in her puppy stage. She is the daughter of Cerberus. Cerberus guards the gates of hell. Lycaon will be the same size of her mother in about 100 to 200 years, give or take a few years. She grinned broadly. Jiraiya closed his mouth slowly, saying only, that is a dog. Lycaon smiled at the elderly toad sage, who appeared to have suffered a heart attack. Yeah, I'm a hellhound or hell wolf. Whatever you want to call me. But, know this, if you ever try to hurt my sister Naxina, I will end you. Gazing at Xena, Naxina said, Ba-chan. I think he died on me. The poor girl appeared frightened and anxious. When Xena saw Jiraiya's spirit oozing from his mouth, she simply laughed. As they strolled down a desolate street away from the festival, she assured him, he'll be fine. When they eventually arrived at the Namikaze compound's gates, everything was calm. The following day, while Naxina was outside practicing her sword, Ares stood in the kitchen and watched Xena cook. She has grown a lot. I will miss her when I return home. But, I am going to wait a while before returning. Zeus is worried of that mummy. He told me something doesn't sit right with him and Cammy doesn't mind that I stay longer as well. He said as he set down his glass of wine. Xena turned to face him. She smiled softly and playfully and said, I know the feeling. But, I am not sure if this village would be able to handle you here. Pulling her to him and encircling her in his powerful arms, Ares smiled. As he killed her, he remarked, well then I will just have to bring this village down and rebuild it to my liking. There was a knock on the front door at that moment. Ares turned to the living room and scowled. He snarled as he made his way from the kitchen through the living room to the front door, saying, "Whoever that is. It better be important." When he carefully opened it, an Anbu wearing a dog mask and silver hair was standing there. The god of war's anxious expression was concealed by Inu's mask as he said, "Lord Ares. Lord Hokage and Shinobi Council and Monkey Council have requested your family to join them in the council chambers." Glancing down at the Anbu in front of him, Ares grinned. "Tell the third we will be there shortly. My granddaughter has just sat down for breakfast and they can wait a little longer," he said to the Anbu with silver hair. Inu gave a head nod. "I am to wait here till you are ready to go and shimmy you to the council chambers," he stated to Ares. In response, Ares arched an eyebrow. He turned away from the Anbu and went back into the kitchen, saying, "Fine. Come in and follow me." Inu looked around and noticed that, aside from a few new photos and an occasional new object, the house had not changed. As he entered the kitchen and stood in the doorway, observing the contented family as they finished their meal, he thought to himself, "Sensei, I hope I do right by your daughter's side as her sensei." Xena grinned as she glanced up at the young man. She said, "Would you like to join us?" Inu appears taken aback. He had never been invited to join. So, stupidly, he took the plate of food from the goddess in front of him and sat down at the table, kneading his head slowly. He slowly raised his mask, lowered his face mask, and kept his face hidden so that no one could see who he was. "So, Ba-chan, today I take the final exam to become a genin?" Naxina asked, using her chopsticks to move her eggs around. Xena grinned at the girl in front of her and said, "Yes, I know you will pass. We have taught you all the clones of each element and sub-element and shadow clone. So, ask to use a different clone during the exam." Ares grinned at everyone after they had finished their meal. Everyone nodded when he asked, "Are we ready to go?" In an instant, they disappeared in flames and resurfaced in the council chambers after he said, "Good, now place a hand on my shoulder." Inu gazed in disbelief at the god of war. He had never traveled this face before, and this movement style could not be replicated. When the civilian council noticed this, a sinister thought crossed their tiny brains. They reflected, "He will teach this to Uchida-sama and make him more powerful." Danzo was eager to find out for his root agents as well. Along with the two elders and the rejected mummy, the two gods and one demi-goddess stood in front of the shinobi and civilian council. Sitting in the center of the circus, the third Hokage grinned at the newcomers. The third Hokage grinned and turned to face the three in front of him, saying, "Welcome and thank you for coming at this short notice." Mount Olympus. The other gods observed the circus that was taking place from a distance. "Those little ants should be reminded that they hold no power over gods," Hera grumbled. Zeus turned to face his agitated spouse. He put his left hand on his wife's shoulder and said, "My dear, they are just trying their best to keep the peace for Naxina. Because the girl still has to live there in the end." She gave him a fierce look. She looked back down and sighed, "She shouldn't have to. Kami should just allow her to be with us." Returning to the council chambers, Sarutobi stood in front of everyone. "After being away from our village for a number of years, I would like to welcome Naxina Uzumaki Namikaze back." He smirked and said, "How long will it take these idiots to freak out? She will be taking the final exam today along with the other people she would have attended the ninja academy with." "What do you mean Namikaze?" asked a woman with long, bubblegum pink hair. She turned to face the Hokage and asked. "As he just stated, those damn creatures found their way here as well. I'll have to speak to Zeus about this," Ares said, raising an eyebrow at the pink-haired banshee. She is the daughter of the late 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and his late wife Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. He turned to face Xena. "I witnessed the night that Kushina and Minato perished following the sealing. Since the girl is their child, I witnessed their claim. Take a look at her." Xena pointed to Minato's portrait and said, "She is a copy of her father." Everyone turned to see the similarities between the two of them. The same banshee rose again, saying, "Hokage-sama. How are these people credible?" she inquired. Ares's aura seemed to intensify and ignite. "How dare a banshee like you question my wife? A goddess. How dare you question her?" When he roared at the pink-hair banshee, the other members of the civilian council moved away from her and made faces at the stench emanating from her, while the shinobi side of the council sat back laughing behind their hands at what had happened to the damn pink-hair banshee. "I am the daughter of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze," Naxina said, placing a hand on her grandfather's arm and slowly shaking her head as he looked down at her with a gentle smile. The Kyobai no Kitsune was released from the seal on my mother's stomach the night I was born. She told them, looking at everyone, after my birth, a masked man attacked me, and his intention was to destroy this village with the help of the Kyobai. Tell me, child, Shikaku Nara said, opening a lazy eye to gaze at the girl. How are you aware of this? He questioned her. A pale man in black robes with a black golden staff in his right hand and long dark brown hair stood in front of the council chambers, where a black flame appeared before them. Uncle Hades, Naxina said, perplexed by the god of the underworld's appearance, and as he stood there observing everyone, a sinister grin appeared on his lips. Mrs. Haruno woke up to find this man in front of her. I had special visitors with me. The two newcomers gazed at the councils, elders, and Hokage, while the man's blue eyes pierced the civilian council members and the elders. They were watching this circus play out, and my granddaughter was growing enraged from those fools, Hades said, lifting his left arm as a woman with crimson hair emerged from beneath his robe, followed by a man with tan skin and sun-kissed blonde hair. I see that nothing has changed at all. These idiots on the civilian council still think they have a say in matters involving this village's shinobi. I'm afraid you idiots are seriously mistaken and have no authority to try to control what a shinobi can say or do. Naxina comes from one of the two shinobi clans with representatives on the shinobi council. You idiots should sit down and stop talking, or even better, get a job. Go. This has nothing to do with you idiots, Minato Namikaze yelled. As everyone tried to process what they had just witnessed, the council chambers had become eerily quiet. Their late hero, the fourth Hokage, was standing there, shouting at them. Why was he doing this to them? How do we know that this is actually Minato Namikaze standing in front of us and not an imposter made by these people? Danzo said, getting up from his set. He demanded. Before anyone knew it, Minato had thrown his tri-pronged kunai at the side of Danzo's head and he had vanished in a yellow flash, reappearing before the mummy of a man. Does that answer your question, Danzo? As he withdrew his kunai from the wall and turned to return to Hades and the others, he asked. I am disgusted with you people, the woman with the crimson hair said as she stepped forward and turned to face everyone. How can you take away our child's birthright? Naxina Uzumaki Namikaze is her name. As she greeted them at the civilian council, she said, I am Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, the daughter of Minato Namikaze, and I am aware of what you jerks have been doing. Our daughter owns all the land and business. She has access to our bank account and other accounts that we keep hidden from you jerks. If I discover that you have stolen from her, please help me. I will not let Kami or the Greek gods stop me from letting loose my fury on you people. Because my husband and I will unleash a heavenly wrath that this world has never witnessed with the support of Kami and the Greek gods, she informed them. Many people became pale as a result, and their faces were marked with guilt. What have you people done? Asked Minato. A big fat man got up and said, trying to look victorious, with your deaths we took the money that would have gone to you and put it to the civilian council fund to build more houses, shopping centers and so on. Then the revenue from those places, as well as the houses and business belong to Naxina from this day forth, Minato said, glowing a gentle golden color as Kushina turned crimson. Otherwise, Minato snarled, then they will be seating new members to the civilian council. Minato, we don't have to bow to your will. The fat man smirked haughtily and said, you're dead, and that child there is a beast and shouldn't be allowed to live in this village. She looked at the others and said, now what are you saying about our daughter? Two golden swords with golden flames appeared in Kushina's hands before anyone knew what had happened, and before anyone could stop her, she had sliced the man into a clean X. The flames had stopped him from bleeding out as he fell to the ground in 4 pieces. Her voice was sickly sweet as she asked. Having a scar across his left cheek, the well-built man got to his feet and said, as treasurer and one who overlooks planning and development. As a seal glowed on his right forearm and a black scroll materialized, he said, I sign over all rights and fund to your daughter Naxina Uzumaki Namikaze. He grinned at everyone who stared at him in anger. Within this scroll are all accounts and deeds to everything these fools have stolen or have tried to steal. Weston, what on earth are you doing? As he walked around the table to put the scroll in the girl's hands, he asked an orange-haired woman, looking at her and saying, returning what rightfully belongs to the girl. I have documents showing here of the embezzlement the 2 elders, Danzo, and the remaining civilian council have done to your family accounts, said a second man who got up and approached them. The man had a scar on his neck and long raven hair. Both of these men were former shinobi whose careers were tragically ended by injuries. Sarutobi got to his feet and slammed his hands on the table in front of him. As his body exuded killer intent, he gave everyone in the room a scowl. As multiple Anbu teams and a special guest appeared, he snapped his fingers. Ibiki was positioned in the middle of the council room. A malevolent grin appeared on his lips. As Anbu grabbed them and disappeared into a swirl of leaves, he said, "Now you're my bitches." Danzo got to his feet and smiled at them. As he removed the bandages from his face and right arm, he remarked, "You are helpless against me." 6 red eyes with 3 tomas in each were visible in the terrible splendor. Hades smiled. "Foolish human. Those will not affect me. For I am the god of the underworld. With Kami allowing me permission, I am taking you to Tartarus, where you will suffer a much worse fate than what this man before you ever could dream of doing to you," he said as he extended his hand to Ibiki. Hades placed an icy hand on Danzo's head before he could act, and they both disappeared. With a gentle smile, Minato and Kushina approached their daughter and gave her a hug. Kushina kissed Naxina on the forehead and said, "We love you, Naxe-chan. We're just sad we can't stay." She raised her gaze to Xena. She rolled a single tear down her cheek and said, "Grandma, please watch over her." As he kissed his daughter's forehead and turned to face Xena and Ares, Minato said, "Naxe-chan, I'm sorry for believe in those fools. But, I hope you have a happier life from here on out." He said, "Please keep her safe." Standing there, observing the family and Naxina's 2 deceased or officially deceased parents, were Sarutobi and the Shinobi Council. Looking at the couple, Sarutobi asked, "How are you 2 here?" "I am the granddaughter of 2 gods and have powers that doesn't belong in this world of Kami and has allowed me to return to my family in Mount Olympus, and Minato was given a special gift and was sent with me. But, for this we are not allowed to interfere in Kami's world and have to stay on Mount Olympus for the next 10,000 years. She explained to them. "But, with what was happening, Kami allowed Hades to bring us here to help our daughter," said Minato. They both disappeared in crimson and golden flames after saying, "But, we must be going. Our time here is growing short and I do not wish to be face to face with the Shinigami once more." Naxina gazed sorrowfully at the spot where her parents used to be. She turned to face the others and sighed. "So, Gigi, what are you going to do with the civilian council?" she inquired. The final 2 members were examined by the elderly Hokage. He told the shocked men, You two will head it all. You both did all the work anyways while the others just fought about silly things." They undoubtedly did not anticipate becoming heads of the civilian council due to their integrity and allegiance to the late 4th and 3rd Hokages. Both men simply gave a stupid nod and resumed their seats. Weston said, "I have one question." The third gave a nod, allowing him to continue. "Can we appoint others to aid us on field of the council we do not know very well?" asked Weston. The third turned to the others and said, "Yes, but make sure they are ones you can trust and will not allow this power to go to their heads. For I do not want a repeat." The 2 men exchanged glances and nodded their heads. Academy of Shinobi. After passing through the main doors, Ares, Xena, and Naxina proceeded down a lengthy, vibrant hallway. They approached a room with the number 110. Within room 110, with a frightened expression on his face, a young Chunin said, "Now class, we have a new student that will be joining us sometime today." The students stared at their teacher as though he had grown a second head, and the classroom fell silent. A boy in a gray jacket with a fur lining shouted, "What do you mean a new student? He's holding his puppy on his head." The terrified man said to the now named Kiba, "Well, Kiba, this student has been on a training trip for the past few years but has returned so they would be able to graduate with others their own age." A pinkett in front of the class asked the now named teacher, "Uruka-sensei, who in our age group has been gone since the beginning of the academy?" There was a knock on the door before Uruka could respond to the pinkett. Uruka approached the door and slid it open as everyone turned to face it. A man with raven hair, a brunette with dark hair, and a girl with crystal blue silver eyes and sun-kissed blonde hair with black and red strands of hair stood in front of him. Uruka turned to face the new arrivals. He asked, not knowing who these people were, "May I help you?" The blonde girl grinned at the stunned Uruka and said, "Yes, I am the new student. You just inform the others of that is joining your class for the final exam. You're a Euro, you're Naxina Uzumaki Namikaze." The astonished and terrified teacher asked. When they heard her last name, the class fell silent. A girl with bubble-gum pink hair exclaimed, "She's the Namikaze heiress." The pinkett caught everyone's attention. A boy with black hair pulled back in a pineapple ponytail remarked, Troublesome, just troublesome. He looked at the girl languidly. Aries took the stage and gave the boys in the classroom a fierce look. With a sly smile on his lips, he held up his right hand and a ball of fire that appeared out of thin air. I expect you all to treat her with respect. If I hear otherwise, not even Zeus or Kami can save your asses. The Uchida heirs were interested in this. His onyx eyes stared down at the strange man dressed in leather, and he thought to himself, I must know how he did that. Grandpa, exclaimed Naxina, who appeared ashamed of his antics. You're as bad as Dad and great-grandpa and my uncles. I'm just Glade Uncle Hercules, Uncle Joxer, and Uncle Autolycus are not here to make more trouble. She said with a sigh. Ares glanced at her and grinned. With a snap of his fingers, Hercules emerged and surveyed the room. I could fix that and have all three here for you every day. What is it, Ares? He asked, half-dressed and with a slightly irritated expression. Fortunately, he was wearing pants. Ares pointed to the classroom and said, I didn't like the way they looked at Naxina. I just want to put the fear of the gods into these little boys here. After giving the boys another glance, Hercules noticed lust and something else that bothered him. He seized Aruka's desk and crushed it in his hands before anyone could speak. As the desk turned to dust, he said, This is what will happen to you if you lay a finger on my niece. The boy with pineapple hair said, Troublesome, and fell back asleep. Aruka's voice was tremulous as she said, Sir, you just destroyed Academy property. Hercules and Ares turned to face the terrified Academy instructor. He took out a coin purse, extracted several gold coins, and said, I'll pay for it to be replaced. As they threw the coins to him, he remarked, This should cover it. After examining the coins, Aruka turned back to face the man whose hair was the color of a lion's mane. This is way more than enough to replace the desk. Here, take some of it back. He stated. No, keep it, for I'm sure by the end of the day something else will be destroyed. Hercules replied. He turned to face his elder brother and Xena, who merely gave him a sly smile. With a sigh, Naxina turned to face her new instructor for the day. Sensei, where would you like me to sit for the exam? Also, here are my grades for all the homework and test that I would have done with the class. Gigi had sent everything with my grandma to make sure I would be learning everything as everyone else and not be left behind in any area. As well, I am up to date on all clan and civilian laws. She told him. He opened the file that she had given him. When he saw her test results and homework grades, he was a little taken aback. Her overall score ranged from 90 to 100%. As he put the folder down, he reflected, she has perfect scores like the Uchida and Haya-ga heirs. He pointed to the boy with the pineapple head and said, There is an open seat at the back of the room next to Shikamaru. The boy who was sleeping. After giving a nod, Naxina went to the very last row of stairs and sat down beside Shikamaru and a boy who was eating chips. Since the Nara heir opened his eyes and turned to face the newcomer, she grinned at both boys. As he looked at his students, who moaned because they only wanted to complete the final 2 sections, Aruka said, All right, class. The final exam will test you in 3 different areas. First being written, second being physical, and third being on ninjutsu. Then he looked back at the 3 adults. He asked them, Are you going to stay and watch? Telling them they had to go made him nervous. Because the man without a shirt was just as strong as the fabled Sanin Tsunade. The 3 simply nodded and moved to observe from the room's corner. Mizuki stood up and carried a pile of documents. As he made his way to the top 3, he approached each student and gave them their exam. He gave Naxina a modified exam while smiling to himself. When the silver hair man gave Naxina her exam, Shikamaru briefly sensed a spike in his chakra and realized something was amiss. After glancing at the paper, the girl yelled, Ki, and made the ram sign with her hands. Aruka was prompted by this to investigate the situation. What's wrong, Naxina? Aruka asked, looking at Mizuki with some perplexity. He placed a genjustice on my exam. I felt his chakra spike just right before he handed me my paper. I also noticed that Shikamaru felt the chakra as well. Once I looked at the exam, all the questions were Jonin level and no way an academy student could answer them. If I did answer them, he would drop the justice and fail me, saying I answered everything wrong. Naxina said as she gazed at Shikamaru, who carefully. Aruka glanced back at the girl after glancing at his friend. However, the silver-haired man was taken away by 3 Anbu before he could say anything. Ares stood directly beside them. He appeared prepared to skin the man, but when he was removed, he lost the opportunity. As he went back to his brother and wife, Aries growled, "Bastard got lucky." Iruka smiled at the three adults and went back to the table beside his desk. "All right, class, settle down and begin. You have 1 hour to finish your exam. Once done, bring it down to me and then we will head outside once everyone finish." 20 minutes later, the door slid open and there was a knock. There was a man with silver hair that defied gravity and a woman with purple hair up in a high ponytail. The women with purple hair said, "We have been sent to help with the final stages of the exam." The silver-haired man named his partner and said, "Yes, Lord Hokage was displeased with Mizuki's actions and sent Anko and myself to help." Iruka said to the now-named man, "Thank you Kakashi-san and Anko-san. I really did need the help for the next part of the exam." After the two sat down, Kakashi took out a small orange book and started giggling uncontrollably. When Aries and Hercules approached the man to see what was so funny, they were taken aback by the graphic art on the page that depicted the events of the written scene. Xena sighed, already aware of these Jiraiya books. After completing her exam, Naxina descended the stairs to the front of the room. As she gave Iruka her exam, she grinned. The frightened man grinned back and started assigning grades. "Well done Naxina, you got a 100% as well as got all 3 bonus questions right," he stated to the girl. Anko smiled as he examined the girl. She said to the girl in front of her, "I like the outfit and I see you are confident in it around members of the opposite sex. That is good. What I wear is pretty much almost the same outfit my grandma wore when she was a warrior. The leather helps from swords and other bladed weapons from piercing to deep and the tightness also help with pressure to stop almost all bleeding that isn't fetal," said Naxina as she examined the odd purple woman with blonde hair. Anko smiled. "I would have loved to meet your grandmother. She sounds like a true kunoichi," she stated to the child. Naxina smiled. The girl pointed to the woman with long dark brown hair wearing an odd dress and a black cloak, saying, "You don't have to wait. She right over there." Naxina smiled at Anko's response and remarked, "This is my great-grandmother a million times over, Xena, goddess of war." The snake mistress wasn't particularly surprised. However, this was one of them. She had a similar appearance to the character from Jiraiya's most recent novels about an ancient warrior who battled the gods and fought for love and peace. She sputtered, You're the woman off of Jiraiya-sama's book." Xena glanced at the young lady and grinned. The goddess looked at her husband and brother-in-law and said, "That I am. I just hope he went easy on the smut. But, I am also pleased with the teen versions of his books." Everyone had completed their written exam by the end of the hour. Anko spent the entire time conversing with Xena and Naxina. She wondered how in the world she married a god and about some of the fights in the books. Iruka handed Anko the clipboard and said, "Okay everyone. Please follow Anko-san and Kakashi-san out to the training ground and I'll be out there shortly." Anko was the better option at that particular moment because Kakashi was too preoccupied with telling the two men about his priceless little orange book. Everyone looked around once they were outside. Staring at Naxina was a boy with onyx eyes and duck butt-style hair. Feeling the intense stare, she looked over her shoulder. Naxina asked the boy, "What?" He said, "HN." He smirked and said, "You should know your place, girl. I am the elite Uchida." He thought, that should have her falling all over herself. Naxina pointed to the fangirls and asked, "So, am I to be acting like those fools over there?" She was glared at by said fangirls. Shikamaru said, "Sasuke, not every girl is going to be swooning over you." Glancing over at the now-named Sasuke, Naxina cocked her head to the side. When they saw this, everyone was curious about the girl's next move. "Nah, I don't see it. He isn't that good looking and his hair is in the shape of a duck's ass. He might also have an ego as big or almost bigger than my grandfather. But, I don't see the appeal about him. He has no personality and I would have a better conversation with the puppy on that boy's head over there," said Naxina as she pointed out Kiba. Aries complained, "Hey, no one can surpass my ego." A hand was placed on his brother's shoulder by Hercules. "That kid is going to give you a run for your title." He was chuckling. "Listen up maggots, I am going to be in charge of grading you on how well you handle a weapon. We would do taijutsu, but, I don't feel like getting dirty and Mr. Previ there is too into his book. So maybe when Iruka comes out we will go from there," said Anko. Half of the children were frightened by her mere presence, and it didn't help that she was at the time encircled by a huge snake. After a brief glance up, Kakashi shrugged his shoulders and returned to his book. As long as Anko avoided his book, he didn't mind. Alright, you have 10 targets. On each target there is a fatal point marked on it. I will give you 2 points for every time you hit that mark. Otherwise the other points are worth only 1 point. You must score a 9 or higher to pass on each throwing weapon, said Anko while holding a shuriken and kunai in her grasp. The children who were born into civilian life barely made it. Sakura was fortunate to receive a 10 on shuriken and an 11 on kunai. Choji received 15 on shuriken and 16 on kunai. Shino 17 on shuriken and 17 on kunai. Kiba performed admirably, scoring 17 on shuriken and 19 on kunai. 13 on kunai and 13 on shuriken was Ino's mediocre performance. With 20 on kunai and 20 on shuriken, Hinata was leading the pack thus far. She viewed the woman as a role model and enjoyed reading the teen novels about Xena. She was surprised to learn that the woman was in her class. She had to make every effort to demonstrate her abilities. Next was Sasuke, who was grinning the entire time. He scored 20 on shuriken and 19 on kunai. Hinata outperformed him, and he was a little Pisces. Damn it, he told himself, I'll just have to show her place later. Naxina came last. She grinned as she surveyed her surroundings and produced her specially crafted weapons. She smiled as she threw the kunai at the dummy and infused them with a little wind chakra. The weapon landed at the next fatal wound mark after sailing past its target into the next one. She had received a perfect score on both the shuriken and the kunai. Anko wrote down the score and said, well done brat. She cheated. Sasuke growled. There's no way she is that good and those kunai and shuriken don't look like the standard issued ones in the village. He grumbled. I didn't cheat. I just added my chakra affliction to my weapon and throw it. Also my weapons are custom made for me by my uncle. So, no, you will not find any like them here in the village. Naxina said while glaring at Sasuke with. Sasuke stomped his foot and said, then I demand you give me those weapons. For only an elite as myself should have them. In response, Ares arched an eyebrow and turned to face his wife and brother. He asked them, did I ever act like that? Xena grinned. She told him, only when it came to wanting me as your wife. She observed his hunched shoulders. Naxina tried to calm herself and yelled, like hell I'm giving them to you. Anyways, a little crybaby like you wouldn't know what to do with them. For their weight is different than what you used to. Approaching the dummy, Anko drew the girl's weapon. Because it was significantly heavier than usual, she nearly dropped it. She turned to face Naxina and exclaimed, what the hell brat? Looking at the little whiner in front of her granddaughter, Xena remarked, all of her weapons have special seals. If someone tried to take them, they would feel heavier and much more difficult to use. Otherwise, her weapons are feather light. In an attempt to move on, Anko asked, okay. So is there any other weapons you maggots are skilled in? Naxina held up a hand. Anko said, okay brat, what is it? As everyone else around her went pale or dropped their jaws, Naxina declared, I am skilled in swords, scythes, warhammers, battle axes, single and dual chakrams and a lot more. It was Shikamaru who said, troublesome woman. In between bites, Choji said, that's munch cool. A brown-haired civilian girl remarked, she is just showing off. Growing weary of these idiots who want to play ninja, Naxina said, why would I need to show off? I am just informing my instructor about my other skills. Kakashi was getting bored and wanted to do something different, so he said, why don't we head back in and just finish the final part of the exam? When they all got back to the classroom, Anko handed the clipboard to Iruka, who had just completed grading the final exam. He sighed as he reviewed the scores and Anko's notes. The lazy fangirls were the subject of many of the notes. Iruka held up the forehead protector and said, okay class, when I call your name you will come into the back room and take the final part and if you pass you get this. Everything went according to plan. All of the clan heirs and a few civilians passed, while roughly 60% of the fangirls failed the last test. Naxina even passed. Wearing her protector around her waist, she ran back into the room. After leaving the room with Kakashi, Iruka addressed the class. Alright, be here tomorrow and you will find out who the Rookie of the Year and Kunoichi of the Year will be. Iruka replied. Many people whispered about the new girl and the Uchida as everyone departed. The following day, it was bright and early, and Naxina was gradually awakening. The new day did not suit her. Naxina pulled her blankets over her head and whimpered, Uncle Apollo, just give me another hour. As she entered her granddaughter's bedroom, Xena said, come on lazy bones. It's time to wake up. She removed the girl's blankets and said, You don't want to keep everyone waiting, do you? Naxina sobbed. I just want another hour. Too late, it's already 7:30 and your Uncle Hercules is going to eat your breakfast if you don't get up. Xena said with a smirk. She was aware that there was no other way to motivate herself. The blonde suddenly leapt to her feet and dashed down the stairs and out of her bedroom. With a menacing grin, she told her uncle, "Don't you dare. Put that plate down or I'm setting your oils ablaze again." She arrived in the kitchen just in time to stop the man. Hercules put the girl's plate down and said, "Well, I didn't think you were hungry." She then went to the table and took a seat. Naxina looked at what had been created and said, "Thank you. Waffles with bacon and eggs." A faint grin appeared on her face. She started eating slowly. As he sipped his coffee, Ares remarked, "So, today is the big day." He took a drink and remarked, "My little princess is going to be a true blue ninja." Naxina shuddered at the idea and said, "Yeah. But I'm worried I'll get stuck on a team with that prick and one of his fangirls." As she entered the kitchen holding a package, Xena said, "I'm sure they will put you on a team that better suits your skill set." As Naxina stretched and finished her breakfast, she said, "I hope so." She got up to go get ready and said, "Thank you, Grandma, for the breakfast." Ares grinned and said, "Just 1 second." He motioned for her to return to her seat and said, "We have a gift for you." She obeyed and took a seat again, observing everyone. She noticed the package in Xena's hands at that point. She pointed to something and said, "What's that you have there?" Xena handed the package over and said, "Well, open it and see for yourself." Naxina grabbed the package and tore it open. Inside was a long-sleeved black battle kimono with blue butterflies and tiny orange foxes sewn into it. Dark orange obi and black shorts came next. A pair of matching thigh-high shinobi boots, black fingerless gloves with steel knuckles and metal plating over the top of the hand, and black and blue pouches were also included. Not to mention the mesh of the dark orange body armor. She grinned as she glanced up at everyone. "Thank you so much," she exclaimed. "Your mom and I have been working on this outfit for a while. I know you like my warrior dress, but I wanted you to dress more like your mom did in her time," Xena said while embracing Naxina. Running upstairs, Naxina put on her new clothes. She pulled her long hair into a high ponytail and braided the loose ponytail while grinning at herself in the mirror. She took one final glance, adjusted her weapons to her attire, and dashed back down the stairs. Naxina asked, "How do I look?" Something flashed in Ares and Hercules' eyes, and she turned to face everyone. However, Xena grinned. She gave her granddaughter a hug and said, "You look beautiful and you're making your mother proud. We're coming along to see who they place you with," said Ares as he put his newspaper down and stood. Hercules also got to his feet swiftly. Hercules put on his shirt and moved to the front door, saying, "Yes, it would be go to know your new team and sensei." Gazing at Xena, Naxina let out a sigh. All she could ask was, "Really?" "Yes, really," said Xena as she rolled her eyes at them. Tower of Hokage. Sarutobi lit his pipe while seated in his office. A number of Jonin were standing in front of him. Each turned to face their leader after glancing at the folders they were holding. Sarutobi asked, "Do any of you have any questions about your teams?" Academy of Ninjas. After entering the academy, Naxina proceeded to her classroom down the hallway. In the back row, she noticed a vacant seat. She went to take a seat. The girl beside her raised her head and gave her a gentle smile. Hinata blushed slightly and said, Hello. I'm Hinata Haya, ga." Naxina gave the bashful girl a radiant smile. She said to the girl, "Hinata-chan, nice to meet you. My name is Naxina Namikaze Uzumaki." As the classroom gradually filled up, the other genin sat down to learn who their sensei and teammates would be. Uruka entered the classroom carrying a file after everyone had been seated for 30 minutes. Uruka grinned at everyone and said, "Good morning, class. This will be the last time you all will be in my class and I wish you the best of luck on your shinobi life." Naxina looked around her and toned him down. Clan heirs make up the majority of this class. Interesting, she thought to herself. Kit, you must ensure that you are not paired with that fucking Uchida. He'll just try to dominate you, Kurama growled softly. I am aware. Grandma has discussed this with the Hokage already. Naxina shuddered at the thought of her angry mother and said, she also told him he would face mom's wrath. Kurama had a similar response. He recalled Kushina pursuing someone for no apparent reason. When Naxina heard the terrified teacher about the teams, she abruptly stopped talking to Kurama. Team 7 will be Sasuke Uchida, Sakura Haruno, and final Choji Akamichi. Iruka said. Sakura was making an ass out of herself. She shouted, "Cha, power of true love baby," directly at Ino and the other fangirl. Zena's expression was one of disgust. She turned to face her husband and thought, damn stupid fangirls have no place on the battlefield. Ares's expression was calculated. In their first real battle, those worthless fangirls will lose. As his gaze met his wife's, Ares thought, I really hope Naxina doesn't get one of those worthless things on her team. He shook his head and she knew that it wasn't good. Team 8 will be Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, Ino Yamanaka, and your sensei will be Karania Yatai. Iruka said. Ino turned to face her new teammates. When she heard this, she was somewhat taken aback. She anticipated being paired with Choji and Shikamaru. When Iruka turned to look around, his last team was staring at him. As everyone in the classroom went pale, Iruka said, Team 9 is still in rotation, so now to name Team 10. Shikamaru Nara, Hinata Haya Ga, and finally Naxina Namikaze Uzumaki will be your Jonin sensei, along with Ibiki Morino and his assistant Anko Midarashi. Since Ibiki is the head of T&I, he will not always be able to handle your training, so Anko his second will help out on your training when she is free from her work at T&I. Iruka disappeared behind the doors, saying, all right class. Your senseis will be here after a short lunch break. Everyone gathered with their teammates and stood up. Sakura resembled the little lap dog she was chasing after when Sasuke simply left. To meet his team, poor Choji simply strolled over with Shikamaru. Just troublesome. I thought we would be together on a team, Choji, said Shikamaru to his best friend. When Naxina heard this, she grinned. If they get out of hand we could always ask Ibiki-sensei to add you to the team. It wouldn't be hard because Shikamaru's dad is the Jonin commander. She grinned. Hinata merely gave a nod of agreement. Shikamaru simply grinned and turned to face his best friend, who returned the smiles. Hercules touched the shoulder of Naxina. He looked down at his niece and grinned, saying, come on. Let's go out to the training field and have a little spar to pass the time. Naxina asked Choji and her teammates, sure. You guys want to come and watch? After giving each other a nod, everyone fell away. Ares grinned. As Xena rolled her eyes, he laughed and said, looks like he wants to put the fear of the gods into the boy. Xena shook her head and pursued the two troublemakers, saying, he might want to do that. But, every time those two spar, they destroy everything around them. The 30 minutes were going to be quite long. The other students started to congregate outside in the training field. To watch this match, other children from various years gathered as well. A strange, greasy guy and a new girl were about to get into a fight. Ares intervened between the two. Listen well, this match is a friendly spar. You also must keep the damage to a minimum for I'm not pay for a new academy. The match will end when one person is knocked out of the ring or is knocked out or I or Xena step in to stop it. Said Ares as he stepped back and out of the large taijutsu circle. Begin, Ares exclaimed, standing beside his spouse while observing the other two go around in circles. Office of the Hokage. The Jonin stood around observing their pupils while Sarutobi pulled out his crystal ball. However, they ceased speaking when they focused on the impending altercation. Anko smiled and said, look Ibiki, our little Gaki going to be fighting old muscles there. Ibiki merely grunted and observed with shrewd eyes. This girl is different from the others. She seeks to comprehend the significance of a battle and isn't going crazy for any of the boys. Anko's remarks regarding this girl's family and her observations from yesterday. He thought to himself, she will be good for T&I and Anbu. The spar caught the attention of other people in the room. They started placing bets on the winner. Field of Academy training. Hercule's head is flipped over by Naxina as she twists the mule and kicks him in the back. Several feet from his standing position, he fell. Although he was near the edge, it wasn't enough to render him unconscious. She was breathing a little laboredly when Naxina landed on her. After 25 minutes of fighting, she was on the verge of taking him out of the ring. Hercules was taunted, getting tried already. Looks like someone's been slacking again. No way old man, you're the only panting and holding your sides. It looks like old age is catching up to you, taunted Naxina. Hercules was knocked out of the ring by Naxina's use of Flying Thunder God before he could fully stand up. A grown man flew out of the ring and struck the tree behind him, and that was all anyone saw. A golden flash of light. Naxina sighed and said, see, not tried. In the morning, She was going to experience this. It appeared as though a hurricane had struck the training field when she turned to look at it. There were holes everywhere. Trees appeared to be being blown apart, and the ground is cracked. Compared to the other girls in this graduating class, this girl was completely different. Hinata watched in disbelief. To be on par with her teammates, she would need to intensify her training. Shikamaru sighed and said, "Troublesome blonde." Unbeknownst to everyone, every nearby ninja observed the spar. Many were shocked and angry that Ryo was paired with the wrong fighter. Enko and Ibiki showed up on the sidelines. Ibiki growled, "Team 10. With us." The three Genin gods turned to see the smiling woman and scar-faced man. Ibiki led the group to a big building after leading them through the village. A man wearing a mask that resembled a dragon was standing outside. Ibiki nodded to the Anbu commander and said, "Dragon. Ibiki, I see they have finally made you take on a Genin team." Dragon replied. The smirk in his voice was audible. Ibiki grinned devilishly and said, "That they did. But they also dragged Anko in on this." The three Genin caught Dragon's attention. "My kami have misery on your souls." Hinata, Shikamaru, and Naxina exchanged glances before turning back to the Anbu in front of them. From behind the three, Ares gave a snort. Behind his mask, Dragon raised an eyebrow at the muscular, leather-bound man. He told the man in the mask, "Don't worry about them." "Then it's true. This blonde-haired child is a child of the gods," replied Dragon. Raising her hand to attract the ANBU's attention, Xena said, "That she is. But, please don't treat her different or special. She is like all other clan heirs and shall be treated like such." He gave a head nod. He said in a revitalized tone, "That will be fine with me. I feared she would act like the Uchida brat." Enko grinned sadistically and said, "You're telling me that if any of these three behave like that brat, my snakes will be more than happy to have them for lunch." Her antics caused everyone to perspire. "Then why haven't you feed them the Uchida?" Naxina asked, glancing at Anko. As she kicked the dirt road, Anko pouted and said, "Damn civilian council will not let me know him." Outside of the village, Jiraiya sat opposite a woman with blonde hair in a shadowy bar. The irritated blonde asked, "So, are you going to tell me what this is all about, Jiraiya?" Jiraiya gave the woman a smile. He said to the now named Tsunade, Now Tsunade Heim. I have a gift for you." The woman raised an eyebrow as he pushed a scroll in her direction. She reaches for it slowly and unfolds it. "Salutations, Tsunade-sensei. Since you are Naxina's godmother, you cannot simply let Jiraiya be the only godparent in her life. I am sending you this to inform you that my daughter did not survive that night and is currently being raised by my grandmother. I know you're wondering how I'm writing this now. Well, you remember the stories your grandmother and my Aunt Mito used to tell about our great-grandmother Xena. Well, Xena is real and a goddess. When I passed away, my god blood awakened and carried me to Mount Olympus, but sadly, very few people are able to awaken that blood. Please go meet your goddaughter, though, regardless. Namikaze Uzumaki Kushina." There was a seal at the bottom of the scroll. Photos of the girl, Kushina, and, shockingly, Minato appeared after Tsunade pushed a small chakra into it. A tall blonde girl with long golden hair, gorgeous blue eyes, and a million Ryo smile was with them. Tsunade looked up at Jiraiya and said, "You're telling the council lied to me 12 years ago." "Yes, they did, Heim, and I have been looking for you the whole time to let you know the girl was alive. She has returned to the village to become a genin." Jiraiya replied with a grin. She glanced down again at the pictures. Her cheeks began to well up with tears. She whispered, "Take me home. I must see her." The village, Ibiki, Anko, and Dragon watched the three genin run 10 laps around a secret Anbu training ground. Anko grinned and said, "It's unbelievable that a week has gone by already." As he observed, Dragon remarked, "These children are exceptional in their abilities and aptitude." When Ibiki finished with them, he smiled sadistically and said, "They will be good at their job once I'm done with them." The three running genins felt a chill go down their spines. Their graves appeared to have been crossed by someone. "Flash back without jutsu," Ibiki ordered. "I want you three to spare with these three rookie Anbu." Anko had given him the idea to use the recently recruited Anbu members as training and sparring dummies. They were on Dragon's shit list, also known as the sparing and training dummy list. Hinata initially gave the impression that she was too afraid to harm anyone in her family's way. However, there was always one idiot. A raccoon-masked Anbu taunted, Ah is the little Haya princess just as weak and useless as her elders claim her to be. Raccoon pointed at Xena and said, maybe you should go home and play house with your dollies. For you'll never match up to that woman over there. As she stood on the sidelines, Xena squinted at the Anbu. As she watched the girl grow irate, she thought, he is going to be regretting those words here soon. Before the Anbu was aware of the events, with all of his chakra points closed, he lay unconscious on his back. Anko approached the girl with the blue hair. She said to Hinata, who merely nodded her head, kid, you need to work your flexibility into your fighting style. You flow more like water. You are not the stone statues your family is in their fighting style. Following Anko's demonstration of various adaptable taijutsu techniques, Hinata started practicing kites and incorporating them into a brand new gentle fist technique she called Lion's Fist. In contrast, Ibiki and Dragon pulled Shikamaru aside and worked on a variety of techniques for the slothful adolescent after the boy repeatedly had his ass handed to him in taijutsu-only matches. He had improved by the end of the week. However, he lacks chakra and stamina, just like Hinata, if he wished to recover. To catch up to their last teammate on her stamina, they both had to put in a lot of effort. They were all aware that her chakra would never be matched by anyone. Additionally, Xena and Ares took it upon themselves to teach the other two how to use weapons during that week. Having a variety of skills was beneficial. When you're out of chakra, a shuriken or kunai can do a lot. Flashback ends without justice. The three of them feel the ground. For once, Naxina was tried. However, she was practicing kites for her taijutsu while she was running, which presented its own set of difficulties. Good. Good to see that you three are doing better. Ibiki replied. Like a drill sergeant, he strode ahead of them. He looked at each of them, his hand behind his back. His dark eyes scrutinized every pupil. Beginning tomorrow we will begin taking on D-rank missions. But, you will know them as chore mission for the lazy villagers. I understand doing these types of missions for fellow ninjas and elderly. But, everyone has put I rest for them. You will be painting fences to houses and even child care. One those child care missions we will send an Anbu with you. For I do not have time for spoiled brats and Anko will just feed them to her snakes. Ibiki replied. With a sly smile, Anko said, I have tried twice. Why do you think I'm banned from that mission? Oh, and the Torah one as well. Like I was saying, you will also have to catch the Fire Lord's wife's cat from time to time. Just remember that cat will do everything in its power to get away from you. It made the mistake of clawing Anko's face when it was running away from Team Guy. Ibiki said with a grin on his face. After you finished your first 20D rank we will move on to AC rank missions. But, you will have to prove yourself to me that you earned that mission. I will not hand you anything on a silver platter. He let out a growl. Dragon moved forward. I have spoken to Ibiki and Anko. I see you three are fit to be part of Anbu. After we three see you ready, we will begin your training in Anbu tactics. That will work on your stealth, speed, accuracy with weapons and poisons, and finally you three will learning the art of Fa Injutsu. We only have one Fa Injutsu master left since the 4th Hokage and Kushina died. I hope that one of you three could become a master in it. Said Dragon when he noticed Naxina raising her hand. He gave her a nod. I have been studying seals since I was 4 years old. Jiraiya and Gigi sent all my parents' scrolls with me and Jiraiya sent all he found throughout the years. At this moment I am at the same level Jiraiya is, Naxina said, drawing shocked looks from everyone around her. Anko snapped out of her shock and asked, Brat, why didn't you say something sooner? She spoke, glancing down and back up while grinning a little. She informed them, well, no one ever asked me. Dragon looked at the two others. If she is as good as Lord Jiraiya I want her to begin training my sealing team. I hate to say it. They really do suck. Said the commander of the Anbu. Ibiki grinned. We will have to ask her. Naxina, do you believe you could find time to teach my sealing team or retain them? Asked Dragon. She gave him a startled look. Shouldn't his sealing team include someone who is practically a master? She questioned herself. Yes, I could. Even if I am busy training here, I could send several shadow clones to teach when I can't be there. She replied. Good. I will inform the Hokage-sama. You will also be paid for this. I do know I have several that wish to join the team but the others don't want to teach them. Jiraiya-sama is rarely around so it's hard to have him teach them. Dragon said as he went up in flames. Shikamaru said, it's troublesome, but I'd like to learn too, and judging by Hinata's appearance, she would want to learn too. Hinata nodded her head. We could find out from any of the other that wish to learn and turn it into an evening class, and when I'm busy with mission and stuff I could send shadow clones and with Shikamaru and Hinata on my team. I can show them whenever we are out of the village. Naxina replied. She said to herself, I just hope I'm not taking on too much. Main office of Hokage Tower. Dragon showed up in the office of the elderly leader. Dragon said, Lord Hokage. The old man looks up from his papers and smiles. With a grandfatherly grin, he said, Hello Dragon. What brings you here today? Sir, it has come to my attention that Naxina is master in Fa Injutsu and my sealing team is severely lacking in skill. Dragon replied. I see. Well, we can see if young Naxina-chan would take the time to help them. Sarutobi replied. Under his mask, Dragon grinned and said, she has already agreed on teaching them as well as doing it as a class for those who wish to learn or wish to add to their already known knowledge of Fa Injutsu, sir. Because 2 of his sealing team members were concealed in the office. Very well, we can be in classes in 2 days. She will use one of the rooms at the academy. For I'm sure you don't want many ninjas running around Anbu HQ. Sarutobi replied with a smirk. Sir, that is fine. I will inform the girl and make sure all senseis and ninja know of the class. Also I believe she will set what days she will be able to teach. Dragon replied with a bow. Sarutobi nodded his head and took a puff from his pipe. As he drew and took out the documents he would need for this class and to mark Naxina as a Fa Injutsu master, he thought to himself, she is truly her parents' daughter. IWA, a man reading a report from the hidden leaf while standing in the shadows. Kushina Uzumaki and Commander Minato Namikaze had a child. The child came back to the village nearly 2 weeks ago. Naxina Namikaze Uzumaki is her name. Ability to use weapons and engage in hand-to-hand combat. I haven't yet seen the girl's justice skills. She resides with a woman who claims to be Kushina Namikaze Uzumaki's grandmother and the Uzumaki clan's current merchant. However, aside from her name, Xena, not much is known about the woman. I'll get in touch with more details and pictures of the girl and her grandmother. Gollum. In his hands, the man crumples the scroll. After 2 days, it was Friday night, and Naxina and her group were seen making their way to the Ninja Academy on foot. Numerous villagers gazed at the girl with the blonde hair with a mixture of shock and other emotions. Shikamaru turned his head slightly to face his teammate with the blonde hair and asked, troublesome. Naxina, how much of a pain will this class be? Naxina grinned and said, well, to start, you'll need to work on that chicken scratch you call writing. Hinata couldn't contain her laughter. Shikamaru grinned at the girl and said, troublesome blonde. They enter the building and follow the arrows to her classroom. Hinata said, I think we should be the first ones here. Naxina glanced at the timid girl. She grinned and said, I hope so. I should have come a lot earlier, but lazy here wouldn't move it. Hinata merely chuckled. As they opened the door to the classroom, Lycaon ran to her partner with the blonde hair. The 2-headed wolf leapt on top of the girl and started using both of its heads to lick her face. Lykaon! Exclaimed Naxina, laughing as she pushed her away. I've missed you, Naxina. I was feeling lonely and Ares told me you would be here tonight. So, I wanted to come and help with those funny seals. Lycaon said with a grin. Lycaon was so sweet that both of Naxina's teammates had come to love her. Don't misunderstand the wolf, though. She overprotected her sister and was harsh with her. Well, you have been playing around in the forest of death and I haven't wanted to bother you. Naxina replied. Lycaon smiled. That place has a lot of huge kitties and bears to play with. Also found a huge wolf pack in there. But, what surprised me was, they talk like us, she stated to Naxina. This information caused Naxina and the others to raise their eyebrows. Is there a summons circulating in the forest of death? The 3 of us thought is on. As people started to pour into the classroom and they heard the other rookies' voices, they were startled out of their reverie. Hiba approached the group and said, Naxina, my mom wants to talk to you about Lycaon. Why's that? Naxina inquired. Hiba gave his left cheek a scratch. He informed her, she wants to know breed she is. Naxina said, that's easy. Lycaon is a hellhound. As everyone stared at her, Lycaon said, yup, my mama guards the gates of Hades. She smiled on both of her heads. Everyone sat down as Ibiki walked up behind his students. He looked over Naxina's class and said, I see you have a full house. Hinata and Shikamaru had to sit up front with Naxina. It appears so. I guess we'll start with the basics. Naxina replied. She surveyed the entire class as a whole. Before one can learn sealing, one must have neat penmanship. So for the next 2 weeks we will be working on your calligraphy. For one wrong brush strong and your seal can malfunction and blow up in your face or not work at all. Naxina spoke as everyone's eyes widened. They didn't anticipate learning it would be so difficult. I know what you are thinking. That this should be very simple to learn. You're wrong. Sealing is very difficult, she told them looking around at each of them. There is a reason there are very few master of this art today. Naxina replied. Choji held up his hand. Naxina gave him a nod. My dad said that we only have 1 or 2 true masters left in the village. Is that true? He inquired. Jiraiya and the 3rd Hokage. But, Jiraiya has surpassed his sensei a long time ago. My father was also a master at the arts. But, my mother was the true star when it came to sealing, said Naxina with a sad grin on her face. Sasuke thought it was so easy that he said, I don't see the point of you leading this class. I am the elite and should be the one up front teaching this. At this idiot, Ibiki arched an eyebrow. Naxina stepped aside and said, that's funny. If you think you're truly the best, then come up front and show me the basic seal for an explosive tag. With a sly smile, Sasuke stood up, moved to the front of the class, and took out a tag. However, Naxina yanked it from his grasp. Naxina grinned and said, Nope, if you think you know this better than I do, then draw it from memory. He knew what she was doing. Ibiki smiled. After giving the girl a fierce look, Sasuke started sketching the seal on the blackboard. He took a step back once he was satisfied with his drawing. He said to the girl beside him, HN, loser. Ibiki moved forward to examine the seal. What the hell is this? He growled, startling many of the students and causing Sasuke to flinch. Sasuke shot out, saying, it's the seal the loser wanted. Ibiki glared at Sasuke and said, no, that's just lines of nothing. Naxina show him the real seal. She went to work and drew the appropriate seal on the blackboard after nodding her head. She pivoted and moved away from it. As Naxina took out a scroll with a larger drawing of the explosive tag and held it up, she said, what you see, Sasuke drew what he wanted, never coming close to the true seal, and also all his lines and calligraphy is a true mess. This would have never worked out in the field. You see the one the girl did as the true tag, and then this scroll that shows the larger text so you all can see it. The one Ducky her drew is just chicken scratches. Ibiki replied. His Anbu all nodded while making notes about what they had been told. All of the Chunni and Jonin in the classroom nodded their heads while taking notes as well. The genin watched in disbelief. Sakura glared at everyone and yelled, don't put Sasuke-kun down like that. How is he to know the right way of doing this? Ibiki turned to face his students and said, fangirls like you are the first to die out on the field. As he left the classroom, he said, you 3 after this is cover come to T&I. They turned back to face the classroom after nodding their heads. Sakura's mouth hung open in shock as she simply stared at the big man's location. Naxina cleaned the board and posted all of the symbols they needed to learn. Additionally, she distributed sheets containing all of the symbols. I want you all to work on these while here and on your free time. After the 2 weeks I will be testing you, she stated to them. What makes you an expert on this? You're the same age as us, asked Ino. Since I was 4 years old I have been studying and training each day in this art. While I was out of the village, Jiraiya would send me books and my family scrolls when he found them on his missions away from the village. Also Gigi sent all my family scrolls that my mother left behind before she passed. My family clan, the Uzumaki clan, was hailed as experts in the sealing arts. Some would say it was a bloodline, for it came to us easily. Naxina replied. A random Jonin asked, shouldn't Jiraiya-sama be teaching up? He could, but he is needed out of the village and I am the only person alive or around that is at the same level he is on sealing. I have also made my own seals and changed several already known seals. I have a new design for the explosive tags that Gigi is having me work on. For they take even less chakra than the normal one. Naxina replied. Everyone stared at her, and the room fell silent. She used this opportunity to discuss the history of seals and some of her clan's artistic heritage. The 2 hours passed quickly. As she and her team gathered their belongings and left the classroom, Naxina said, thank you all for coming and I hope to see you next time. Also, when I am out on missions I will have shadow clones here to teach you. If not, my grandmother will be here. She is pretty good with seals as well. What the hell? As he watched the girl go, Sasuke thought. That bitch. Sakura thought. This is going to be enjoyable, Ino and Choji thought. Kiba thought. I wonder if we can get a puppy from Lycown. Interesting, thought Shino as he gathered his items and left with his teammates. Anko entered Ibiki's office, where he was waiting for his students. She smiled and said, "So boss man, we on for poker tonight?" Before he could respond, his pupils entered. Naxina declared, "Poker, I'm in." Ibiki arched an eyebrow. "What makes you think I'll allow you to play?" he inquired. After taking her wallet out, Naxina placed it on the table. It was full of money, and you could hear the coins. With a foxy smile, she told him, "Because I have the cash to play." "Come on, let the brats play. They will learn the hard way," said Anko grinning. Ibiki said, "Fine, but don't cry to me when you lose." Shikamaru yawned and said, "Troublesome Euro-sensei, what did you need to see us about? You three have been doing well with training and not blowing up the village that we will begin our C-rank missions in the morning." Ibiki replied. Hinata asked, "Anyo, do you believe we are ready for this?" She had faith that her group could succeed. She wants to be certain, though. Ibiki grinned as he glanced at her. He questioned her, "Elders still trying to break you?" She simply slid a piece of paper to him and nodded her head. It turned to ash in his hands as he took it and examined it with a smile. He looked at her and nodded. What that was all about, the others in the room wondered. Anko asked, "So, you all done here?" "I believe so." "So, where the game going to be tonight?" asked Ibiki as he stood up. Anko smiled. She informed him, "At the Shadow Dragon Bar." He glanced at his pupils and nodded. After giving each other a nod, the three fell away. Naxina glanced at her partner and said, "Lycown, could you go tell Ba-chan and Shika and Hinata's parents we are with our sensei still and will be back late?" As she sprinted away, Lycown said, "Sure, and I'll find you afterwards." "Cute puppy," said Anko as she looked at Naxina. "But, will she tell them we are playing poker?" she inquired. Naxina smiled and said, "Nope. Because she knows we'll both get in trouble for not letting Grandpa Aries play." Everyone's eyes were on her. Anko said, "He could have come." Naxina's gaze widened. She informed them, "Hell no. He is a sore loser when I play with him." With a collective nod, they headed for the bar. Lycown showed up just as they arrived. All parents said okay, and Shikamaru, "Your mom said don't be lazy," she stated to them. As they entered, Shikamaru complained, "Troublesome." His father and his pals were drinking in the bar. Shikaku sighed as he turned to face his son. He said, "Your mother send you?" As she grinned at the clan heads, Naxina said, "Nope. We're here for poker night." After glancing at the children, the three men turned to face Ibiki and Anko. Hinata smiled angelically and said, "I could help on an undercover mission." Shikaku took out some cash and gave it to his son, saying, "Troublesome." Shikamaru accepted it after nodding his head. They then proceeded to a private room at the rear of the bar. "We should go watch, see how good those kids are," said Choza. The other two nodded their heads and gave him a look. After the group, they drank their drinks. Glancing around the room, Naxina noticed a sizable poker table with Sarutobi seated at it and Aries to his left, who was giving his granddaughter an insane smile. Naxina merely rolled her eyes. Hercules, Sarutobi's uncle to the right, was occupied with avoiding eye contact with his niece. Since Aries and Naxina were playing against each other, he knew that this night would end badly. Gazing at Aries, Naxina asked, "Grandpa, what are you doing her?" Aries smiled still wider. "I was out for a walk and ran into Sarutobi here and he told me about poker night and I thought it would be fun and also I could get out of your grandmother hair for a while," he stated. Yes, things were going to go south. Naxina gave him an angelic smile and said, "Okay, but the moment you start acting like a bitter loser, I'll call someone and you're going home." A few people thought they saw their breath, and the room's temperature dropped by a few degrees. Ibiki, however, was grinning. He thought to himself, "I think I need to get these kids training in T&I very soon." The three of them, Ino, Shika, and Cho, stood staring. They had never witnessed such a display from a genin. Her murderous intent was to create monsters that would surpass anything they could accomplish. Secret location in Iowa. Commander. The girl and her grandmother are shown in a number of our photos. Additionally, they have been spotted with two odd men at all times. There are also pictures of the girls from the genin team with their senseis. The girl has been paired with the heirs of the Haya, Ga and Nara clans. The senseis that have been cited thus far are Anbu Commander Dragon, Ibiki's head of T&I, and Anko, Ibiki's right hand. That's all I've managed to collect. Gollum. Interesting, the figure thought. Game of private poker. Following Kakashi, Itachi, Kurenai, Asuma, and Hiyashi, Sume entered the rear room. The leader of the Haya, Ga clan gazed at his daughter in dismay. He asked his daughter, Hinata, what are you doing here? Hinata smiled as she turned to face her father. It is team training, for we never know if we will have to go undercover in a gambling den. He replied. After giving it some thought, Hiyashi nodded his head. He winked at her and said, also it does come in handy with clan negations. Alongside Xena, Xena walked around the house gathering items and perusing a number of sealing books. Using various seals that she thought would transform the world, she had been creating her own book. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Tsunade, who appeared anxious about seeing her family for the first time, asked, are you sure someone is here, Jiraiya? When Xena heard a woman's voice, she said, Jiraiya. I wonder what he's doing. As she opened the door, she asked herself. Xena smiled at the man and turned to face the woman in front of her, saying, hello. Jiraiya, it's been a while. Staring at the goddess in front of her, Tsunade exclaimed, you're my great-grandmother. Her voice trailed off. A game of poker. The game had been going on for a few hours. As she folded, Sume winked at Hercules and declared, I'm out. If I keep playing I'm bound to lose my shirt. After losing almost everything to his brother and niece, Hercules sat there wearing only his pants and complained, I swear you two are the worst to play against. Each player was gradually knocked out by Naxina and Ares, who shocked and stunned everyone with how vicious this girl could be when she was gambling. Naxina said in an angelic voice, Grandpa, you might as well give up now. Ares narrowed his eyes at her and calmly said, not going to happen. However, everyone could see that he would eventually lose it if they continued. With 3 aces in his hand, Ares grinned slightly and said, I call. As she placed her cards on the table, Naxina smiled. The girl had a straight face in front of everyone, and she told her grandfather, looks I win. Ibiki simply started laughing and remarked, this girl would do wonders in a tournament. The 2 devoted members of the civilian council had shown him a lot of money, which Sarutobi had been reviewing. It seemed they had been embezzling from the shinobi program. Sarutobi whispered to Ibiki, we might have some of our best players enter the card tournament to replace some funding. The Scarface man nodded. Hinata and Shikamaru were competent, but Naxina was his weakness. The god of fortune smile upon you once more. Ares sat there, sulking over his granddaughter's defeat once more. Yes, it appears to be. Naxina smiled and said, I'll have to make him some more cookies and thank him again. Ares and Hercules merely rolled their eyes while everyone else gazed at the girl. Midnight has already arrived, I have to go home. The 3rd Hokage got up and walked out of the room, saying, because I have a lot of paperwork waiting for me. Hiyashi put his hand on his daughter's shoulder and said, come Hinata, you have a mission tomorrow morning. Yes, father. Hinata turned to face senseis and her teammates, saying, good night and see you in the morning. She then departed. Shikamaru, please relax. Shikaku got up and wished everyone a good night, saying, your mother is probably worried sick. Shikamaru said, troublesome, as he sulked at his father. Ibiki gave Naxina a nod, and the girl smiled back at him while yawning and securing all of her winnings. Grinning, Anko watched as she jumped on Hercules' back while eyeing him. Do you want me to drop you off at home, Anko? Hercules asked. She put her chin on his shoulder and smiled, saying, I wouldn't mind going home with you tonight. Ibiki snorted, finished his drink, and walked out of the bar while Hercules stared at her in shock. At home, Ares and Hercules were chatting away as they passed through the front door when they heard Xena conversing with someone in the kitchen. The 2 men exchanged glances before entering the kitchen, where they discovered 2 more people conversing with Xena at the table. Xena glanced at the small group and said, about you 4 are home. Wait for, Anko is here, but why? She inquired. She jumped on my back and fell asleep shortly after walking out of the bar. Hercules looked away, blushing. What were you 2 doing at the bar? Xena asked, raising an eyebrow and turning to face Ares. She inquired. Helping Naxe-chan clean everyone's pockets out in poker. Ares smiled at her and told his wife. At her husband's antics, Xena let out a sigh. It appears nothing has changed with you, Ares. Jiraiya grinned broadly as she sat back and laughed at the two men. Nope, Ares grinned, but who's your girlfriend there? He looked at Tsunade and asked. As she watched Ares nearly collapse in shock, Xena remarked, that would be our other granddaughter. Tsunade studied the blonde on Ares's back, then glanced at the two men and the woman and girl on their backs, raising a golden eyebrow. Hercules looked at Xena and said, let's put them to bed and we can come back and talk. She nodded. The two men carried the two to Naxina's room, where they were placed and covered. After shutting the door, they both went back to the others. She's Mito's granddaughter, then. As he walked around Tsunade, examining her, Ares asked, I can feel our blood in her veins. I can also tell she awoke some of it. He turned to face Xena. The woman simply gave him a nod. The female, is she the daughter of Kushina and Minato? With a picture in her hands, Tsunade asked. She is, indeed, the Uzumaki clan's final member. You are the last of the Senju clan, Ares said, turning to face his wife. Both clans were warriors in their time. Would if I would meet the other. Tsunade sat there, taking it all in. She had more family. Tsunade learned about the family she had never heard of, and the group continued to discuss everything until the very next morning. Naxina awoke gradually to the early light of the dawn, but something was amiss. She felt a weight that she couldn't identify, and as it moved slowly, she grumbled and moaned. As Naxina attempted to identify the voice she had just heard, it said, stop moving and let me sleep. Anko. As Naxina pushed her sensei off of her, Anko fell off the girl and landed on the floor, along with a number of pillows and all the blankets. Hell, what the fuck? As she slowly got off the ground, Anko yelled. Rolling her eyes, she sat up and slowly stood up off the bed. Hey, don't yell at me. You're the one that was in my bed and sleeping on top of me. As she made her way to her bedroom door, Naxina remarked, so that's what you get. Better hurry for Uncle Hercules will eat all the food and leave us nothing to eat. Running out of the bedroom and down the stairs to the kitchen, where they discovered Xena cooking and 4 people sipping tea and coffee at the kitchen table, Anko was right behind her. As Naxina sat down and observed Anko sitting directly beside her uncle, resting her head on his shoulder, she said, morning. Everyone laughed at the two, and Hercules blushed and said, morning Anko. Anko grinned and said, good morning, hunk. She looked up at him and pouted, saying, I was lonely this morning. Hercules said, Umayuro, after being rendered incoherent. I apologize for letting you down last night. However, you and Naxe were both sleeping soundly while we took care of some family business. Ares smiled at his brother and his girlfriend, and said, we didn't have the heart to wake you too. Really? Gazing at her grandfather, Naxina asked. Ares extended his hand to the blonde woman, who appeared to be in her late 20s, and said, yes, I would like you to meet your cousin Tsunade Senju. After studying Tsunade, who seemed to be looking into the woman's soul, Naxina raised an eyebrow in response, saying, she has tapped into a little of her goddess abilities. Because she has significantly slowed down her aging process. But it was only triggered after she had a great loss, the girl said, as Ibiki emerged from the shadows of the dim hallway and Hinata and Shikamaru entered the kitchen to take seats. As the others entered the kitchen, Tsunade observed and asked, what are you talking about? With a slightly perplexed expression on her face, she asked Naxina. You are a demigod, according to her. You will therefore be difficult to kill and live for a very long time. With plates of pancakes, eggs, and bacon, Xena said, there are only a few ways to kill you. 3 more clones materialized behind her, carrying additional plates of food for everyone. As she joined them, everyone grinned and started eating. When they were done, Naxina turned to face Anko and asked, are you going to go home and get dressed or do the walk of shame for the rest of the day? She smirked at her part-time sensei and asked. As the girl leapt onto Hercules' lap, Anko smirked and said, it really isn't the walk of shame until someone gets laid. I'm sure someone would like to have a cuddles buddy for his little nap he will be having soon. She smiled as she saw Hercules wake up and turn bright red. Well, Anko. With Anko still in his arms, Hercules said, please stop that. He slowly got up, placed her on the chair, and walked to his bedroom. Running to his room, Anko smirked as she locked the door and slammed it shut. As he pulled out his notepad and made some notes about what he had just witnessed, Jiraiya simply laughed and remarked, this is gold, before putting the notepad away. Ibiki simply sighed and said, I guess I will not be seeing her for the rest of the day. It was troublesome, Shikamaru said, Naxina rolled her eyes and turned to face her sensei. So, will we be going on a mission soon? As her teammates turned to face the big, intimidating man they dubbed sensei, she posed the question. Well, we will start with a simple mission for you three. He smirked as he cleared his throat. All of the genin felt a chill go down their spines at this point because of his smirk, which made them uneasy. They all rose, walked out of the house, and headed for the Hokage Tower. Okay, Naxe-chan. How come Tsunade was at your house? Hinata asked, turning to face her teammate and friend. I'm not sure. When I woke up this morning, she was there. However, I suppose she is related to me. I am certain of that much, Naxina said. Ibiki watched her and continued to walk while listening to his student. So you're a member of the Senju clan. Consult Shikamaru. To be completely honest, I don't know anything about that. I would have to ask her and either my parents or my grandparents about that. However, it will be 3 months before I see my mother again, Naxina said. Ibiki said, are you going to be going to the world of the kami? Did he ask? Not really, she said, turning to face her sensei. In the interim, we will cross paths. However, it will primarily be for specialized training. According to my mother, I will be maturing in relation to a portion of my ancestry that is part of the Uzumaki clan. Furthermore, it is not our chakra chains that are the source of this phenomenon, which primarily affects the female members of the clan. They are useful to me. She informed her sensei, I haven't needed them lately. When she was done speaking, they went into the mission report room, where the third Hokage sat at the large table, grinning and holding a red scroll, as if he hadn't slept a wink that night. I am glad you three are here, he said. He declared, I have a special mission for you three. Shikamaru sighed and said, why do I have a bad feeling about this mission? As her eyes returned to normal, Hinata said, because it is the mission for that demon cat. Yes, you will be finding Tora, Ibiki said, grinning at the three of them. He smiled at them and said, many people think the cat is a real demon because it has existed since the third Hokage was a child. Stepping forward, Hinata removed the scroll from the grasp of their leaders. I am aware that this is retaliation for last night. However, I will tell you. If you hadn't brought my uncle and grandfather along, it wouldn't have been so horrible. Naxina smiled at the man and said, because we three have the luck of the devil as we have been told before. Lycaon snarled as she confronted Tora. Lycaon was going to drag the Fire Damiano's wife's cat back to the depths of hell because it was a real demon. As Naxina called forth her chakra chains, Lycaon growled, that is no normal cat. She is a demon. When Tora slammed her tail to the ground and a ring of fire encircled her, Shikamaru was in his new fighting stance, ready to attack the cat. The cat jumped and backflipped into the air to attack him, grinning at him. Hinata leapt to her feet and closed a chakra port by striking Tora in the belly. As Naxina's chains encircled the feline, this knocked Tora off course. The cat's gaze shifted to the girl. The cat snarled, damn you Uzumaki woman and your accursed chakra chains. Watching his students battle the fabled demon cat of the Fire Lord's wife, Ibiki leapt from the tree branch he was standing on. So, Tora, are you a demon or a summons that is bound to the wives of all Fire Lords? He asked the cat. Tora raised her gaze to the man. She had icy eyes. I am a summons that is bound to his family and have been made the pet of all wives. It is a punishment I must endure till the boss summons allows me my freedom. She yelled. Tora was drawn nearer to Naxina. I'm sorry Tora for the punishment you have to endure. But if you told her that she is hurting you, she might change, she stated to the furious cat. As Ibiki held open a cat carrier and Naxina placed her inside, Hinata and Shikamaru approached her. She said to Tora and Ibiki, thank you. I'm sorry Tora. As they made their way back to the Hokage Tower, Ibiki remarked, well done you three. You now have the quickest time at catching Tora. Hinata, who was finally overcoming her shyness, was asked, what was the last quickest time and who held it? Ibiki glanced at the girl below. 1 hour and it was held by Kushina Uzumaki and her team. Your team was able to catch her in 30 minutes. He informed them. Gazing down at the cat carrier, Naxina said, wow. No wonder she didn't like my chakra chains. Enko emerged in front of the group, frowning, after 10 minutes of walking toward the Hokage Tower and conversing. She asked them, so how was the mission? It went well, Shikamaru stated. He opened the door for Naxina and Hinata as he passed Enko. Enko and Ibiki both gave the boy a sly smile. They were aware that he was infatuated with Naxina. All he did was roll his eyes at his two senseis. They found Teams 7 and 8 waiting for their missions in front of the Hokage as they proceeded down the hallway to the missions room. Mach 3rd, grinning at them, Team 10 back already. Did you not catch Tora? Hinata, Shikamaru, and Naxina all grinned at the elderly man. We have her right here, old man, Naxina said, setting the carrier on his desk, revealing a hissing Tora inside. With both of her heads fixed on the cat carrier, Lycown growled, if you give my sister that mission once more, I shall eat that demon or drag her to hell. The hellhound wolf whimpered and Kiba moved away. Sasuke glared at the hellhound and demanded, put a leash on that mutt. Lycown glared at Sasuke with both of her heads. Her eyes flashed crimson, and flames appeared in her mouths and paws. I would say the same as you. For you are a worth mutt that is all bark and not bite. Naxina patted her sister's heads and said, that will be enough, Lycown. You do not need to dirty your paws on that trash. When Lycown glanced up at Naxina, her flames were gone. Lycown turned away and stood by the door, saying, fine, but next time I'm taking a nice bite out of him. Attacking while remaining silent to protect her sister and her group. Sarutobi went pale after witnessing the events. He glanced at all the scrolls on his desk and said, okay, this will be your last Tora mission. He extended a green scroll to them and said, here is your real C-rank mission. Ibiki asked, Lord Hokage, what will our mission be? Sarutobi examined Ibiki's team as well as the other two. Your team will take the lead in this mission that will go up to an A- rank leveling to an S rank. The Lord of the Land of Waves was murdered, but he managed to get his last message out with a bridge builder named Tazuna. He is here seeking help to save his country. The threat to the village will be located and eliminated by your team. Team 8 will look after his family, while Team 7 will protect the bridge construction. Ibiki and the other two sensei were told, but you might be able to take anyone from either team to add on to whatever you need done. Ibiki scanned the other two teams, examining each child. Anko merely grinned, viewing them as prey. All 6 genin shuddered under their stares. Naxina and her group simply sighed at their sensei's antics. Show Tazuna in, please. The third Hokage said. Lord Hokage, this is Tazuna. Tora bowed and disappeared as an ambush showed an inebriated old man into the mission's office. Only one of these teams looks like they are able to take care of me, Tazuna said, glancing at Ibiki, the students who stood beside him, and the half-dressed woman who put her arms around the tall blonde girl. He then turned to face the other two Jonin senseis and their students. Are the other two merely there to provide babysitting services? He questioned the third. Lycown snorted the man and said, they need more training. You stink of sake. Lycown snorted at him. As he blacked out, Tazuna half screamed and pissed himself. As everyone gazed at the wolf hellhound, their perspiration stopped. Really, you had to go frighten the man to death? Asked Naxina as she was next to the man looking him over. She put a green charca-covered hand over the man and ran it over him. She sighed in relief. He is still alive, she informed everyone, I just blacked out. He turned to face the 3 teams and said, Neko and Tora, take him to the hospital. You all will be ready to move when he awakes, he ordered. After giving each other a nod, the 3 teams departed the tower and office. Xena and Tsunade were standing outside the tower. When Xena saw her granddaughter and her team, she said, hey. Naxina approached both women and gave Xena a hug. Grandma, Naxina exclaimed, grinning. She informed the 2 women, we have our first out-of-village mission. Xena grinned at her, well, it is a good thing I jerked some meat for traveling. Enough for everyone here and then some. This will help you all on not needed to stop for eating. As well, I have been drying fruit for you as well. Also, some fresh fruit sealed in several scrolls. She explained to them. They were joined by the other members of Team 10. Ibiki said, thank you Lady Xena for thinking of us all. Xena gave him a smile. It was no trouble, I knew this day was coming and it is easier to travel this way. For that is one of the ways I would travel so long ago. Also, before I forget, Hephaestus has sent the new weapons he has made for your teammates and senseis. He also put seals on them from the weapons to return to their owner. All they have to do is place the seal on their hands or on their pouches and the weapons will return to it. Xena said as she raised 5 scrolls that had names written on them. Also, there is a new armor mess he has been working on that he believes that would work better than what you all have been using. If the trail test goes well, he will send the rest to stock the village shinobi with. Naxina grinned as she took the scrolls and gave them to the esteemed individual, saying, wow, thank you Grandma. I will have to make him some more sweet cakes and sweet wine and visit him soon. I have just sent him some sweet wine, and some wild pig that Lycaon caught last night, said Xena. Hinata bowed to Xena and said, Lord Hephaestus has honored us with these weapons. Suit was likewise followed by Shikamaru. I would like to give him a gift as well for these gifts he has given us, said with a bow. At that moment, Xena was surrounded by a golden light. The goddess of love, Aphrodite, was standing beside the warrior goddess. With a surfboard in her left arm, Aphrodite asked, Hey kiddo, how's it been hanging? Came to see if you like to catch a few waves. Auntie Aphrodite, I'm sorry I am not able to. I have a mission to a place that is very ironic at this moment. We are heading to the land of waves. Naxina replied. Hearing her niece say no, Aphrodite pouted, saying, Awa Euro, I was looking for someone to hang out with and have some fun. To gaze at the goddess of love, every man and even a few women halted. As she attracted Aphrodite's attention, Xena said, Aphrodite, you are more than welcome to meet your other niece. She looks over at Xena and the woman with the blonde hair beside her. Aphrodite glanced over at Tsunade and grinned, asking, We have another one still alive. She winked at the other blonde and said, Yeah, she is ours. She has awakened her goddess blood. She might give me a little run for my money. But just a little. Naxina sighed and hung her head low, asking, Does everyone in my family always flirt with everyone? Aphrodite grinned and said, Pretty much. She declared to everyone, Anyways, I am the goddess of love and I love to flirt. She informed Xena, My husband also enjoyed the sweet wine you made him. With a gentle smile, Xena said, I'm glad to hear that. Ibiki cleared his throat. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have to get ready for our mission and we will be meeting at the south gates in 30 minutes. He informed everyone. Xena gave a head nod. She turns to go with Tsunade, Aphrodite, who hooks her arm, and Naxina, who follows them with Lycaon. I'll go back to the house with Naxina and help her pack and get the supplies I told you about sealed away for everyone. As they nodded and instructed their students to prepare and meet at the south gates in half an hour, Ibiki glanced at the other Jonin. After 30 minutes, Ibiki, Tazuna, Kakashi, Kurenai, and their pupils were standing at the gate. However, Lycaon was right behind Naxina as she ran. As Anko emerged behind her, Naxina bowed to her sensei and said, Sorry, I am late. Anko grinned sheepishly and said, It was my fault. She was trying to pull me away from her uncle. All Ibiki did was roll his eyes. As Team 10 formed a diamond formation with Lycaon running head to scout out for them and Tazuna in the center, he gave the order, Let's good. The other genin watched their old classmates in disbelief. They performed better than a wet behind the ears genin team, more like a well-oiled Anbu team. Both Kakashi and Kurenai acknowledged that in order to get their teams to perform as well as Team Ibiki, they would need to put in more effort. Ibiki took the lead, with Kurenai to Shikamaru's left and Anko to Naxina's left, while the others split up in pairs behind Team 10. Kakashi fell back and took the back. Tazuna felt secure because he had finished his previous project. He had the impression that he was in the capable hands of real warriors because of Team Ibiki. Some of the others, in his opinion, were merely pretending to be ninjas. After several hours of travel, Lycaon hurried back to the group and headed straight for Ibiki. There are 2 ninjas ahead hiding in a genjutsu. They smell of blood and water and something strange, she stated to Ibiki. Ibiki stopped walking and his team did the same, saying, Good. Thank you. Before the others could respond, Ibiki spoke, and they all stopped. Naxina, Shikamaru, and Hinata. Get ready to attack. Naxina, I want you to make shadow clones of everyone and mix into the ranks. For this is your first test in capture, instructed Ibiki. As Anko assumed command, Naxina went to work creating shadow clones of everyone and returning to formation. Anko smirked at her 2 friends and said, Okay everyone. Go into the forest and stay in the shadows and watch what a well-trained team can do. They discovered the 2 water puddles on either side of the road after walking for a few minutes. 2 men with razor blade chains fastened to their gauntlets emerged from the water as they were pasting, attempting to ensnare Kakashi and them. However, the man with the silver hair vanished in smoke. With the exception of the 3 genin and jonin, the others followed suit. When Naxina arrived at work, she threw her sword in the middle of the chain, pinned Hinata and Shikamaru behind them, struck them both in the neck with a poison senbon, and swiftly tied them up. Ibiki approached the 2 men. The poison my students used on you will freeze your body and only allow to breath and talk. He stated to the 2 individuals. Ibiki asked, now tell me. Who hired you both? We do not have to tell you anything. Both men said, glaring at the man with the scare. Lycaon approached the two men who were licking her chops with a smile. As both men went pale, she remarked, they look good enough to eat. This wolf was unlike anything they had ever seen earlier in their brief and sorrowful lives. One of the demon brothers remarked, Gato. He hired our boss. Yeah, we are just following Zabuza's orders. We are only doing it to help the rebellion fighting to save our home. The other brother replied. Ibiki gave Lycaon a sly smile. Ibiki turned to his team and thought, I need to take her to work with me sometime. He said, now, what should we do with them? They are missing ninjas and we could just send them back to the village for the bounty on their heads. Hinata replied. That would work, but they do not have that high of a bounty as Zabuza and would only get us enough money like a standard C-rank mission. Shikamaru replied. Why not recruit them? With them becoming part of the village they will bring in more money that way as well. We get 2 new allies and in this world. Allies are more valuable, Naxina replied. Ibiki weighed out each student's recommendations after examining them. Naxina, use one of your summonses to drop them off for Commander Dragon and Hokage-sama to deal with them. He told her as she flows though the hand signs to summon. Naxina exclaimed, summoning jutsu foxes. As a huge black fox the size of a horse materialized. Mystic said, hey Naxe. Got some work for me. As Naxina gave the note to the big fox summons, she said, hey Mystic. Could you take these 2 to the Hokage and Commander Dragon and along with this note? Mystic glanced at the 2 men in chains. He flashed his teeth at the 2 men and said, sure. I'll drop them off, but if they fight me, I can't make any promises. Both of those men fainted in terror. Mystic and the demon brothers had disappeared from the road in a puff of smoke. The others emerged from the forest to witness how swiftly Team 10 had defeated 2 experienced Chunin. Ibiki said, good work team. Let us take a 15-minute break. Naxina unsealed the scrolls that her grandmother had prepared for them, and everyone nodded. She knew Choji's clan needed to eat for their fighting style, so she made him a special one. Sasuke glared at Naxina and her teammates and demanded, how in the hell were those losers able to do that? We train until dusk and then we study and train in sealing, medical jutsu, poison making and other things till it is time for us to rest, said Hinata. Shikamaru sat down beside Naxina and remarked, as well we work as one. For there is no I in team. We learn the true meaning of teamwork, for one misstep and one of us to all of us can die. We believe and trust each other. This trust only makes us stronger. Something Ibiki-sensei, Enko-sensei and my family drilled into our heads. But we are not always working. We do have fun and play, Naxina said with a wink to Shikamaru. Lycaon smiled at everyone and said, yeah, it's fun to see Naxe make grown men cry when she beats them in poker. The memory of Naxina defeating the elders in multiple poker hands when they noticed her new style and attempted to punish the girl made Hinata laugh. However, Naxina left them in their underwear after challenging them to a game of poker. Something that was hilarious to watch but terrified the genin for life. I always train, but I haven't gotten stronger. All my team has done is hold me back, Sasuke grumbled. He was laughed at by Naxina. No, they haven't. You're the one that is holding them back, for you think your shit doesn't stink and you are nothing but a worthless child. Only when you work as one with your team, that is when you will get stronger, she stated. Sasuke leapt to his feet and attempted to hit Naxina, but the girl grabbed his hand, twisted his arm behind his back, and slammed him face first to the ground. As she released him, she said, if I were you, I wouldn't try that again. Sasuke glared at the blonde as he performed the hand signals for a fire jutsu, but Shikamaru backhanded him into a tree, stopping him in his tracks. Sasuke growled as he pushed himself up from the ground. With a hardened glare, he said, that will be enough out of you, Uchiha. Sasuke fell hard to the ground, coughing up some blood as he struck the tree. Ibiki looked over at Kakashi. You would do better to get that boy under control, before I have him in for a psychological review and pulled from the program. He replied with a smirk. Kakashi picked up his pupil and swung him over his shoulder while nodding his head. Sakura gave Team 10 a scowl. I'll hold them accountable for this. She thought to herself, no one has the right to do this to my Sasuke-kun. Let me go. That little bastard will pay for what he did to me, yelled Sasuke from where he hung as Kakashi entered the forest with his student over his shoulder, now kicking and screaming at the man with the silver hair. Kakashi merely let out a sigh. As she let him fall to the forest floor, he told the pampered boy, "Sasuke, that is enough from you. They have a point. You are holding back your teammates with your behavior. No single person or shinobi is stronger without the help of their teammates, friends or family," he stated. Sasuke gave him a fierce look. "I don't need them. I need to get stronger for avenge my family from that accused knight." He began to sob. Kakashi sighed and said, "With them they can help you heal and become stronger. Maybe even move on from this." Sasuke did nothing but sit. He glared at absolutely nothing and said nothing. Kakashi simply stood there gazing up at the heavens. "To be honest, I am unable to accomplish this. Not with this child," he thought to himself. "I am dealing with my own problems." Sasuke gradually raised himself off the ground during this period. Is he correct, or is he guiding me in a deceptive manner? He asked himself this question. As he turned his back to his sensei and walked back to the others before stopping. He began to say, "I'll try your way for now. But if your way doesn't work." Anko approached the two, but he stopped short. Anko smiled and said, "Okay drama queens, it's time to move out." Kakashi gave her a smile. He put his hand on Sasuke's shoulder and pushed the boy back to the others, saying, "Right. We can't keep the others waiting." Ibiki watched the two come back, Anko chatting away about something, Kakashi nodding to her while he read his book, and Sasuke glaring at everyone as he picked up his pack. Before joining his teammates in line, he took out a bottle of water, spit a few times, put it away, and put it back. As they continued down the ancient dirt road that led to the land of Wave, his team re-established their formation around the elderly inebriated man. While keeping an eye out for any trouble, Naxina strolled alongside Kurama, conversing with her. She tells him, "I don't know why Gigi gave us this mission. There must be something going on with the old monkey. Perhaps he wants to see how good your team is." Watching out of her eyes, Kurama said. "That could be it. It doesn't feel right, though." Naxina sighed and hung her head, saying, "Something about this is all wrong." As he smirked at her response in her mindscape, Kurama remarked, "He might be trying to get you into the bingo book a lot sooner than before. You are being hunted by the other nations for who your parents are. Go to hell with it all. If we survive this or something." Naxina's eyes widened, and she wanted to give the other man a piece of her mind right now. "I'll put myself and teammates into the spotlight in the shinobi world as up-and-coming shinobi to beware of." Hinata and Shikamaru observed their teammate. They both had the same idea about why they had been assigned to such a high-level assignment, and they were aware that something was upsetting her. They had been working hard during team training, alone, with their families, and with each other, and they had only completed 30D rank missions. Were they truly prepared? Team Ibiki's three members exchanged sly looks with one another. They had to work even harder now to become legendary because this was going to be their big debut in the shinobi world. Because they were unwilling to live in the shadow of their parents. As the village's top oddball and Jonin commander, Shikamaru aspires to emerge from his father's shadow. Hinata for both of her parents' shadows. Because her mother was a teammate of Kushina Uzumaki and was renowned for her archery and peculiar, gentle fist style. He was a teammate of Minato Kamikaze and gained notoriety for his bloodthirst on the battlefield and in politics, something that was no longer typical in the Hyuga family and his father's shadow. Next is Naxina, who was shunned by both her parents and her grandparents, despite the fact that Ares and Xena had passed away so long ago. She was still in the background of all the new books Jiraiya had been writing about them. She also wanted to outdo her godparents. That was one of the three Genin's common goals. They aspired to become famous only for themselves and to outdo everyone they loved. "All right maggots, we will be reaching the land of fire and land of wave borders shortly. Naxina, make clones and take Kiba and Hinata with you to scout ahead of us. Your hellhounds should be at the shore by now," Ibiki said while staring at everyone. Both Hinata and Naxina said, "Hi sensei." Kiba nodded his head tremblingly to the frightful man while his partner whimpered in his jacket. "By the way, Naxina, have Leonia train that puppy there in proper tracking and scouting," instructed Ibiki. With a simple nod, Naxina disappeared into the trees that followed Hinata and Kiba. Naxina paused in the trees and circulated her chakra in the neighborhood. Only the teams and Leonia's locations were returned. Although there were no enemies nearby, chakra could also be concealed. When Kiba smelled the air, she could only detect the scent of the sea and a few nearby wolves. They appeared to have detected the hellhound's scent. He said to the girl with blonde hair, "I don't smell anything besides a wolf pack making its way to your partner." Hinata's gaze swept over the space. She told her teammates, "It's all clear." A big boat is anchored at the shore, and a man is staring at Leonia in terror. "All right, I'll send a summons to Ibiki-sensei and inform him, and we head out and secure the boat and the surrounding area." Summoning Jutsu Fox, the child yelled. A small red massager fox materialized in front of them. "Hey Blaze, could you inform Ibiki-sensei that the area is clear and there is a boat docked awaiting us?" she said to the tiny fox. As she disappeared into the forest, Blaze said, "Sure, thing Naxe." Returning with Ibiki, Blaze materialized in front of Ibiki. Ibiki glanced at the little red fox below. Ibiki ordered, "Report. Coast is clear. There is a large boat docked at the shoreline in Naxe and the others went ahead to secure it for safe passage across the sea," said Blaze with a smirk. Ibiki glanced at the others, nodded his head, and threw her a tiny piece of jerked meat. He gave everyone the order, "Rest time is over, and we need to meet out with the others." Shikamaru followed Tazuna to the left, Choji to the right, Ino to the front, and Sasuke to the back. Ibiki smiled. "Good, they're learning," he reflected. The small group moved carefully, paying attention to their surroundings and keeping their hands close to a weapon or ready to form any jutsus they could at a moment's notice. After crossing a small hill, they came to a clearing where Naxina was standing with her arms crossed and staring at a woman with golden blonde hair who had a big board in her arm. Naxina sighed in exasperation and said, "Auntie, I told you I'm on a mission and I am unable to join you for surfing at the moment." The woman turned around to the sound of someone clearing their throat and said, "Oh kiddo. You have some time, your team hasn't shown up just yet." Ibiki and the others were standing there observing the woman wearing a baby pink bikini with lace running down the back of the top, arms attached to cuffs, and loose flowing lace on the bottoms that resembled a skirt and golden flats. Ibiki recalled seeing this woman with Xena earlier and said, "My student is right. There isn't any time at this moment to have fun." Aphrodite sulked at Ibiki. She believed that since it always worked with her husband, this would let her get what she wanted. Naxina wanted to simply complete her mission, so she asked Auntie Aphrodite, "How about we go surfing after my mission is over?" Aphrodite gave Naxina a look. She crossed her lips in a tiny smirk. She turned to Ibiki, who was examining the woman in front of Naxe, and said, "How about this? I tag along and check out the waves as we cross the water, and the second this mission is over, we can have a little fun, and if they agree we can head to Uzu and get a few things from there for you." As Ibiki gazed at the goddess in front of him, he thought, so, there might still be items that weren't stolen during the Third War left for the girl. As Naxina appeared somewhat surprised but also thrilled about this, he said, "That is fine. The third Hokage has been wanting to send someone to Uzu to do some scouting." As Naxe and Aphrodite walked on the water, they all led into the big boat. As her niece blushed profusely, she said, "You know that boy on your team really likes you." As Naxina's partner Leonia walked alongside her partner and best friend, all she could say was, "I know." After creating multiple clones, Naxina had to scout ahead of the group, in case someone was at the shoreline waiting for them. This was her first significant opportunity to see if she could complete the mission, which was rapidly rising in rank. One day, become a hero and replace her family. When the clones reached the shore, 3 of them had fled frantically for the forest, but one of them noticed a faint chakra signature off to her left. As they used the 4th clone as a decoy, they hoped no one had noticed. A young girl with long black hair in a bun with a white bun holder and long black bangs framing her face was seen in the shadows. She had on a black battle kimono, black bike shorts, black sandals with shinobi heels, black fingerless gloves, and a white lynx mask. "I must notify Zabuza-sama." As a strange kunai flew at her and an ice mirror appeared behind her, she thought, "The old man has ninjas with him." She had already left. The eye of the Naxina clone twitched. As she vanished into smoke, leaving only her kunai behind, she thought to herself, "Damn it." Naxina looked to her teammates and froze in place. "We have been spotted. I couldn't catch our spy for they vanished in an ice mirror. So, we are going up against someone with an ice bloodline," she told them. Ibiki gave this information a nod. He filed it away for later, thinking to himself, so, one of them made it out of the bloodline wars. He looked at Sasuke and said, "Be on guard. Because who we will be facing next will be either a S-class missing nin, and I do not want anyone playing hero or anything," who simply turned his head away from the big scare face guy and scuffed. Everyone was alert when they made landfall. The old bridge builder was once again the center of Team Ibiki's formation. Shutting her eyes, Naxina called forth a number of Lionia's siblings to assist with scouting. The 4 hellhounds nodded and fled as Naxina gave the order, Skull, Hati, Mystic. Along with your sister I need you to scout ahead of us and disable any traps awaiting us. While the other 2 stayed on the ground and in the shadows, Lionia and Hati took to the trees. Hiba looked over at Naxina. He questioned in shock, they have more than just 2 heads. Naxina regarded him as though his head had fallen off. As though it were well known, she informed him, yeah. All the pups but for Lionia were born with 3 heads like their mother Cerberus and their father Kerberos. Hiba could only give a stupid nod. Further into the forest, a man wearing camouflage pants with gray and black prints and arm warmers stood with a big sword strapped to his back and a leather strap across his chest. He had bandages wrapped around his face and arms. He stood in wait for his little pet to return with the demon brothers. Where are they? It shouldn't take them this long to kill an old man. He growled out to himself. At that moment, an ice mirror materialized directly in front of him, and the girl in the hunter ninja outfit emerged. Report Haku, gave the bandage man instructions. She takes off her mask and looks up at her master while bowing before him. As the now named Zabuza raised a hairless eyebrow, she informed him, Zabuza-sama, we have trouble. Spit it out, Zabuza was told. The bridge build has 3 genin teams with him. But there is one team that I worry about, for they have a 2-headed wolf thing and the girl that appears to be the leader of the group is able to make solid clones. As well, it appears that Ibiki and Anko are with them. Haku said because she was feeling uneasy. About 3 months ago, they received a brand new bingo book that included all of the adults who were with the genin. Ibiki and Anko, asks Zabuza, who appears to be deep in contemplation. It has been 8 years since I have faced off against either of them, but I was sure I left both of them for dead. He thought to himself. He inquired, what of the other sensei? They are Kakashi Hatake and Kurenai Yuhi. Haku said, I believe that Anko and Ibiki have a shared team for how they called them both sensei, and as well there is a mystery woman with them dressed in a pink bikini and pink lace. She keeps talking to the blonde girl that worries me. She stated to him. Zabuza, who was now becoming irritated, said, it doesn't matter. It could be another just tagging along to this land. Our mission is to kill the bridge builder and send that money to the rebel forces. A growling voice emerged from the darkness, saying, I don't believe you will be finishing your job. Another one said, she is right. Zabuza looked to his right while Haku looked to her left, and Haku put her mask back on. As they stood on a branch, a voice said, it will be much easier if you just gave up and came with use without trouble. Ha ha, who's there? Zabuza asked, amused by his assailants. From behind them came the final voice, I wouldn't laugh. At that moment, all 4 of the hellhounds emerged from the shadows, their numerous heads glaring at the 2. Zabuza turned to face the terrified Haku and asked, what the fuck are those things? She turns to face him. She told him, unsure of what to do, the weird wolf thing I was telling about, but 3 of them have 3 heads. Hati, who didn't feel like playing with the 2 humans in front of her, said, we are the future guardians of hell. We are here to take you back to our sister. With a kunai in his mouth that he had been using as a toothpick and had smashed with a single, strong bite, Skull said, we hellhounds are very deadly even at our young age and we never fail a mission. Don't think about using that big toy of yours. For we can bit though it. Haku was getting anxious because one of the other hounds had fire coming from its mouth and paws. This isn't good, Zabuza-sama. The one with the kunai seemed to have ice flames emanating from its mouth and paws, while another had what appeared to be acid as drill. That scared her and made her question whether she could use her ice bloodline for more. Zabuza didn't really carry the question, they are just puppies. What can they do? He would eliminate them all with a single swipe of his sword. I wouldn't try anything on them. For if any one of them are hurt, their mother or father would come up here and trust me. You do not want 2 angry hellhounds the size of Bijus hunting you down. A soft female voice came from above them. As her ice flames licked around her body, Blaze declared, Mama is as strong as the 9 tails. Next to the voice above them, a dark, evil voice growled, that's because when I fought her, I was only at half. Now that I am whole, I'll like to see he try taking me down. When Zabuza and Haku looked up, they saw a blonde girl wearing a black battle kimono standing next to what appeared to be a horse-sized 9-tailed fox. To see what her siblings had discovered, Naxina had secretly replaced herself with a shadow clone. She gave Kurama permission to run outside for a while during that period. Hati, Skull, Blaze, and Lionia said, Naxina ne-chan. Kurama-sama. Zabuza simply gazed up at the girl. He was about to laugh again when he asked, "What does a little girl think she can do against me? The demon of the mist." Kurama growled, knowing he had offended the man beneath them. "The child is stronger than my brother the three tails that is house in your former leader." Kurama had kept watch over his siblings during his time with the gods, determining who would be sealed inside them. It took him some time to figure out what was wrong with his brother, the three-tailed turtle, because both his brother and the holder had been acting strangely. Madara Uchiha had been put in charge of them. Zabuza squinted at the two people in front of him. He snarled at them, "What the hell do you know about what is going on in the mist?" Kurama merely grinned. Kurama's voice was laced with amusement as he said, "I know your village leader has been a puppet to one Madara Uchiha for a while and that he is now dead, and my brother is off someone reforming himself." Zabuza suddenly threw himself at Kurama and Naxina. With a smile on his face, Kurama turned around and used his 9 powerful tails to strike the missing nin in the chest, sending him sailing across the forest to a clearing that Naxina and her group had just entered. They watched as a big man sailed directly across them and collided with a big oak tree as his body slid down it. The other 4 hellhounds lie in the rear, their prisoner shackled in chains that only a god could unfasten, while Naxina and Kurama emerge ahead of the others, her shadow clone rising in smoke. Ibiki was irritated that he had failed to notice the girl replace herself, so he asked, "Naxina, what is the meaning of this?" Naxina said, "Ibiki-sensei, I was checking on something that Leonia and the others had found when I came across Zabuza and his little help Haku. The one that got away from my clone." Zabuza attacked Kurama when he baited the large man. The others stared at her in shock, while the senseis who hadn't noticed the fox emerging from his seal freaked out as it appeared much larger and stood on Zabuza. Kurama applied pressure to Zabuza's body as it rose in the water, asking, "Do you think that a human like yourself can take on the strongest of the tailed bijus?" With his sword out, Zabuza emerged behind Kurama and said, "I don't know. But let's find out." But before the 9-tailed fox could be hit by his blow, having her own sword drawn, Naxina had rushed into the conflict. She would not permit her friend to be harmed by this big man. As his beautiful blue eyes turned from crimson to golden to deep blue, she growled, "I don't think so, no brows. If you want a sword fight, then you will have that with me." The girl's eyes change, and Aphrodite smiles. As the others heard the swords clash again and gave her a slightly perplexed look, she thought to herself, "Soon, very soon." As Naxina drew a second sword and made an X to push Zabuza away from her, sparks were seen flying from the 2 swords. Shikamaru asked, gazing at the goddess of love, "What do you mean soon?" He was aware of Naxina's strength and the fact that no one could defeat her in a sword fight. He therefore sought an explanation for what he had just heard. With her eyes fixed on Naxina, the goddess of love turned to face the young man and said, "Her bloodline is awakening and by her protecting Kurama she is showing that she belongs with us. Soon, very soon she shall be a goddess." With the exception of Team 10, the others watched in shock. They had heard Xena and Ares discuss it on multiple occasions, and they had noticed something unique about Naxina. That girl doesn't require divine abilities. Sasuke raged in his mind, "I need that power to kill him." Aphrodite turned to face Uchiha, who had raven hair. "There is too much darkness in his heart. I have to keep him away from Naxina." With both swords by her side, Naxina stood in front of Zabuza. But she was ready for anything he was going to throw her way. "Don't you think we should step in and save her?" questioned Kakashi as he was getting scared for the girl was facing off against an A- rank missing nin. Ibiki relaxedly gazed at the man in the mask, and Anko grinned. "Don't worry about the girl. She has this handled," Ibiki said. "You can't be serious," exclaimed Kurenai as she was ready to join the fight. "This is my battle and mine alone. I will lose my honor if you enter my fight," said Naruto as she looked over at Kurenai as the Genjutsu mistress took a step back as she could see the power the girl held in her eyes. Zabuza used this as an opportunity to hit the girl. With a forward swing of his sword, he charged at her. As he swung his sword at her she vanished in golden light as thunder could be heard and she appeared behind him with both her sword coming down for the kill. With a quick thought, Zabuza turned and blocked the 2 swords that were descending on him with his enormous sword. Naxina smiled down at Zabuza as she landed on his sword. "You are going to be fun to face," said Naxina as she did a back flip off of Zabuza's massive sword and landed behind him once more. However, she used both swords to hold herself while she kicked the man in the back like a mule, sending him flying into the lake across from the others. Naxina approached the lake with composure. Kurama followed behind her. He was aware that there was something strange about this man and that Naxina might become overwhelmed if he wasn't there to support her. At that moment, a massive water dragon emerged from the water and headed directly for Naxina. Firestorm, called Naxina as a hail of flames and stones came from the heavens, colliding with the enormous aquatic beast. When Zabuza surfaced from the water, he said, "Not bad, brat. That is something I've never seen." Sasuke demanded, "How did she do that without any hand signs?" He was furious that she had used a weapon that his clan had never heard of and that was far more potent than anything he had ever seen. Naxina yelled, "Fox Ring of Fire," as blue flames erupted from her mouth and encircled Zabuza in the water. The water around him started to boil as well. As Haku materialized immediately beside him, Zabuza thought, "This isn't a normal jutsu and I can't go into the water and I can't jump the flames without getting pretty hurt." Haku exclaimed, "Demonic Ice Mirror," as a mirror materialized behind Zabuza for the man to enter. However, he needed to act quickly because the mirror was melting. A second mirror materialized directly beside Haku. Gazing at the girl beside him, Zabuza remarked, "Good timing, Haku." Naxina seemed bored and said, "Zabuza, you are outmatched here. It would be pointless to keep fighting me. Why don't you just flip on your boss?" The girl was conversing with the man while glancing down at her fingernails. Kurama grinned and said, "Even though she isn't using any of my chakras, she is still overwhelming you, demon of the mist." Zabuza, growing weary of this small game, growled, "Shut up, you accursed beast." As Naxina gazed at the man, her eyes had turned to steel. "I just need 1 good hit and you're going to Zabuza." She was clearly not being arrogant. No, what she was saying was accurate because Zabuza was having trouble continuing the fight because he had broken multiple ribs from colliding with the tree, including one inside his lung. "Why should I give up? Why should I flip on the little bastard that has hired me?" asked Zabuza. Kurama grinned. "For a better life, a longer life. For this keep going you're going to die, demon of the mist. Your right lung is taking in too much blood and I don't think the girl next to you is that still of a medic. The most powerful of the bijus." Haku glanced up at her master with concern. She muttered, "Zabuza-sama." Kurama said, "Shocking everyone except Team 10 and their senseis, you don't have to answer us now. Take your time and come back in a week. That should give you time to heal and get a medic to look at you." "What are you up to, Fox?" Ibiki thought to himself. After saying that, Zabuza and Haku disappear, and the others turn to watch Naxina as she puts her swords away and returns to the group. Sakura glared at the demigod in front of her and asked, "What the hell was that?" As he wanted to simply murder the pink banshee in front of him, Kurama remarked, "That is called recruiting the strong." Naxina said, "Let's get to the old man's house so I can rest up and we can make our plan of attack." She was a little tired, but she wasn't close to sparring with her grandfather and uncle. "You've heard her. Let's move on," Ibiki said, feeling both proud of the girl for taking on the nuke nin alone and concerned that she might soon encounter someone completely different from Zabuza. The blonde woman who had been traveling with the brat who had beaten Zabuza had disappeared into the corner, and Zabuza and Haku had returned to their hiding place to tend to and bandage him. From the shadows came the soft melody of a female voice asking, "Do you not plan on joining my niece?" Zabuza simply glared into the darkness, unconcerned, while Haku drew her weapons and prepared to fight. "Give me a good reason to join that brat." He let out a growl. "Because she will become something great in the future and don't you want to be part of history and not just a footnote?" She says, smirking at him as she emerges from the shadows. She questioned him. "What are you aware of?" He was getting sick of her game and wanted to ask Zabuza a question. As Aphrodite turns to face Haku, she says, "I know as the goddess of love you have lost the one woman you have ever truly loved to those bastards during the beginning of the bloodline purge. That is the main reason you adopted that girl," she says. "Because she makes you think of your ex-lover, you have adopted her as your child to raise in her honor. When the girl was unaware of it, how could it be that you had scrolls in her bloodline?" As Zabuza turned away from Haku, who was staring at him with a look of surprise on her pale face, she asked, "I am also known as the god of war's sister. In this shinobi world, a champagne would always be useful to Ares. Because he hasn't had one in a very long time, and one could say that he married her," Aphrodite remarked, grinning. "What's the catch?" Zabuza asked, knowing that he would have to pay a price for everything she was giving him and that this wouldn't come to him for free. "Not much," she says with a sly smile. Simply get together with my grumpy brothers and proceed accordingly. When a shirtless Ares and Hercules appeared in front of her, she snapped her fingers and arched an eyebrow, telling him, "What did I interrupt you to?" "Because what my niece offered you is still on the table." Ares narrowed his eyes at her as she asked. Ares snarled, knowing that he was going to be in for a rough time with Xena. "Yes, I was going to have a nice bath with my wife." Hercules simply chuckles and tells them, "I was just going to get changed to go and spar with my guy." They'll both have to wait until Naxina makes this man an offer, but I think you two would like to meet with him and tell him it's a big one. Aphrodite said, one that he couldn't pass up. When did we walk into a mob film? As Haku gazed at the stunning blonde and the two shirtless men in front of her, she asked. Put on some clothes. It hurt to raise his enormous sword, so Zabuza growled, "You are half naked in front of my daughter." "We are simply dressed as you are," Ares said, raising a raven eyebrow in response. In his dark, smooth voice, he added, "My sister had also interrupted us while we were busy to come and meet with you." Haku was drawn to his voice, but she realized it was a trap and pulled herself together, realizing that facing the wrath of the woman the man was even afraid of would not be good. But with a snap of his finger, Ares and even Hercules were fully clothed in the leather garments they had worn as Greek gods in the past, something they had never grown weary of. Ares simply enjoyed the feel of leather, and Hercules enjoyed leather because it was too tight on his body and stopped bleeding. Even though the insane woman didn't even emit any chakra when she called forth the two men in front of him, Zabuza narrowed his eyes because he didn't sense any chakra as the man changed and was encircled by an odd light. "Permit me to introduce myself. Ares, god of war, is who I am." Ares grinned and said, "One of the many gods of Mount Olympus." Hercules grinned at the man and girl in front of them and said, "I am his brother Hercules." As I previously mentioned, Aphrodite grinned and said, "I am Aphrodite, goddess of love. What makes your niece want my daughter and I to go with her?" Zabuza was thinking that he couldn't deal with these people in front of him and that he would undoubtedly lose to them if that girl was anything like them. Naxina knows when she sees a strong and powerful warrior and wants to recruit those who will aid her in her future on whatever she may have planned. Ares grins. He nodded to the hunter Nin mask in the girl's hand and said, "As well, she figured you are tired of running from all those hunters that are after you. I assume you killed one of those hunters to obtain the girl's mask." Ares smirked knowingly and asked. Zabuza simply gave this a nod. "I also assume you were hired to murder the elderly man she is defending." Ares asked. "I was given the task. I needed the money, and the price was right," Zabuza said, examining Ares. With a knowing expression in his eyes, Ares said, "The man you are serving has no honor and will betray you." "What are you saying?" As Haku gazes at the god in front of her, ask her a question. Gato is a man devoid of honor. As he waited for the man in front of him to react, Ares said, "He has hired other shinobi in the past and has killed them all." "How are you aware of this?" Zabuza's gravelly voice came. "I am the god of war and the god of all warriors," Ares grins. "When you all pass away or engage in combat, I hear your last thoughts and prayers." While waiting for the man's response, he grinned and said, "It doesn't even matter if you worship me or not. As well I could call my uncle and have him summon up the last shinobi that had severed that man." All eyes turned to Haku as she said, "I would like to speak to them." She glanced at Zabuza and then back at Ares. Ares nodded his head and disappeared in a silver light while Hercules and his sister Aphrodite waited in silence for him to return. A few minutes later, Ares reappeared with a man in long black robes, his eyes cold and crimson briefly flashing as the soul of a missing nin from Kumo appeared before them. The man had dark skin and a blue glow, and his eyes scanned the area, spotting Zabuza. The man with the dark skin said, "So you're his latest idiot. You were employed by Gato." As Zabuza examined the spirit in front of him, asked him a question. Haku mustered all her strength and said, "What did Gato do to betray you?" She questioned the ghost in front of her. The girl reminded him of his daughter, whom he will never see again because of his foolish pride, and the man's dark eyes softened for a moment. "I took a job for Gato in the land of demons to kill a prince," the girl said. "I killed the prince's royal guard as part of my duty. I brought the prince's head back to the man's office. I was attacked and killed by his thugs. His right-hand thug, who poses as a former samurai, let me take a few in his eye. That bastard is devoid of honor," he snarled. While Haku was tending to his wounds, Zabuza had sat down in his throne-like chair and waited for Ares to return. He had heard that Gato had been in the land of demons before he had set his sights on the land of Wave, where a nuke nin had killed the prince of the land of demons, but the nin was never found, and Gato's company had taken over the land, despite the fact that there was still a living person in the land of fire who could succeed him. Gato would search for that long-lost heir after he was finished with the land of Wave, and if what this spirit before him was true, it would be wise for him to turn on the troll and support the blonde. Haku bowed to the ghost in front of her and said, "Thank you." "There's no need to thank me," the man said, simply laughing at her. "I just told you the truth about the jerk you work for. However, I would appreciate it if you could help me." He looked at the girl in front of him and said, "I would be appreciative." "Yes, tell me what you would like me to do," Haku asked. "Please inform my daughter Karui that her stupid father has passed away," he said with a smile. He looked at the girl and said, "Because of his stupid pride, and I'm sorry for leaving her and her mother alone for being a fool." Haku nodded in agreement. "What's your name, Shinobi-san?" She asks him a question. Before fading away, he smiled and said, "Krillin." As the god of the underworld turned to face the young ice user and her father, he vanished into the robes of Hades. "Leave the light child alone," Hades said. "There is much good you two could still do for those of the living world, and it is too soon to welcome you to the underworld." He vanished from their sides as he rose in black flames. Haku looked up to Zabuza because, for the first time in her life, she had experienced fear. She wasn't ready to die just yet, and Zabuza could see the feelings in the girl's eyes. He didn't want to lose her the way he had lost his love so long ago due to that damned bloodline purge. "All right, I'll take care of Haku." He looked at Aphrodite, who was grinning naively at him, and said, "I can't leave her alone to the lot of you." As he glanced at Zabuza and the girl, Ares simply laughed and said, "It looks like he has you figured, you sister. Keep my niece safe." Because Ares and I are about to depart from this life. Because Kami is the new ruler, she has only given us a brief visit to her world, he said. As Aphrodite approached Zabuza and her hand started to glow a gentle golden light, Zabuza nodded his head and said, "This time, I will heal you. However, if you betray my niece, dealing with my husband will not be enjoyable for you." She cautioned him, "Because I am his golden heart, and she is his golden light." Following her healing of the man, Aphrodite disappeared in a pink light, and Zabuza simply nodded his head in agreement as Ares and Hercules both disappeared in silver and golden lights. Zabuza and Haku wanted to see what this girl would be doing in the future, so they knew it was time to pack up and find the girl they would be following. The home of Tazuna. Because Sakura's inflated ego was outshining her grandfather, Naxina sat on the front steps of the house because she was sick of sitting inside listening to her rave about how amazing Sasuke is. From behind her came a slack-jawed voice, "So this is where you ran off to?" Shikamaru was standing above her when she looked up. "Yeah, I needed to leave Team 7. Sasuke is just, and Sakura is something else." As he sat down beside her, she told him, "He's just annoying." "Yes, but you're really fortunate." Shikamaru smiled at her and said, "You didn't have to grow up with them." She laughed and grinned at him. "Yeah, true," he replied. The house smelled of Sakura's BS, and Ino and Hinata had also come out and needed some air. When Ino noticed the two sitting next to each other, simply chatting and laughing, she teased, "Hey love birds." Ino sat down beside Hinata, who simply giggled at them as she sat down beside Naxina. Looking at Naxina, Ino remarked, "That fight you had earlier was insane. I have never seen anyone move like that or even handle a sword the way you did. It's pretty crazy in and of itself to face one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist," she informed her friend. "I was fortunate just now. My mother and grandmother are far superior to me. Zabuza was so much superior to me." Looking back at the placid sea in front of them, Naxina said, "I just used my straight to help me and the extra sword also helped a lot as well." Hinata looked at her friend and her teammate and said, "Don't downplay your skills, Naxina-chan." She concluded by telling her friend that she was more skilled than any of the swordsmen in their village. Naxina nodded her head and said, "I guess so." She was thinking about everything that had happened, her altercation with the big man, and how she had also assisted Kurama. "Kit, you performed admirably today. You are more resilient than you think." He advises her to always believe in yourself and never doubt yourself. "Thanks, Kurama." Naxina tells him, "I think I needed that." Kurama said as he returned to sleep, "I will always be there for you." She nods her head, oblivious to the conversations going on around her, lost in her own world, gazing off into the calm waters. While the other went inside the house, Naxina sat motionless outside while the full moon rose. Their host informed them that dinner was ready since they had become hungry. She had given Tsunami a smile. She said to the woman with the dark blue hair, "Thank you. But I am fine." Tsunami scowled, concerned about the young girl in front of her, and said, "Are you sure, my dear? There is plenty of food." "Yes, I have a stew my grandmother sealed for me as well as other meals. So please don't worry about me. I am not that hungry right now. But once I do feel hungry, I will eat." Naxina replied with a reassuring grin. After giving a nod, Tsunami went back inside the house. As the others ate, the senseis peered out the window, wondering what the girls were thinking. Her group observed her and made plans to rejoin her after they had eaten. Ibiki, not wanting to deal with his team being tried the following day, ordered, "Go up to bed. She will join you once she gets tired." For several days, Naxina was trained to fight and train without sleep. So she would be all right. However, before he would permit the other two to act recklessly and carelessly like their teammate, they still needed to complete that training. As they made their way to the designated rooms, the two genin nodded their heads. While the girls were in one room, the boys were all in another. As two cloaked figures ascended the well-traveled path leading to Tezuna's residence, Ibiki grabbed a cup of tea and went outside. It was strange that someone would call at 11 p.m., so Naxina pulled out her swords. In the moonlight, the two figures were clearly visible. One was as tall as the other, reaching his upper arm. "Who goes there?" called out Naxina. As they heard the girl call out to someone, all of the senseis became tense. They had abandoned a genin outside while something was happening. Ibiki, Anko, Kurenai, and Kakashi all showed up outside the house standing with Team 10, and Hinata and Shikamaru had fallen from the roof with their kunai drawn and prepared for battle. All prepared to fight, too. When their teammate was in trouble, Ibiki and Anko were proud of the other students who showed up. Zabuza's dark voice called out, "I'm not here to attack the girl. But take her offer." Glancing at the Nuke Nin and his small sidekick, Naxina put her swords away. She questioned him, "What made you change your mind?" Just then a pink light appeared and out of it came Aphrodite. She grinned broadly and walked past the two to her niece, saying, "That would be me and your Uncle Hade. The blonde is right." She called a man to bring the shinobi that had murdered the prince of the land of demons for the troll. He told us that the little troll had double-crossed him once he had finished his mission and had brought him the head of the dead prince, said Zabuza as he unfastened the hood of his coat. In response, Naxina nodded her head. Looking at the girl in front of her, Haku remarked, "There is still a living member of the royal family in the land of fire." As Hinata wondered, she asked, "What was the name of the prince of the land of demons?" Her father had been particularly affected by the news of the prince's passing because her family had a lot of land dealings and Gato had taken over all exports, so their business was slowly coming to an end because everything had risen to absurd levels. Hades said, "His name was Kenji Namikaze, the cousin of one Minato Namikaze. He emerged from the shadows, frightening everyone except Aphrodite and Naxina." Curious as to why the god of the underworld would be here, Naxina asked, "Uncle Hades, what are you doing here?" He gave her a sinister grin. "I am here seeking my little champion. For I need you to take the lives of all those that work for Gato along with his life. For they have been slipping through death's grasp for far too long and it is time he has to pay the price of all his dirty deeds." The underworld god said. Naxina merely smiled. She giggled and told him, "You know Grandma never liked the idea of me being everyone's champion." Hades, who was now smiling back at the girl in front of him, said, "I know. But until we can find suitable champions, you will be our acting embodiment of justice." As he gazed at the young shadow walker, his dark eyes did follow Shikamaru. As Naxina came into his line of sight, he thought to himself, he would be a suitable replacement for the girl in due time. She recognized the expression. The god of the underworld seemed to have taken notice of her teammate. She couldn't decide whether it was a good or bad thing. However, only time would tell. Shikamaru had a strange feeling overtake him as the god was looking at him. Something told him that his life would be forever altered, because the very god in front of him had changed his course in life. The god of the underworld made Zabuza uneasy again because he had known this man before. No, this god in front of him could simply tear his soul from his body and drag him to the depths of hell without even expressing regret for what he did. At this point, Anko asked, "So our little Naxina is the princess of the land of demons?" It was becoming intriguing. Yes, she is, for she is the last living Namikaze in this world, and her father will not be allowed to return to here for a very long time along with her mother. Hades replied. How in the world am I going to be a shinobi and warrior and Hokage? If I have to go to the land of demons now, said Naxina, because she had never complained to anyone like this before. She had never done this since she was a young child. Hades grinned. Just ask child and I can have someone return to handle things for you until you are able to head to the land of demons to set things up. He said to her. Naxina relaxed. She no longer felt as anxious. Until she is able to travel to the land of demons and manage everything there with her grandmother Xena, her uncle could send someone to take care of things for her for a brief period of time. After saying, could you have a euro, she paused to reflect. Who would be the most suitable person to manage her situation for the time being? She softly smiled. She said to him, could you have Auntie Gabrielle go in my place for now? Hades gave a head nod. I will have her as your acting avatar for now, my child. I had your parents draw up a scroll for you and for her as we are speaking. They just left blank on who would be your acting avatar until you could go to the land of demons. But you must handle the little troll in 2 days' time, for that is when she will appear in the land of demons in your place, and news of his death should have been out by time she arrives there. He stated. She glanced at her teammates and senseis while nodding her head. They nodded as she said, we have a battle to plan and this isn't going to be easy. She glanced at Haku and Zabuza. I will be needed. Haku for this mission, for her ice mirrors will make it easier to enter his stronghold without his men knowing, and after he is dead, we can take out all the men in his stronghold. But also, we have all the men that are in the bandit camps surround the village and land. My summons had gone to work and scouted out all the camps while I have been out here. There are 15 camps with different amounts of bandits in them. As well, Hati had found 4 ships with slaves in them, as Serval Fox Kits found slaves in all 15 camps. So we will have to move in the shadows and kill the men without hurting the slaves in the camps. She said to everyone. The fact that the girl got to work so fast after getting to Tizuna's house makes Ibiki and Enko proud, and they knew she wanted to take the troll out even more for what her summons had discovered, if slaves existed. They were aware of the kind of slaves those were, and Naxina refused to ignore it. Inquiring, Kakashi asked, will you be taking any of the other genin? Because he didn't think his team was prepared for such a situation. Naxina glanced at the silver-haired man. No. Sasuke would get himself killed, for he would just jump in headfirst without thinking, and Sakura is worthless. You need to break her of her fangirl ways before she is with my uncle here. Finally, Kiba is strong but isn't ready to kill yet, and he needs a little more training with Akamaru before I would have him join me on a mission like this. She said as she gazed at Kurenai. I wouldn't mind taking Ino with me. For her mind walking would make it easy to get all of Gato's bank accounts and everything else we might need. For I know for fact her father has been cracking down on her training in T&I. For he doesn't want her left behind by Hinata and myself. Choji would also be good to take, but I couldn't, for he has a gentle soul and I don't want to darken it just yet. Shino's bugs would come in handy when attacking the guards guarding the ships. So I would take him if that is all right with you. The woman with crimson eyes responded. Kurenai, who was shocked to learn that 2 of her students had been selected to accompany on this mission, said, that is fine. I can stay here with Choji to protect Tsunami and her son, while Kakashi and his team take care of the bridge builder while he works on the bride. As she observed everyone standing outside the house with her, Naxina said, Zabuza will come along with Haku, for I know he would want to get his pound of flesh on the troll and his men. For there is many things going on in the shadows in Gato's estate that would make his and others' blood boil. Sasuke listened from the boy's room while sitting at the open bedroom window inside the house. His eyes narrowed because he knew he would not be on the team pursuing Gato and his men. That the damn old drunk would be his only option. This girl who was getting everything handed to her was holding him back. It was incorrect. He was the one who required all of her strength, weapons, and training. Because she was the one who was worthless. She could only be used as breeding stock for when he was ready to re-establish his clan. Because the Namikaze and Uzumaki bloodlines would strengthen his own bloodline. When he attempted to abduct a woman from the Namikaze clan, it exploded in his face. He had discovered a scroll from Madara when he wanted to marry an Uzumaki but was forbidden. However, he claimed that their bloodlines would unite their clans and strengthen their bloodline, and that perhaps a more potent bloodline would result from the blending of their bloodlines. Naxina was aware that he was observing her, because she never liked it when she felt him before he watched her. However, she simply ignores him because she doesn't think he's worth her time. However, this was her mission, and he might interfere with her time. The mission of her team. It was not his mission. Sasuke is listening in. Keep an eye on him, for I do not need him getting in the way of my mission. My team's mission, for if he gets in the way, he will be taken down, and if it comes down to it, he might get killed or hurts, she said in a whisper to the man as he looked up with only one eye without raising his head to see the raven-haired boy staring down at them. The others followed with their own sight and frowned. This was not good. They would need to launch an attack from below. Move swiftly while the boy is still asleep. In order to keep him out of her way, Naxina intended to seal him, rendering him unconscious. Ibiki stated, the mission will take place in few days' time. He was aware that they would act much sooner before the boy could ruin their plans. After giving each other a nod, they all went inside to rest. Zabuza remained with the Jonins while Haku joined the girls in their room. Hades stood in the shadows, watching. The Uchiha clan never appealed to him. He was relieved that clan was on the verge of extinction. He did, however, have a few that he liked. The few people he liked were killed, which was unfortunate. Hades then disappears into the darkness, never to be seen by the lone red eye that was observing them. The lurking demon, the person who was causing all of this trouble because of his own ego, blame, and hatred for other people. From where he sat on top of the house, looking around for whoever said it, Kurama heard the words, "Toba's a good boy." They carried in the wind. As he calls for other foxes to search the lands for the person who said it, his crimson eyes narrow. Good morning. It was 4:30 a.m. Naxina was already up and moving around the house as she snuck into the boys' room to wake up the boys that would be joining her in placing the seal on Sasuke that Kakashi already had the counter seal for. Haku and Hinata had already gone downstairs to prepare breakfast for the group departing on this mission. To Naxina's shock, Shino was already awake as well as Kiba, as Shikamaru was glaring at the Uchiha as he was sleeping like a baby. Kakashi watched from the window of the bedroom to make sure everything went smoothly. Sasuke didn't even feel Naxina apply the seal to him, let alone wake up. Since no one wanted to deal with the boy, Choji sat up and followed the others out, leaving Kakashi to keep an eye on his unruly student. They had gathered around the kitchen table and went over the plan that Naxina had laid out the night before when they heard Sakura coming down the steps. Because the Pinkett would typically wake up at 5:50 a.m. when she returned to the village. Kurenai frowned as he turned to face the Pinkett. Sakura yawned and said, "Good morning." The group was studying a map of the village, and the man with the crimson hair and eyes was pointing out places and making notes on it for them. They all muttered, "Morning," without bothering to glance at the Pinkett. "What are you guys doing, and where is Sasuke-kun and Kakashi-sensei?" asked Sakura. "Sha Yuro," said Ino as she pulled the Pinkett into the kitchen. She informed her former friend, "Sasuke is still asleep and Kakashi is with him. The others are going over their plans." As Sakura prepared to go back upstairs to wake Sasuke and have him join them, she asked, "But why are they leaving out Sasuke-kun and myself if Kiba is here?" Kiba approached his worthless teammate and said, "That is because Sasuke or Team 7 isn't part of what is about go down." Sakura asked in shock, "What do you mean?" As Kiba wondered how the girl was so foolish, he said, "You know Hokage-sama gave the main mission to Naxina's team and they are the ones who are picking who will be taking part in it. We are to just watch over the old man as Team 8 is to watch over the old man's family." Sakura's jaw dropped open in disbelief. "But," she started to say before being interrupted by a different voice. Anko, growing weary of the Pinkett, said, "Team 7 isn't part of the main mission. The main mission is S rank as you are to just babysit, and that is a C rank mission." Because she was afraid of Anko, Sakura retreated a step. The others wouldn't let her near the map because they knew she could remember everything on it and could tell the damn Uchiha, and things could quickly go south, so she nodded slowly and stayed in the kitchen. However, 2 members of Team 8 and Team Ibiki left the house 20 minutes later. Kiba, Kakashi, and the rest of Team 7 are left behind, along with Choji and Kurenai. As they approached Gato's small hiding place, Team 10 and the 2 members of Team 8A Euro, Haku and Zabuza Euro, reviewed the map once more. Naxina looked up at the ice user and said, "This is where we are going to enter. Haku, do you think you can make an ice mirror inside or outside the troll's office?" As she slowly formed the ice mirror that would lead them into the mansion, Haku said, "Yes, I can make it just outside his office door." But you need to be ready to fight because he has 3 guards at that door, and that isn't accounting for his 2 personal fools inside the office. But since we have been working for him, he has added a few extra guards into his office, as I think he is scared of Zabuza attacking him if things go south. Naxina looked at those around her and nodded her head. This is going to put you all to the test. For none of you have ever killed before, and how my uncle Hades had me train in the underworld. I have a somewhat of a first kill, if you count killing already dead souls for trying to break free of the underworld, she stated. Haku and the rest of the genin went pale. They were aware that this day would arrive, but were they really prepared for today? Was that what they were thinking? Now they couldn't go back. Since the mission had already started and it was already too late, it was either now or never for them all. As Gato took a sip of his coffee, the sun streamed into his office. He turned to face his 4 personal guards, who were sitting in his office, either drinking their own coffee or tea or simply cleaning their weapons. He questioned them, "Have any of you heard from Zabuza or his brat?" A white-haired rouge samurai said, "No sir. We haven't seen him since he left to go and attack the bridge builder and his personal bodyguards," he stated to his manager. Gato gave a head nod. "If he doesn't return by this evening, we will have to hire someone else to kill the bridge builder and the shinobi he had hired. For they were too strong for the demon of the bloody mist," said as though it were a prank. The 4 men obeyed their boss's orders by nodding their heads. They had heard that there were some nearby nuke nins for hire, and they would be far less expensive than Zabuza. Before Gato's office door, a slowly forming ice mirror appeared. His 8 henchmen merely watched as the mirror materialized. They were aware that Zabuza would take his small pet in that direction. As a result, they refrained from attacking when Zabuza left the group. One of the goons turned away from Ibiki and looked at the back of his head, asking, "What is going on, Zabuza, and who are those people?" As Anko had several of her snakes bite every man in the hallway, Zabuza growled, "Don't worry about it. I am here to see Gato." Before they could scream, they all passed away. As the others hurried in, eliminating the 3 other men, the white-haired samurai heard Zabuza's voice and opened the door without thinking, only to be sliced in half by Zabuza's enormous blade. Gato sat stunned and afraid. Gato yelled, hoping his other goons would hear him, "You betray me. How dare you? Do you not know whoiam?" But Naxina had silencing seals on his office door, so that nothing that happened in that office would be heard. As she appeared in front of the small man with black flames licking her body, Naxina said, "Yeah. You're the bastard who's going to die here today. For Hades wants your soul. It is time to fear the Reaper of Death." She gazed down at the man in front of her while brandishing a huge scythe. Gato grinned and said, "You can't kill me. You need me, for I hold all the deeds, and with me gone you will never know how to truly free this land." Naxina smiled at him from below. He was uneasy with the way she was staring at him through her crystal-clear blue eyes. "I have a Yamenka here with me, and she will be able to walk your dead ass once I am through with you," he replied. Her scythe swung down and across his neck, causing his face to freeze in horror. After she cut off his head, she heated the blade to stop the bleeding, so there was no blood or mess and the cut was clean. Naxina leapt off the desk and said, "Ino, would you please get to work?" Ibiki, who knew he would be better suited for this portion of the mission because he spent too much time behind a desk and not on the field, ordered, "I will stay here and watch over the Yamenka girl. You others go and clean out the mansion and free all who are prisoners here." Since they still needed to eliminate all of the bandit camps, he planned to intensify his own training after this mission was completed. The others were unaware that Naxina had used all of her summons, including the one that her grandfather and uncle had prepared for her. She had a special summons that worked well with the sea, and she was going to use it this one and only time. They had gone with an army of shadow clones to clean up the camps and free those from the ships. Because she has no idea when she will be at sea once more. They all left right away in order to tidy up the space. The home of Tazuna. At around 9 in the morning, Sakura sat in the living room's corner, watching from the corner of her eye to see if she could sneak up to where her Sasuke-kun was sleeping. At that moment, Sasuke and Kakashi descend the stairs. Sasuke was frowning because he couldn't see the other people in the room and his sensei had only told him that they were all out training. Sakura hurried over to him and whispered in his ear, "Sasuke-kun, you're up." They went out and killed Gato, killing everyone but Choji. Sasuke turns to face his sensei, and his eyes enlarge. He was preparing to flee when he demanded, "Why wasn't I allowed to go with them?" However, Kakashi touched the boy's shoulder. He narrowed his one eye at the 2 pupils in front of him. Because this mission has nothing to do with either of you two, he stated to them. Sasuke glared at his sensei in front of him and growled, "That is bullshit. I am an elite Uchiha and should have had that mission." Sakura simply boosted the ego of the duck-ass boy by saying, "He is right. Even my mother said Sasuke-kun is more powerful than anyone else in our age group." Glaring at the two genin in front of him, Kakashi applied paralyzing seals to both of their foreheads without their knowledge. Unaware of what the devil had happened to them, they both collapsed to the ground and were unable to even scream about it. With a crimson hull to his soul gray eye, Kakashi knelt in front of them and met their gazes. As he let loose some ki on them, Kakashi remarked, "You two are at the bottom of the food chain when it comes to shinobi. You do not tell me what to do, nor do you have any say on what missions you take or what part of the mission you take part in." As they gazed up at the man who could kill them at that very moment, he could see fear in both of their eyes. Kakashi looked at the two of them and asked, "Look at you two. What would you do if one of those bandits had some shinobi training and had one of these seals?" They knew he was correct, so they turned their heads away. Sakura would have been raped, killed, or sold off, and they would be dead. Kakashi leaned over and took the seals off of the two people in front of him. A lot of bandits have some shinobi training, as they had once been civilians that failed the shinobi academy and couldn't hack it in the life of a normal person who turned to crime, as they are just scum. They don't give a damn about what clan you are from. For that is your clan or your clansman that struck fear into them. Not you, for I am the son of the White Fang and that didn't do shit for me on the battlefield. All they wanted to do was kill me to get back at late father for killing their friends or their family in war. So get off your kami damn high horse, Sasuke. For you haven't earned your place in the shinobi world. Your clansmen did. They fear Itachi. They fear Shishu, for he was almost as fast as the late 4th Hokage. But you were just a rookie, a genin who what made it to Rookie of the Year in your graduating class. That means shit out in the real world, for they don't care what title you had in the academy," said to the two of them their hearts. "That also goes for you, Sakura, as you are the weakest of all the kunoichi that graduated in your class. I still don't know how you got the top ranking, as it should have gone to Hinata Hyuga, as the girl is more skilled than you are. Even Ino has more skills than you do. And don't give me that damn line that they came from clans. There are other kids that held that title in years past that came from civilian families. But they did one thing that you do not want to do. They trained and worked their asses off for the title. To be honest, I believe your mother bought that title for you to catch the eye of the Uchiha, as he would see you as he equal and want to be with you. But look at what it has gotten you so far. Nothing whatsoever. He doesn't want nothing to do with you and would allow you to die out on the battlefield if it was left up to him," said Kakashi, as this was a cold truth that was crying. Kiba simply sat by the wall and said nothing, because this was a harsh reality that his two teammates needed to hear. There was no way to sugarcoat it, because doing so would result in their deaths, or, worse, in his own death in combat, with the approaching Chunin examinations. In order to avoid putting himself in danger with these two idiots until they understand what it means to work as a team, Sakura takes her training seriously, and Sasuke removes that pole from his ass. He was going to tell his sensei that he wasn't sure his team was prepared for it. The mansion of Gato. As the other people enter the office holding multiple scrolls, Kurama enters. Kurama looked at all the ninja and smiled, saying, "Kid, we have taken out all the bandit camps, and that thing took all the ships out after we freed all the prisoners and took all the cash and anything of value and destroyed all the drugs we found." When Zabuza saw the nine-tail Biju in front of him, he appeared to have nearly had a heart attack. Naxina turned to face him. She said to the Biju, "Thank you, Kurama. You all did well and I'm glad." As Zabuza heard the tales of the 4th Hokage slaying the powerful Biju, he exclaimed, "Who in the hell is that thing alive?" Kurama looked at him and smiled. "I can't be killed." "Well, none of us can be killed. All you can do with a Biju is seal us away." Zabuza simply nodded in agreement while glancing at the girl standing next to the other blonde who was using the computer. As he returned to the others, he thought to himself, "She is truly something else. I'm glad to hear that. For it saves us a lot of trouble, and I have seen several of the summons making quick work of those outside of the mansion." Ibiki said while staring at Kurama. The kid really didn't want to make the other kill. Or if they had to kill, she didn't want them killing too many, for she didn't know how it would affect their mind and souls. So she summoned us all and had us go to work and play for a few of us. Kurama stated to the Scar Man with a grin on his lips. Ibiki simply nodded while glancing at his pupil, who must have expended a great deal of chakra to spare her team from the atrocities of going on a mass murderous rampage to liberate this island from this man. Kurama turns to face Naxina and scowls. As the girl fell face forward, he moved to catch her and said, "Someone catch her." As Kurama's tails wrapped around the girl, Shikamaru, who had happened to walk over to assist Ino with a few of the accounts, managed to catch her. Shikamaru was concerned about her and asked, "What happened to her?" "She overdid it, summoning us and all her clones. A few popped at once, sending a massive overload to the girl, and it knocked her out. She will be fine soon. Just lay her on my back and I'll carry her back to the house with the others," said Kurama as everyone nodded. A few hours later, the group returned to Tezuna's house later in the afternoon. The duck and bubblegum had irritated the old bridge builder with their behavior, and he didn't want to deal with them at his workplace, so he decided not to go to the bridge because he wanted to make sure all the children had returned safely from their mission. When the others had finished their work, Naxina had woken up and simply curled up into Kurama's fur. Since she was essentially a one-woman army that destroyed all the other ships and camps by herself and assisted her team in eliminating Gato, they wouldn't let her do anything else. Those outside of Tezuna's house witnessed this scene. Alongside them, the others were carrying scrolls and conversing while a girl rode on the back of the nine-tail Biju. As they sat around Naxina to ensure the girl wouldn't fall off his back, Hinata, Ino, and Haku also rode on Kurama, who was much larger to carry all the girls. While Sasuke and Sakura were outside working on tree walking with Kiba, Kiba yelled, "Kakashi-sensei." While the man was inside the house speaking to Tezuna, Choji, who had just finished his training and gone inside to get a drink, fell behind his sensei as Kakashi hurried outside with Kurenai. When they saw Nine Tails and the girls on its back, their jaws dropped. However, Naxina was shielded from the outside world by its tails. As Kiba ran up to the group, Sasuke and Sakura both fell from their trees at this sight. Concerned about the girl who appeared to be protected from the others, he inquired, "How did the mission go? Is Naxina hurt?" Hinata told the untamed-looking boy, "It went well, and she is just tired from overdoing it with shadow clones." Kiba simply gave a head nod. He was relieved that nobody was harmed. At that moment, a man emerged surrounded by black flames. As the powerful Biju came to a halt in front of the god of the underworld, Hades approached Kurama and said, "You have done well, my niece." Naxina sat up slowly and gave her uncle a gentle smile. "I don't feel like I did a good job. I can still hear their screams when I killed them or set them on fire or when one of the summons took them down," she whispered to her uncle. Hades gave a head nod. "I know, my dear girl, and I am truly sorry for placing this heavy burden on your shoulders. But I had no other I could trust to handle this for me. For you know we are not allowed to meddle with human affairs," he stated to her. Naxina looked down at her hands, which still had blood on them despite the fact that there was none, and said, "I know, uncle. I do understand, and as your champion I will carry out your will in any battle you ask of me." Hades dragged the girl into his arms and off Kurama's back. As Naxina started sobbing into his shoulder, he said, "Shish, my dear angel, I am sorry for this. You were stronger than most, for they would have broken from what you had done today." She sobbed until she dozed off in God's embrace. As he used his tails to pick up his kid again and place her on his back, Kurama glanced at Hades and nodded his head. Until she was ready, he would hold her. At that moment, they saw Xena and Ares standing in front of two silver lights. When Xena saw her granddaughter, her eyes softened. But she was stopped by Hades. "She will be fine." But she took it upon herself to handle the whole mission and killed everyone in all 15 bandit camps and at the docks and ships alongside all her summons. Hades said as Xena's eyes widened in. The genin who chose not to participate in the mission watched in disbelief as the girl managed everything by herself. "How in the hell does she have all this power when I have nothing?" requested Sasuke. Hades fixed the idiot Uchiha with his icy black eyes. He growled at the boy, wanting to take his soul and place it in the same special place in hell where he kept all the other Uchihas he didn't like. "It is because she has a pure soul and knows her place in life and works hard to protect all those she loves. While you are a cold-hearted child that only cares for himself and no one else. With that mindset you will always remain powerless and weak." Sasuke gazed in disbelief at the god of the underworld. Was that the key to her success? As he turned and left the others to practice his tree walking, he asked himself this question. While Xena approached and lay down with her granddaughter, Kurama went to a few trees near the house and lay down, pulling his kit to him and encircling her with his tails while Ares observed with stern eyes. He turned to face Ibiki. I did not know of her plans. We had just planned to take Gato out first and then attack the others. But she went behind all our backs and lead the attack on the others before we knew what happened. Ibiki replied. Ares gave a head nod. He was aware of this play. It was a strategy he employed on bandit camps all those years ago. Ares knew Naxina was in capable hands with his wife and Kurama, so he said, okay, let's go inside and see what she has found and then make the plans for your trip to Uzu. As Tazuna watched the man in leather enter his house, Ares trailed behind the others. The sight of the man again startled him. He bowed to the god in front of him and said, Ares-sama. Welcome to my home. Ares dismissed him with a wave. I am only here for my granddaughter needs my wife and I wanted to know what all was found from that little troll of a human. As well I need to help with planning the trip to Uzu. For we will be joining you all there. For my brother will be handling all that needs to be handled back in the village. He said as he approached Ibiki and Zabuza looked at him. Ares gives Zabuza a thorough examination. He wanted to know now, so he asked, tell me Zabuza, do you take the offer that was given to you to become my champion? After all, he was a busy god, even if it was limited to handling the idiots in Konoha. Reflecting on everything he had witnessed, Zabuza leveled his eyes at the god of war in front of him. It would be more appropriate for me. As the others watched them converse, he said, I'll do it. But what do I get if I am your champion? As well, I don't wish to be just another footnote in the history of our shinobi world. Ares grinned. He informed the Nuke Nin in front of him, well, you will get armor and weapons made of my uncle and they are more powerful than the sword you use now. Zabuza asked, what about Haku? What will happen to her? As he glanced out the window and saw his daughter still standing with their friend and Naxina and Xena. Despite being told they could go and rest. Ares also peered out the window. He turned back to Zabuza and remarked, well, maybe in time. She could become the champion of my wife or one of my siblings. Zabuza looked at Ares with his frantic black eyes and said, one thing that has been bothering me about this whole thing. He asks, why me? Why not one of those fools from Konoha? The others were looking for the answer to this, and it appears that they will be getting it soon. I like your spirit, I can see into it and I see many great things that lay in wait for you. If you do wish this, you will become much greater than just one of the 7 swordsmen of the Bloody Mist. You will become the blades of chaos and war. The warrior that my granddaughter will need by her side when the hands of fate tip the scale that is slowly moving in a way that is unfavorable to all that are in her position. Ares said this as other people pondered what he was referring to. Sasuke approached Ares and demanded, what not offer me the right to be your champion? Believing that the man in front of him ought to submit to him and him alone. Ares glanced at the boy below. He grinned. Why should I waste my powers and gifts on a snot-nosed brat like yourself? You are just playing ninja. You do not know what a true warrior is. As anyone of the people here and they will tell you what a true shinobi is. For you are just a child running around crying and throwing shit fits when he doesn't get his way. He said with a smirk on his face and he simply glanced at the child. With fear in his eyes, the boy was slowly turning away from the god of war because he knew that a person of lesser status in the warrior world could be killed by the power emanating from Ares. Ares laughed and turned back to face Zabuza. As I thought. You run away with your tail between your legs. You will receive a package from the gods, blacksmith in a day. He will give you a black similar to the one you currently possess. Thus, if you want to, you can let that blade rest. Once he sends your new blade to you. You can ask the messenger to bring this one to him so that it can be strengthened and any flaws fixed. For that swords you have now isn't finished and Hephaestus will finish the sword for you. He told him as Zabuza nodded his head. I would rather keep my own sword for she has saved my skin one too many times. Zabuza replied. It's okay, I'll inform Hephaestus that he will at last possess one of the fabled 7 hidden mist swords. He's had a long-standing desire to play with one. Ares laughed as he said, he does wish he could get his hands on that one that the shark man owns. He knows Hephaestus will be happy to have a new toy to play with. Zabuza gave him a wide-eyed stare and said, even the gods are aware of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. He asks in shock. Yes, Hephaestus is the god who leads all blacksmiths worldwide. Ares waved his hand and said, he is the one who gives them the gift of knowledge of making weapons and other tools needed. He approached Ibiki and said, so tomorrow you will have your replacement and send this one off. You have made your choice, and it will be entertaining to watch all the civilians go crazy when Naxina brings him home. Ibiki said, glancing at the god of war. Yes, give them a chance to vent. If only I had the power to instantly destroy the village. Ares pouted and said, but what stops me is the love my daughter and son-in-law have for that damn village and the love my granddaughter has for it. Ibiki laughed at that and refused to comment on the village burning to the ground because the village's roots were poisonous and had allowed the poison to spread too far without even being cut out. Sakura and Sasuke sat off in a corner, glaring at the god for Dainian, which ought to be Sasuke's. However, they will soon discover their place, they will just have to learn it the hard way. Outside, with a smile on her face, Xena turned to the girls and said, why don't you all go and wash up and then after you're all cleaned up you can come and sit with Naxina. Ino, Hinata, and Haku nodded and slowly made their way inside the house, while Shikamaru, Hiba, and Choji emerged, all of them looking concerned for the blonde. Gazing at her granddaughter, Xena says, oh, my dear angel. She whispered in the girl's ear, you shouldn't have taken this all your own. I understand, I had the option to wait for the others. However, if something happened to them in one of the bandit camps, I couldn't stand it. Grandma, the numbers were crazy. A number of the younger summons had suffered injuries. With tears trickling down her cheeks, Naxina said, but I was told it was part of learning to hunt and fight those that walk against the light. Shish, baby, Xena said, leaning in to give Naxina a forehead kiss. As shinobi and warriors alike, it is a part of our journey. I've seen a lot of young, talented warriors perish because they weren't prepared for combat. However, until the end of their lives, they continued to stand tall and proud. We all live like that, she informed her. Naxe, your grandmother is correct. As shinobi, we have no idea whether tomorrow will be our last day and whether we will perish in combat or while we are sleeping. However, we are born into this life. We are born into this life as clan children. Sakura, however, only joined because she thought her prince would save her, and we have good news for her. Shikamaru grinned languidly at her and said, her prince will kill her to achieve his end goal. Hiba and Choji nodded in agreement at what their friend had just said, saying, he is right. These boys are more knowledgeable. They understand the path a warrior must take and that each day is an opportunity to live life to the fullest, Xena said, grinning distantly. Kit, everything they say is fine. I've warned you not to be too hard on yourself for this. As his tails clung to her, Kurama said, please remain strong because there will be many more tests that will try your will and strength. Naxina holds the Biju she has known her entire life in high regard. All right, Rama, I'll pay attention and get stronger as a result. Because I still have my parents, my family, and all the other gods supporting me, she smiled. At that moment, the mother of all gods, Hera, appeared before them in a golden light with peacock feathers. Hera, Grandma, Naxina exclaimed in disbelief, having never imagined the day her great-grandmother would return to the world of mortals. My dear child, Hera said, grinning at the girl. She approached her and said, I couldn't watch you suffer like this. The woman's beauty, with her long, flowing black hair adorned with peacock feathers around the collar of her dress, and her long, crimson locks and crystal blue eyes, made all the boys blush. Xena stood and bowed to her mother-in-law, saying, Hera, it is an honor that you grace us with her presence. I only come to see how my little chick is doing, Hera says, waving her away. I'm left to worry because her heart is heavy. As her gaze slowly moved to Shikamaru, who was pale from the full weight of her stare, she added, I also wanted to meet the boy that Aphrodite keeps talking about that has feelings for your little angel. She smirks and turns back to face Xena as everyone collapses, perspiration dripping from their brows. He will do. Grandma Hera. Naxina pulls Kurama's tail over her face in embarrassment at her great-grandmother's behavior, blushing profusely. Hiba simply chuckles and slaps Shikamaru on the back, saying, well, it looks like a goddess approves of your lazy ass. Be lucky, boy, the goddess said, smirking amusedly as the lazy boy nearly toppled over in shock. As everyone stared at her in disbelief, she told him, because it took me more than 1,000 years to grow and love my stepson Hercules as my own. What? My husband used to be a dog and a bastard, she informed them. All of the teenagers' eyes widened as they stood in front of the goddess, and Xena simply sighed in relief that Hera finally loved Hercules as her own son, even though he had to work hard to win her affection and at one point nearly gave up, but she persisted in encouraging him to keep going. However, once the kids have completed this mission, a ship that will transport them to Uzu will be waiting for them. There, I'll wait for them. Hera gazed at them and said, Poseidon has given you permission to travel safely throughout his realm in one of his many ships. Poseidon, great uncle, she knew that Naxina was picky about who got on his ships, so she asked him a question. Yes, only one of his ships will be able to pass the sirens that guard the island and the whirlpools that shield the Uzu. As she observed the boys examining them, Hera remarked, "You might be lucky and he might accompany you on your journey." The three boys bow as Shikamaru speaks on their behalf. "You honor us with this gift of safe passage," he says, unsure of how to honestly address the goddess. He tells her great-grandmother, and Naxina snickers behind her hand. A new voice speaking to Naxina causes Ares and all of the Jonin senseis to emerge outside. "Mom, this visit, what do I owe?" Ares, a little irritated, asked if his mother was arriving, since his father wasn't far behind. Looking at her troublemaking son, Hera's cold baby blues say, "I'm here to see my grandchild. It has been peaceful without you around to cause trouble for the others, so I didn't want to see you," she told him icily. Ares pouted and said, "Mother, your words wounded me." With a sly smile, Hera tells him, "You are a grown man and can handle a tongue lashing as one." Ares approached Xena and said, "Yes ma'am." The mother of Ares was a stunning woman with long blowing crimson hair and icy baby blue eyes, and everyone else stared in disbelief. She appeared to be no older than 18. Hera said, "I was just telling Xena and Naxina that Poseidon will be sending a ship to take them to Uzu." The three civilians and all the Jonin were staring at her in amazement. Ares turned to face everyone and said, "Very well. I was planning to ask him for safe passages as all the traps he has laying in wait for anyone who dares try to visit the island. You know how many days it will take to build this bridge?" asked Hera as she turns to face Tazuna. With wide eyes, the elderly bridge builder tells the mother of all gods, "Well, I think we'll be finished in a week." "All right, then meet at this dock in a week, and Poseidon will be here to take you to Uzu," Hera said, disappearing into a golden light. Naxina simply smiles, knowing that she will have a private conversation with her great-grandmother later tonight. "All right, everyone, we don't want to annoy Uncle Poseidon, and we know what we must do." With everyone nodding their heads, she informed them, "So tomorrow we will be working to finish the bridge and be ready to leave." As the scrolls were placed on the table in front of everyone, Ares turned to face them and asked, "So what did you find?" Tsunami's cheeks blushed slightly as she glanced at the attractive man when Naxina finally entered the house with the same red-headed man who had been there earlier that morning. She turned and went into the kitchen to make tea because she didn't want anyone to see that she was flirting with the man in front of her. Kurama winked and smirked at her, his crimson eyes glowing strangely. Kurama simply laughed while glancing at everyone. "Well, we discovered cash and inmates on the ships who were going to be taken to his brothels and sold as slaves," Kurama said, "as well as some unexpected items." He took out a small scroll and opened it to reveal a painting of Xena, but it wasn't just any painting it was a picture of her marriage to Ares, which had disappeared soon after she received it as a gift from her husband. As the others simply stared at the old painting in front of them, Ares raised an eyebrow and said, "I thought the thing was stolen and lost to time." "Yes, it was a little odd because there were all the books the old toad wrote about your wife, and neither I nor any of the summons could detect the man's scent because he was absent or something. There were a few other odd things, but he wasn't going to go to that." "But at least you have it back," Kurama said, finding everything odd. Ares simply nods in agreement and turns back to face the others. As she laid her scroll on the table, Hinata declared, "I found fine silks and jewelry. There is enough there to open a jewelry store and a fine silk store and clothing. Well, we will go through all of that and have all the ladies of the village come and we will get them set up with some outfits and jewelry as most of it must have been taken from them." Xena replied. "All right, I think you would like this back," Hinata said, removing a black scroll from her jacket and passing it to Naxina. But there was a scroll that was labeled Land of Demons Crown Jewels. Naxina stared at the black scroll in front of her and slowly reached for it, tracing the silk that kept it closed with her fingers. This belonged to a family that she knew very little about, a family that even her father was unaware he had left behind. She looked up at Shikamaru, who put his hand on her shoulder and grinned slightly. "Troublesome." She slowly nodded her head in agreement as he said, "We are all here for you." From the corner of his eye, Zabuza watched her, and he was astounded to see that she was gradually gathering herself and overcoming her shock at all the kills and the memories of the shadow clones that had been brought back to her during the events. A storm was building outside the window, and the heavens rumbled with thunder and lightning. It seemed that Poseidon was sensing his great niece's emotions and was using the sea's power to wash away the remnants of thugs and ships that were still protruding from the water where they had sunk. Ares was compensated for everything after they went through the scrolls, took their battle loot, and gave to Zuna what the village would need to rebuild. Well, we head to Uzu after this bridge is constructed. Ibiki glanced at the man with the silver hair and said, but Kakashi. Your group is free to go back to the village. Ibiki said, they are not needed for the following mission because they have shown they are not ready for higher-ranking missions. He spoke to Sakura and Sasuke's sensei, but he never once looked at Kiba because the boy knew better and would have to answer to his mother and sister for acting foolishly like his two teammates if he disobeyed. Kakashi simply gives the scar man an eye smile and says, that will be all right. He informed the man in front of him, we will return the same day you depart for Uzu. Sakura and Sasuke scowled as they were excluded from the upcoming mission. They had assumed that since they were a part of the big group, they would be permitted to accompany them. Hey Kakashi-sensei, Kiba said, looking up from a scroll that had been given to Hima Yuro, a stolen scroll from his clan Yuro, that contained long-forgotten jutsus, which he was eager to learn and share with his clan. Is it possible for us to talk privately? He questioned his sensei. Yes, Kiba, let's go upstairs to talk, Kakashi said, getting up and walking up the stairs with the feral boy trailing behind him. Once they were upstairs and in the sensei's shared room, Kakashi slapped a privacy seal up so they wouldn't be heard. So what are you thinking about, Kiba? He even asked his pupil to put away his small orange book. For a minute, Kiba remained silent as he peered out the window at the violent storm outside and down at the floor. All right, sensei, he tells the man in front of him, I don't think we are prepared for the upcoming Chunin exams. What makes you feel this way, Kiba? Kakashi asks, nodding his head. He asks his pupil a question. It's because of Sasuke and Sakura, sighs Kiba. Their only concern is themselves. Sasuke, however, is only interested in himself and the power he can acquire. Sakura wouldn't lift a painted fingernail to save my sorry ass. She only worries about and cares about Sasuke. Both of them will only abandon me to perish in the wilderness, and I am aware that the test will take place in the village and that my mother had warned me that there would be a section in the Forest of Death. I am aware that the exam requires teamwork, and I am aware that you would include us in it as a teaching tool to help those two get up. However, I don't want to participate because I think it would put me in greater danger. Therefore, please add us to the list of participants. Now I'm telling you, to replace me in the exam, you will need to find someone else. He informed his sensei, I will not take the exam with those two. I do understand where you are coming from, and I am shocked that you figured out that I was planning to put you three in the exam, Kakashi said, nodding his head slowly in response. Although he was shocked by what he was being told, he knew in his heart that it was true, so he apologized to his student for feeling that way. I do know you want to take part in the exams this year though. Did he ask? Kiba nodded his head slowly in response, saying, yeah. Being a Chunin this young would be amazing. But with my current team, a higher ranking is not something they are prepared for. I am aware that I am far from prepared. However, I am certain that it would be a worthwhile educational experience for me. However, it would be great if I could take it with another team. But it would be some time before that occurred. He looked up at his sensei and said, perhaps one of their teammates will make it up a ranking or something at the next exam. As they left the room, Kakashi grinned and said, we will worry about this once we cross that bridge. Sakura was attempting to overhear what the two had been talking about. Genin Sakura, why are you here? He asked, glaring with one eye at his pupil. All right, Sakura, who appeared somewhat anxious, said, well, I just came up here to ask a question. All right, asked Kakashi a question. So what? Sakura asked, giving him a blank stare. What do you want to know? Kakashi, who was becoming irritated at this point, asked. Well, why are we unable to accompany the other two teams on their trip to Uzu? As Sakura tried to hide her ass in order to listen in and use it against her teammate, she asked. All right, Ibiki gave me instructions, saying that my team was not required for the mission's next phase. Kakashi grinned and said, I know you want to listen in on what Kiba wanted to talk to me alone about. Well, little girl, you're not getting your way. So why waste his time and ours and just go back to the village so we can take on more missions? However, sensei, we would benefit from it. Sakura, thinking that this would help her get what she wanted, whined, to go along and learn about a village we know nothing about. Kiba pushed past her and returned downstairs to join the others, saying, "Yeah, you just want to go and see what you and Sasuke can get out of it. Stop talking like a dog." Sakura hissed at the boy, "You don't know anything," but she froze when her sensei said it. As he shoved past his obnoxious student, Kakashi said, "This is why we are not joining on the mission with the others." Sakura was stunned and just stood there, stunned because she had never in her life been told no to anything. After a week, the bridge was completed, and Teams 7, 8, and 10 a euro, along with Ibiki and Anko a euro, now have it. Kakashi waved at them and said, "Well, we will be seeing soon back in the village." Ibiki said, "Fine." He glanced at Kakashi, his icy black eyes sweeping over the silver-haired man's pupils, lingering on Sakura and Sasuke because he didn't mind Kiba because the boy was the only one who paid attention and followed instructions. "All right, let's leave." Naxina looked at her team and teammate and said, "Because my uncle will be here shortly." Xena turned and walked toward the docks next to Tezuna's house, saying, "Yes, we shouldn't keep him waiting." Everyone's eyes widened when a huge black ship emerged from the ocean, water gushing from the ship's dock, and odd-looking men walked around the ship preparing it for the journey across the ocean to the Uzumaki's long-forgotten homeland. The Great Naxina Bridge. Sasuke scowled at the girl and scoffed as he glanced at the nameplate. "I will get her power one way or another. She will be mine soon," he told himself, slowly making a fist, that he would stop at nothing to obtain what was rightfully his. Ares was complaining about something to a tall man wearing black leather pants, black boots, an open black leather vest, a massive sword strapped to his back, and a mask covering the lower half of his face. Poseidon's blue eyes narrowed as he approached the girl, who was standing next to him in a short black kimono with snowflakes all over it and an ice blue obi holding it closed. The girl had shown herself to be a member of the long-lost female warrior tribe from ancient times. "Xena, Naxina, seeing you two again is a pleasure." Poseidon grinned at the two in front of him and said, "Thank you for the homemade sweet wine you both had sent me." "You're welcome, uncle," Naxina said with a smile. She approached him and gave him a hug, saying, "I'm glad you liked the blackberry wine." He was happy to give her a hug because he did miss seeing her around Olympus when he did visit. Xena grinned at Poseidon and said, "Thank you once again for guiding us safely to the land of Whirlpool." "Oh my goodness," Poseidon said, "I would split the sea for Naxina." Naxina laughed at her uncle's foolish antics, waving his arms widely as the sea parted in front of everyone, leaving their mouths hanging open in disbelief at the strength of the god of the seas. As the others looked on, Ares approached his uncle and said, "Uncle. It is good to see you again," he remarked, grinning as usual. "Ares, you're right, it's good to see you too," Poseidon said, rolling his eyes at the sight of the god of war. "We need to get moving and we don't have time to screw around here," Xena said, glancing at the two gods in front of her. "That is enough, you two." Both men smiled sheepishly as they gazed at her. Because they both still enjoy getting into small arguments over trivial matters. Something that really irritated Xena. In case it became unmanageable, it would be up to her to take care of it for her husband. Because they don't require another conflict between gods. Turning, Naxina looked at the others. The others looked a little uncomfortable, so she said, "Come. Let's board the ship and don't mind my uncle's crew. They don't look human anymore. Remember the Black Pearl's crew?" Ibiki observed the odd men who resembled fish toiling diligently on the ship. Anko gave one that looked like an eel a wink. The eel man simply gave her a wink before returning to mending the sails. Kurenai asks, rolling her eyes at her best friend for her terrible flirting behavior, "Anko really?" Poseidon smiled down at Naxina and put his captain's hat on her head, shouting, "All right men. Get this ship ready to sail for the eddies." She smiled up at him again. Naxina gave the god standing beside her a hug and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome, my dear." Poseidon grinned. He simply enjoyed being with the family's tiny beacon of light. The Konoha Road. As they made their way back to Konoha, Kakashi observed his genin. Sakura pestered Sasuke for a date while Kiba played with his Ninken partner. "I must discuss what Kiba has discussed with Lord Hokage. Take a look at these two too." Sasuke's disregard for his teammates. Kakashi pondered. Sakura just wants to kiss Sasuke's ass. Kiba said, "Hey Kakashi-sensei." As this drew the silver-haired Jonin out of his reverie. As Kakashi was being a pain in the ass, he asked, "Yes Kiba-kun." Kiba sulks. After we finished team training, he looked at his sensei and said, "Sensei, stop that. But I was just wondering if you could help me with some of this new training after we are finished with team training. For my mom and Hannah have been really busy lately with missions and Hannah with the vet clinic. That would be very helpful, he said. Sasuke glared at the wild boy on his team and asked, why would he waste his time with a loser like you? Sakura, being a snarky bitch, said, yeah, you should just give up on being a shinobi and just work in your family vet clinic. As he heard how these two students were treating their other teammate Ayuro, the boy is also a clan heir Ayuro, Kakashi blinked, possessing greater authority than even Sasuke. Yes Kiba-kun, I will help you with your training at your clan compound, said Kakashi as he smiles at the feral-looking boy as the puppy barks running around Kiba's legs. HN, said Sasuke as he was now pissed off. That mud is cutting into my time I spent training with that useless man. He growled to himself. Sakura frowned at this. She didn't like the idea of Sasuke not being trained or being part of Kiba's training. She demanded, why isn't Sasuke joining in this training as well? Not even caring about questioning him. Kakashi turned to face the Pinkett. Because, the training that Kiba is asking me for, it belongs to his clan and doesn't have anything to do with Sasuke for he isn't an Inuzuka. He stated to the Pinkett. Sakura, believing she knew better than her Jonin-sensei, said, it doesn't matter. Those scrolls were stolen, so it doesn't matter who learns from it. Kakashi looked down at the stupid girl and said, Sakura, that scroll still has the Inuzuka clan symbol and now that it is returned to the clan and by the clan heir. It is his family and clan and only they are the ones to learn from it. She turned her head away from her sensei and folded her arms across her flat chest. She lifted her sharp nose into the air. She muttered to herself, whatever. This team is really disintegrating. I can't do anything to keep it intact. Because even this mission hasn't helped to strengthen ties with them. It has only served to further distance them from one another. I may need to find a new sensei for Sakura and Sasuke or a new team for Kiba. Because after this mission, I'm not sure if I can manage the two of them, Kakashi thought, burying his nose in his book. I'll have to visit my mother. Kiba simply sighed and thought to himself, because I don't want to be on this team anymore, for both his and Akamaru's protection. They would kill him during the Chunin exams or on a mission. The Konoha, the scrolls that had been sent to his village regarding the participants in the impending Chunin exams were examined by the third Hokage. When he noticed the scroll from IWA, his eyes widened. Sarutobi, who wasn't anticipating this, said, don't it? Did they find out about Naxina? I wonder, he thought. As Kiba witnesses his mother returning to the village with her partner, who is carrying a pack over her shoulder, Team 7 has finally reached their village. Kiba yelled, hey mom. As he rushed to his mother, who looked up from her conversation with Kuromaru and turned to face the running dog. He left his sensei and teammates behind. Kiba is beaming broadly when he sees his mother. Soon looked over her son's shoulder and nodded slightly to Kakashi, saying, hey pup. From behind his book, the silver-haired Jonin nods back to the woman who appears to be feral. She asks her son, how was your mission? Kiba glances up at his mother, who is standing outside Konoha's main gates. It was insane. It went from a simple C-rank mission to a freaking A-rank or S-rank mission. But Ibiki-sensei just had to stay with the bridge builder while he, Naxina, Zabuza and several others went out and took care of this troll named Gato. But now Naxina and her team along with Team 8 along with Zabuza and her grandparents are heading to the Whirlpool village and we got sent home. Also they found a few of our long stolen scrolls, he said with a deep breath. Tsume didn't hear about any of this, so she turned to face Kakashi with wide eyes. However, when her son and his group left the village for their first mission outside of the village, she was already on a mission. She was conflicted and could only say, you didn't get hurt. Kiba said, not understanding why his mother appeared afraid, no mom. Like I said, my team didn't take part in the higher ranking mission. We only stayed in the C ranking we were hired for and that's all. He was a skilled shinobi for Kami's sake. Granted, when it came to training, his sensei only concentrated on teamwork. His eyes enlarged at that moment. Now he understood her concern. Because he would always complain about his teammates' daily training when he got home. Kiba said, barely audible above a whisper, I'm sorry for scaring you mom. He approached his mother and gave her a hug as the untamed woman prepared to sob and murder someone. Tsume's partner was standing in front of them in a protective manner, ready to rip off anyone's head if they got too close, and she wrapped her arms around her son in a protective manner that she had only shown when he was a tiny puppy. Kiba, once we check in and do our mission reports, we need to have a long talk about the team you're on. She whispered to him. Kiba whispered to his mother, I know, Mom. I don't want to be part of Team 7 with Sakura or Sasuke. They will get me hurt or killed just to get what they want. As Sume gazes at Kakashi and his students, her dark brown eyes have a crimson hull to them, and waves of killer intent emanate from her. As the two brats on his team glared at the clan head in front of them with absolutely no regard for her, Kakashi turned away. As he made his way to the gate guard check-in, Kakashi said, Sasuke, Sakura, once we are checked in, you're free to go home. Your pay will be put into your accounts and you have the next 2 days off. His two troublesome students followed him like spoiled entitled brats. Sakura glared at her untamed teammate over her shoulder and asked, why didn't you say anything to Kiba? Kakashi, who wanted nothing more than to toss the girl over a cliff, said, Genin, Sakura, you have no right to question me. Your Jonin, and for Kiba is with a clan head and I have to say over him at this moment. Whatever. Sakura sighed as she checked in and turned to face Sasuke, who had already fled to avoid his stalker Yuro, that is, his teammate. Sakura pouted and went home to complain to her mother about the unfair treatment they had received during their mission, including how Sasuke and she had been relegated to the sidelines and were not permitted to participate in any missions other than watching an elderly alcoholic and his family. Following the departure of his two students, Kakashi looked at Sume and Kiba. Sume stared at the man in disbelief as he said, Come on, Kiba. Let's go speak to Lord Hokage about your request about being placed on another team. She was going to demand that her son be assigned to a different team. Kiba looked up at his mother and said, All right, sensei. He told his mother, who simply nodded. I had expressed to Kakashi-sensei that I don't feel safe with my teammates, and what I told you I told him. He said he was going to have a few words as well to Hokage-sama about this. It was a peaceful stroll to the Hokage Tower. Kakashi was aware that he was on very thin ice and that Kuromaru would steal what made him a man if he made a mistake or said something foolish. Sume would occasionally give him a glare if he let out a giggle, so he just put his nose in his little orange book and tried not to laugh. Hercules was standing outside the Hokage, holding some documents in his hands. Naxina had sent him the mission report, informed him that Team 7 would be arriving shortly, and asked if he could submit it with Team 7's report and suggest that Kiba Inuzuka be transferred to a different team. After witnessing the boy's teammates' treatment of him, Hercules agreed, deeming it unsafe for the boy to remain on the team. Kakashi looked up from his book to the man with the golden brown hair and asked, Hercules-sama. As Hercules only saw Kiba, the boy he was supposed to help leave the awful team he was on, he asked, Kakashi-san, I am glad you have finally returned. By the way, where are your other students? Kakashi said, seemingly indifferent to their whereabouts, I sent them home and gave them 2 days off. To this, Hercules raised an eyebrow. It appears even their very own sensei has given up on them. The sound of Kakashi asking a question startled him out of his reverie. It seems it is worse than we all thought it was. Hercules gave a few blinks. He was lost and asked, what was that? A shiver went down Kakashi's spine as she heard one guy laughing throughout the village. He reiterated, I was asking what are you doing here? Team 10 has sent their mission report along with Team 8. As well have asked if I could do anything to see if I could aid on getting Kiba moved from his toxic team. As the Banshee and Emo Ducky do not care if he lives or dies. Hercules replied. This only made Sume even more irate. She snarled, I'm going to kill them. In an attempt to prevent his mother from losing her cool, Kiba put his arms around her and said, Mom, you know it isn't worth it and we still need you, Mom, and the clan needs you to piss off the civilian council. Kakashi gave this a head nod. As the others stared at him in disbelief, he said, very well. Let us get this over with and maybe just maybe get myself a new team as well. As he held the door open for them to pass through, he remarked, I am tired of dealing with entitled asses. I can only take so much. The Eddies, Lost Island. Poseidon's ship docked at an old ship dock as everyone left the ship but for his crew as they got busy for their return trip back to the Land of Fire. This place is very beautiful, said Ino as she looked around as the others nodded their head in agreement. That it is, Ares said, grinning and surveying his surroundings. It brought back memories of her former home, and Xena grinned subtly. She informed them, and they all nodded, it will be about a 30-minute walk to the main village. No Sato Kanahagakure. The Hokage's office. Sarutobi sat behind his desk, observing the two individuals seated in front of him. Sarutobi said to the two people in front of him, I am thankful that you are here to discuss this matter with me. Someone knocked on his door. He turns to face the door. He yelled, "Enter." There was a reason he had the door closed, so it opened slowly and 4 people entered the office, closing it behind them. Hercules' eyes enlarge as he looks up from the papers. He uttered, "Father a euro, mother a euro." Zeus and Hera were seated in the Hokage's office. All Greek gods, kings and queens. Well, as the others around him blinked and gazed at the 2 gods that the man in front of them had referred to as his parents, Hercules asked, "Mother a euro. Father a euro, what are the 2 of you doing here?" Gazing at her stepson, Hera grins. She pointed to Kiba and said, "Oh, nothing really. We have coming to aid that young man standing next to you." The wild boy simply pointed to himself and blinked. He posed the million Rio question that was on everyone's mind, "Me? But why?" Zeus grinned and remarked, "Yes, my boy." With a question mark on her face, Sum asks, "Why would you go out of your way for my son?" She turns to face the 2 gods who were seated in the 2 big leather chairs across from her in front of the Hokage's enormous oak desk. As the 3 troublemaking elders attempted to sneak into the office behind God and the others, Hercules slammed the door shut, saying, "Please come in and close the door behind you. I do not want those annoying elders following you in here." There was a pounding on the now sealed and locked door, 3 cries, and some swearing. Hera scolded them for their impolite behavior, saying, "They have no business in here." Zeus told his beautiful wife who loved retribution, "I know, my dear. But we have to place nice at time." He started talking again, but before she could say anything, he raised his hand. With a sinister gleam in his eye, he informed her, "But right now we need to bid our time as well, for we will be going for a power move here soon." Hera smiles and gives this a slow nod. She looked at her husband's Hokage and said, "I will play nice for now. But let us get on with the matter at hand." Sum looked at the 2 gods in front of her and asked, "So what do you have planned to aid my son?" "Well, I have selected 2 demigods that need to earn their god statues. So I figure we could have them take part in this shinobi world. This may aid them gain their god statues in our own world. As Naxina is surpassing them quickly, as she was only been alive for a short amount of time, while they have been alive for centuries and have done nothing to gain their statues." Said Zeus was dissatisfied with everything that has occurred. Kakashi asked, curious, who might they be? In order to get away from the 2 entitled brats, perhaps he could accept them as his new pupils. Hera glanced at her husband as he sank into his chair and said, "The ones we have selected are Minos and Velasca." Knowing this expression, Hercules sighed and prayed that she wouldn't start venting her rage on him or the other people in the room. The mother of all gods did not overlook this. With a comforting grin, she said, "Do not worry, son. I see you as my own. As you have done so much to gain my approval, and I will not blame you for your father's actions." He was only able to give his mother a stupid nod. As he put his book away, Kakashi asked, "Who are these 2? Zeus scratched his right cheek and turned his head away, refusing to look at his wife, saying, "They are my child from another." In an attempt to avoid upsetting anyone, Kakashi said, "I see." Kiba, who was genuinely concerned about both himself and his partner, asked, "Would they work well with myself and Akamaru?" "Yes, I am sure they will work well with you. Minos is the judge of the dead in the underworld, and Velasca was a former Amazon queen and then became the self-titled goddess of chaos." Hera replied with a smirk on her face. Sum's and Kiba's jaws fell to the ground. Fearing for her son, Sum asked, "Will my son be safe with them?" Zeus, looking out the window away from his wife, said, "He will be fine." As Velasca always loved playing around Ares and annoying Xena before they got married. Kiba said, Okay. With hope in his lone eye, Kakashi asked, "Who will be their sensei?" "Well, the council and the elders want you to be with Sasuke for how you have the Sharingan eye," said the 3rd Hokage. "I would rather not be his sensei. I am failing at dealing with his entitlement behavior as well. Sakura is not any better, as she does not want to do anything to become a true kunoichi. After this last mission they have proven that if Kiba was in any danger or myself, they would allow us to die or injured," said Kakashi as he stared with alone the void. The 3rd Hokage said, "That is very troublesome." The home of Haruno. Sakura sighs as she rushes into her home while her mother is preparing a snack for herself in the kitchen before meeting with the members of her entitlement council. She said to her daughter, "Hello, sweetie. How was your mission?" Sakura folded her arms across her extremely flat chest and puffed out her cheeks. She complained, "I was very horrible." Asked the filthy blonde, How so, sweetie? Sakura, thinking she would get her way, whined to her mother, because we were not allowed to take part in the mission. All they would allow us to do is babysit the bridge builder and his family. Mebuyuki wanted to hear everything before she could spin it to help her daughter and the holy Uchiha, so she asked, what was the mission that you were given, sweetie? Well, we are hired to protect the bridge builder from highwaymen and bandits that could attack him during his return to the land of Wave and while he built his bridge. But Naxina with her team and Team 8, for her grandfather paid for a higher mission for them to take part in. I guess they had to kill some guy named Gato, for he was trying to take over the island and kidnap all the women and children, selling them off as slaves and whatnot, said Sakura. Mebuyuki scowls at this. She asks her daughter, did they have any plans to attack this Gato while you were there? Yes, I woke up like I normally do. I came downstairs and found Naxina, her team and Team 8 with Kiba along with the missing shinobi that was hired by Gato working with the entitled bitch. When I figured out what was going on, I was going to go get Sasuke-kun to take part of this mission. But I was stopped before I could go wake him, said Sakura. Mebuyuki watched her daughter and asked, really? When did Sasuke-kun wake up? Sasuke-kun woke up about 9 a.m. with Kakashi-sensei coming downstairs with him. But once he was finally awake, they had left. All that was left was myself, Baka Kiba. When I told Sasuke-kun what happened, he was enraged and wanted to go. But Kakashi-sensei didn't allow him to join in, said Sakura. Mebuyuki looked at her daughter and said, I see. In order to get Sasuke-sama to marry her daughter, she thought, I will have to talk to the others and see how we can spin this. As she puts down her snack, moves to the front door, takes her bag off the hook, and departs to cause trouble for Naxina and the others, Mebuyuki says, well sweetie, why don't you go take a nice long bath and rest and I'll see what I can do for you. District of Uchiha. Sasuke enters his family's house, looks down the hallway that leads to his parents' bedroom, turns right, and cautiously enters the clan library because he needs to gain strength. For him to gain power, there had to be a secret somewhere. Tower of Hokage. As he observed Kakashi, the third Hokage asked, so you are truly requesting to be moved off of Team 7 to Team 11? Yes sir, for I can focus truly train a team to their fullest potentials. I slack so much with them for Sasuke doesn't care for his team and Sakura begins whining when I try to help Kiba for not focusing on her Sasuke-kun. Kakashi replied with a long sigh. What he is saying isn't a lie. Sakura is pissed off that Naxina returned several of our stolen family scrolls on jutsu that have not been seen since I think the first SWW. She was demanding that Sasuke be training in what is held in the scrolls along with me, said Kiba with a scowl. As the god and goddess turned to face the untamed woman, Sum growled, that little bastard will not be getting his way with our clan jutsus. Hera smirked and said, we will have our two troublemakers here tomorrow so they can meet their new teammate. Glancing back at the door, she said, I will be hanging around here for I know my son will not be able to handle the storm that is brewing from the civilians' council and elders. After a while, no one was knocking. The third Hokage gave a head nod. I have a feeling there is going to be a shitstorm brewing after what I have read from these reports sitting before me. For Sakura Haruno has been known to tell tall tales as well. The civilian council worships the last Uchiha's ass as if he was the Hokage of this village. He stated to them, yes, I have met a few of those annoying Uchihas down in Hade's realm and I am glad that they had pretty much been killed off. If only he had taken out the little snot-nosed brat as well. Hera said with an evil glint in her eyes. This sight made Hercules pale. Mother, he said in a worried and frantic tone. Waved him away, Hera said, oh don't worry son. Hercules nodded slowly, his face still filled with fear. As he leapt around the Hokage's office, Kiba exclaimed, this is great. I am no longer part of Team 7. Since he didn't think that team was that bad, the third Hokage simply stopped perspiring. However, it seemed that he was terribly wrong. He had stupidly let two stupid kids play shinobi, endangering the life of a young heir. However, the boy would have been saved by Kakashi. Right, he needed to see what shitstorm was brewing on the other side of his office door, so those were thoughts for another day. Drama meeting of the civilian council. It's fun, so I don't care if I play this card too much or make them look bad. The elders examine each of them as they enter the civilians' meeting room. Homura glares at them and asks, what was so important that you pulled us away from trying to speak with the third Hokage's guest? Danzo smirks, knowing that the conversation in this room could soon provide him with what he wants. The green-haired man said, Homura-sama. We have just learned that Uchiha-sama was not allowed to take part in an assassination mission with Teams 8 and 10. He grumbled. In response, he raised an eyebrow. What mission was this? He questioned as he knew nothing of higher-ranking missions with Genin at this time. In order to protect the bridge builder, Uchiha-sama was dispatched to the land of waves. However, it seems that a man named Gato was holding the land hostage. As a result, Teams 8 and 10 were paid to murder the man and liberate the land, leaving Sasuke-sama to do nothing more than watch over it, the same man said. Office of the Hokage, should we convene a council meeting? With a malicious twinkle in her eyes, she asked Hera. In order to gather the clan heads who knew something was coming a Euro, but not what are, perhaps more accurately, wo Euro, the third Hokage could only nod his head and wave his hand as his Anbu disappeared into the waning sunlight. The Eddies, village. Naxina stood in the middle of the village her mother was born in. All around them were minions of Hades taking the dead and placing them in proper graves. A slow shaky breath is released from her lips. Is this where my family went down? Asked Naxina a question. Yes, this is where our children lived and died, Ares said as he approached her from behind. With a gentle yet proud smile, he told his granddaughter, they battled like the warriors they were. Although it still pained her that Kami had denied her the opportunity to save her grandchildren, Xena was glad to be a part of Naxina's life and walked up beside them to watch the god of the underworld's minions take her grandchildren to their final resting place. No one wanted to upset the two gods and the demigod, so the others just watched, unsure of what to say. However, the way things have been going, they were certain that Naxina would soon become a god, which infuriated the last Uchiha because he felt he was the only one who had the right to be a god. Unknown location. How is my strategy for locating every tail beast holder coming along? Asked a man who was hiding in the shadows. Another man, standing in the shadows, said, everything is going as planned. His eyes were glowing purple. Ensures everything runs smoothly. As he disappeared back into the darkness, the man said, there is no space for mistakes. Hera. Hercules took the Namikaze seat next to Hera, who sat in the Uzumaki seat and scuffed as she observed the humans who disapproved of her granddaughter for simply possessing the power they desired for their pet. Hercules turns to face his mother and asks, is everything okay? With a hint of anxiety and fear in his voice, he asks her. Everything is fine, Hera says, gazing up at her adopted son. All I want to do is open the underworld's pits, toss them all in, and be done with them. These foolish humans believe themselves gods and all they are the ants that serve us. She told him. Hercules sighed and nodded his head. Nothing positive was going to happen tonight. The council chambers were silent as everyone admired the stunning woman with crimson hair occupying the Uzumaki council seat. Tsunade glanced at the woman seated beside her, knowing who she was and being afraid of the power radiating from her in waves. Hercules merely grinned at his niece in an attempt to soothe her from his stepmother's anger directed at the council's elders and civilians. When the third Hokage entered the room, the civilians would yell at him to take action against the demon he allowed to roam freely in their village and the injustice he had done to the last Uchiha ever since the demon child had returned to their village. The third Hokage wondered why everyone was quiet for once. Good afternoon to all of you. As he glanced around the room to look at nearly everyone, the third Hokage said, I know everyone here is wondering why I called for this meeting. From the elder table beneath the Hokage, Danzo said, yes, I was wondering that. Hera knew she could feel those bastards' eyes as she narrowed hers at the one-eyed man in front of her. Well, I am here telling you that we have a new team forming and as well we will need to find a new member for Team 7 as well as new sensei, the Hokage said, grinning down at him and everyone else. The Shinobi Council and the Civilian Council both froze upon hearing this because they had no idea what was happening. Hokage, Lord, what do you mean by the formation of a new Genin team? Asked Shikaku Nara a question. The Hokage grinned at them. Well, it came to my attendant that Team 7 has been falling apart as two members of the team refuse to work with their third teammate as well as their sensei believing they are above their sensei as well. He explained to everyone. A member of the Civilian Council said at random, well, Uchiha-sama is higher than any lonely jonin. Hera started laughing as the Hokage squinted at the man. Slowly, everyone turned to face the woman occupying the Uzumaki seat. Who are you? Demanded the same idiot. Glancing at the Hokage, Hera grinned and said, may I introduce myself, Lord Hokage? She asks the man in front of her a question. The third smiled kindly and said, yes, you may. I am Hera, she said, her mischievous playful green eyes turning icy cold. Mother of all the gods. While my son and daughter-in-law are visiting the Uzumaki clan island outside of the village, I am here. My granddaughter Naxina owns this land. She told them, glancing at the idiots with calculating eyes, who by default had become the princess of the land of Uzu as she was of the main royal family and last member of the main bloodline. Both the shinobi and the civilian sides of the room were whispering. In addition, the former sensei and the third member of Team 7 will form the new genin team that I am bringing in, since Team 11 will be formed. The Hokage-sama has already given me permission to do this, Hera said, surveying the room. The council rooms on the civilian side of the room erupted in shouting. They were simply laughed at by Hera. Silence, commanded Hera as she looked at everyone in the room. When the room was quiet, a pin drop could be heard. You idiots are powerless in this situation. This is one of the shinobi affairs, so you fools should stop demanding things you don't know anything about. You are merely citizens here to handle civil affairs. Roared out, frightening everyone in the room. She narrowed her eyes and said, now shut the hell up and listen to your Hokage and stop demanding and pretending you're the ones with power. Despite the flames surrounding her, no one spoke. When you don't have any. Simply put, Hokage-sama allowed some of your idiots to get to your heads because he was too old to handle everything in his prime. If you can't cry and complain like kids. She advised them, then you should give up your seat on the council and make room for someone else who will treat this title with dignity and behave like adults rather than entitled or pampered kids. They all wore horrified expressions, unable to comprehend what they had been told. The third Hokage turned to face the civilian council and said, that brings me to another point. After today all of the members of the civilian council will be resigning from the council. He said this as Anbu showed up and took them all away before they could scream or say anything. WHO gave you the authority to take them out. The two other elders were demanded. The third glanced at them and said, the Fire Lord. He got up and said, that will be all. He then walked out of the council chamber. Hera slowly rose from her council seat when Shikaku Nara walked up to her and looked her over with a lazy gaze. She smirked at him. Do not estimate me, Nara. Because with a simple flick of my wrist, I have destroyed entire nations, she told him, smiling subtly. I'd never consider it. Based on my observations of your son's abilities and your daughter-in-law's medical expertise with herbs. In a straight or well-fought battle, I wouldn't want to fight anyone. Shikaku grinned and said, let alone the mother of all the gods. With a smile and a nod, Hera said, wise words for the father of the son who holds the heart of my granddaughter. Shikaku simply laughs at that. I am aware that my son is engaging in risky behavior. However, I am confident that he has fallen deeply in love with Naxina and would never leave her for another. He tells the goddess, even though he doesn't know it now. I am aware. I had already conversed with the goddess of love, Aphrodite. I have already blessed their future union, and she has already blessed them. Because I am also the goddess of marriage, Hera said, smiling softly as she recalled her previous position. My spouse would adore having you over for supper. Shikaku laughed at the thought of his wife discussing a wedding with a goddess since she had been covertly organizing their nuptials for some time. That would be wonderful. Aphrodite ought to accompany us. As the others turned pale, Hera grinned evilly and said, as she always loves a good wedding and loves playing matchmaker during them. Soon tries to flee from them by turning tail because she doesn't want to be involved in this mess. The Eddies, main village. As Ares put his arm around his wife, Xena looked around, knowing that what she saw would break her heart because it was the same scene she had witnessed when that bastard of a warlord had destroyed her home so long ago. Ares whispered in his ear, my love, I am here for you. She looked up to her husband and whispered to him, I know. It just digs up old memories, while the children and other villagers wandered around. Naxina strolled through the village, taking in the devastation caused by the Second World War. Monkeys never pick up new skills. Kurama said, they fight for power and lust. Kurama was irritated that all of his siblings had been used so long ago to further the goals of those idiots. Naxina asked, what do you mean lust? Since she had no idea. From inside her head, Kurama exhaled deeply. To cut a long tale short, the Uzukage's daughter was the object of the Mist Cage's desire to marry her. Your mom. However, she was removed from the village. While she was still in the village, that sicko was making plans. He didn't finish his sentence because he knew it would upset the girl. They planned to kidnap him. As she glanced around, Naxina said, I see. Well, that is good she was gone. It was for the best. For my kid wouldn't have met me and I don't know what her life would have been like if she wouldn't have had me in her life." Kurama simply nodded his head in agreement. He looked around, knowing that the gods would never intervene else. Shikamaru located the cage tower and stood in front of it. He sensed a power emanating from it, a power he felt emanating from Xena or Ares when they become angry with the councils. "It seems like this is what we are searching for," he said to himself, letting out a sigh. "It's troublesome." He raised his right hand to his hair and ran his fingers through it before searching for anyone who might be able to enter the tower. "Ares-sama," he called to the god of war, who turned to face the sloth leaning against the building and gazed at him languidly. "I found the cage tower." With a sly smile, Ares said, "Good job, boy." As Xena walked over to join them, she smiled softly and said, "He will do well by my granddaughter's side, as she will do well at his side. They play well off each other's straits." The others continued to explore the village, finding interesting items that were brought to the center to be taken home for Naxina and her family to examine. Glancing down at Shikamaru, Ares said, "Show me to the tower." "Yes, sir," Shikamaru said as he led the way. Xena and Naxina noticed them heading for a building and started to follow them since they knew it would be significant because Shikamaru appeared a little uneasy, a trait he only displayed when he was with his mother. "So, where are you heading, Grandpa?" Naxina asked as she leapt onto his back, thinking she could ride his back for a while because she was tired of walking. "We're going to the cage tower," Ares says, turning to face his granddaughter. He grinned and said, "We are going to see if we can find anything of any importance or value that will aid you in your growth as a shinobi and as a goddess." "I understand." As she walked beside her husband, a gentle smile on her lips, Xena said, "I do hope we find something." She always admired Ares's gentler side when he was with their granddaughter. When they stood in front of the tower, they could see a seal over it that was the only thing keeping it upright and preventing age and attacks from causing it to collapse all those years ago. Shikamaru looked at the three people standing beside him and said, "So Ayuro, how do we get in?" He questioned them. "It's a blood seal," Naxina said, leaping off Ares's back. She smiled as she bit her thumb and followed the instructions given to the boy in front of her. "All I have to do is swipe a little bit of my blood over it and it should open it up," she said. As the blue seal broke, it turned red, green, and finally bluer. Naxina smiled at everyone and said, "It worked." Ares approached her and ruffled her hair while she batted at his hand, saying, "Good job, kiddo." Looking at the man in front of her, Naxina crossed her arms and pouted. "Grandpa," she complained. "All right, you too," Xena said, covering her mouth as she laughed at their antics. As Naxina pounded her fist against her grandfather's fist, she said, "Let's go inside and look for anything that will aid our little one here." They both looked at the regal warrior woman goddess in front of them, laughing at them, and said, "Fine." At one point, the two paused and blinked at her owlishly while Ares was merely laughing and Naxina was growling at him. "It looks like they took some of the injured in here to protect them from the attacking armies," Ares said, rubbing his bearded chin as he looked around the tower, which was filled with paper in the hallways, boxes that had been knocked over in various rooms, and blood on the sea foam-colored walls and sea-green carpet. When she saw a crimson sword protruding in the center of the stairway, Naxina simply nodded her head in agreement with his words and, with her right hand reaching for it, she started walking mindlessly in its direction. Xena attempted to stop the girl, but Ares stopped her as she turned back to face her husband, who shook his head no to his wife as Shikamaru gazed up at them inquisitively. Ares also turned back to face his granddaughter and held up his hand to prevent the boy from questioning him. Her right hand wrapped around the crimson sword's hilt, causing her eyes to go blank. As she started to remove the sword from the stairway, a crimson light enveloped her, and her blonde hair took on multiple crimson highlights, giving the impression that she had grown an inch or two. "What's happening, Ares?" questioned Xena turned to face her husband, who was beaming maniacally. "It looks like little Naxina found one of my missing war swords," Ares said, turning to face his wife. "Among the damned ones, the death of Crimson." With pride in his voice, he told his wife, "The one that would never allow anyone but myself the willed it." She gave him a startled look and said, "But didn't that sword disappear long before we were married?" "Long before my birth?" She asks him a question. "Yes, it did, and I'm not sure how it got here," Ares said, nodding his head in response to her remarks. "He must have wanted to be located." He shook his head, saying, "The thing has its own temper." Naxina passed out while still clinging to the sword as she fell to the ground, but the sword created a crimson barrier around the girl to keep everyone away, including its former master. Naxina closes her eyes as memories of the sword and its history begin to flood her consciousness. An earth-crushing scream tries to escape her lips, but she bites them down as blood runs down the right corner of her mouth, and her breathing gradually increases. Rewind. A young woman with long red hair is strolling along Uzu's shore, gazing out at the ocean as her royal blue eyes fall on the hilt of an odd sword that protrudes partially from the sand. She raises an eyebrow at it. She says to herself, "Huh. I wonder where this sword came from." With her left hand, she approaches the crimson sword and encircles the golden hilt of the blade with her thin fingers. A crimson light surrounds her as she does this, and she passes out as her eyes roll back in her skull. She imagines that the sword's owner is a man with curly raven hair and black eyes who enjoys using it to fight both humans and gods while donning black leather armor. And this crimson is in his right hand. Attacking a lesser and lesser god than himself and his family, the man roars, "With crimson death in my hand I shall never lose a battle." A woman with pink skin and red eyes yelled, "Then we shall make sure that you will lose one day." As a scythe materialized in her right hand. The man grinned. He mockingly asked her, "What's a fertility goddess like you going to do to me?" The woman gave him a narrowed look. She raises her scythe and rushes the god of war in front of her, hissing, "I am no fertility goddess but a bring of death." He laughs as he lifts his sword to deflect her blow, failing to notice the cherry blossom tree vines encircling his neck and arms. His eyes widened in disbelief because he hadn't anticipated this. The little bitch had some cunning. He had become a bit too arrogant for his own good. But as the roots that hold him down started to burn, he refused to let this stop him. When the man noticed that the flames were coming from beneath the woman's dress, she started to scream in agony as they consumed the roots. He gave her a wicked smirk. As he turned around and cupped her chin in his hand, he squeezed it and said, "So you are also a spring goddess, my dear?" She narrows her eyes and growls at him. She snarled at him and said, "Yes, I am a spring goddess as you are the god of war." Her words made him laugh. With a derisive tone, Ares declared, I am Ares, god of war." The now Konohana Sakuya Hime hissed at him, saying, "I am Konohana Sakuya Hime, I am not no minor spring goddess, you little baster." Ares laughs at her even harder now. He continues to make fun of her as he leans in close to her and presses his lips to hers, saying, "You even call yourself a princess." He laughed and slapped her away, saying, "My dear, I bed mean princesses in my time, and you, my dear. I wouldn't waste my time bedding you." Konohana Sakuya Hime hissed, "I wouldn't allow a boar like yourself to touch me in a million years." She rushed him and spun around like a twister while numerous blades appeared in an attempt to cut the god in front of her into tiny pieces. With his smirk still intact, Ares raises Crimson Death to block the barrage of attacks that are headed his way. As he blocked her attack again, Ares teased, "I think they should have missed labeling you my goddess. You are more suited as a goddess of war and not of spring." But as soon as the young woman woke up, the memory vanished. Her hair, which had grown longer while she slept, now had raven strands mixed in with her crimson hair, and her height had also changed. She shook her head. She used to be 5 feet 4, but now she was about 6 feet tall. Glancing around, she saw that the sun had set and that the full moon was now high in the sky. It was approximately midnight based on where it rested in the sky. She sighed. She thought to herself, "I must return home before he is upset with me," unwilling to go back to the man she was compelled to wed. As if it had always belonged there, she tied the sword to her side. She returned to the village in the middle of the island at a leisurely pace. She let out a deep breath and glanced up at the moon again, noticing a red tint as a voice entered her head. It sounded like the voice of the god of war, and she shook her head. Blood shall be spilled tonight. However, she chuckled dryly to herself. As she told herself dryly, "Yeah, like a god from days gone by would talk to me." She could see her husband sitting in the kitchen with a bottle in his hand, and she could infer that there were a number of other bottles strewn across the kitchen table. She also noticed that the lights in her house were still on in the windows. As she opened the back door and stepped inside, she thought, "Bastard drunk again." He demanded, "Where have you been, woman?" As she started to clear the empty bottles off the table, she told him, "I must have fallen asleep while out for a walk alone along the shoreline." As he looks up at her, he hisses, "Damn it, Zona, you are mine and must be here to serve me." He grabs her outstretched hand from picking up the bottle in front of him. As he looks at her, he growls, "What the hell happened to you?" She stares at him in confusion, unsure of what he is discussing. Zona asked, "What are you talking about? Your hair has raven locks mixed in it and as longer as now you are as tall or taller than myself." He lets out a growl. Zona, who didn't want to speak to Seto, said with a small smile, "I don't know Seto. Maybe I awoke a bloodline we know nothing about." She just wanted to put his inebriated ass to bed. Before she could react, Seto's right hand struck her left cheek, launching her into the distant wall. As he pushed his inebriated ass out of his chair, he growled, "Don't lie to me, bitch. All your family ever said about you is that you are only skilled in sword fighting." The side of her broken lip is dripping with blood. As she pulls out the sword by her side that he never saw, she hisses at him, "Yeah, they are right. Also I am still better than you." As it rolls across the kitchen floor, his head is sliced from his neck with a swift swing. She performs the hand signals for a fire jutsu without thinking, burning his body and blood away. She sighed as she realized she had a lot of work to do in the morning, including replacing the kitchen floor's small section. But she shut her eyes and turned her back on the ashes that now covered her kitchen floor. Flashback's conclusion. Naxina's eyes open. She murmurs to herself, "Huh. Insane." She turns to face her grandfather. When Xena starts laughing at what her grandmother is saying, everyone's eyes widen, and she tells him, "You used to be an asshole before you met Grandma." With a look of shock on his face, Ares asks her, What makes you say that?" With her head tilted to the right, Naxina gazed at her grandfather. The sword, however, brought back some strange memories. One where you fought a spring goddess that you teased and toyed with before. I don't know what happened, for it turned to the woman from this island that found this sword and her killing her asshole husband, and I awoke. She explained to him. Ares merely gave her a blank stare. He pulled himself together again and said, "Damn, that was a Japanese goddess I was sent to kill for murdering young woman and the other. I have no idea about." Naxina looks up at her grandfather and holds up the sword, asking, "Well, do you want Crimson Death back?" Ares glanced at the blade that was extended in his direction. He raised his hands and shook his head, saying, "No. This blade is no longer meant for me. This blade is meant for a woman who has a strong heart," he said. Naxina simply nodded in his direction before sealing the sword away from the world so it could be viewed again at a later date. Shikamaru asks, glancing at Naxina and the other people in the hallway, "Shall I keep going to the top?" Naxina approached him and took his hand, saying, "Yeah." When he turned to face her, she simply gave him a bright smile, and he could feel the energy coursing through her fingers. Out of the corner of Shikamaru's eye, he saw the blonde strolling beside him. She grinned and turned to face him again as he tightened his hold. She said, "What's on your mind?" He simply grinned. He said to her, "Nothing." She cocked her head to her right. She asks him, "Are you sure?" Shikamaru is now grinning at her. He nods his head back over his shoulder toward the two gods who are walking a few feet behind them and says, "We can talk more later when we are alone." As they reach the top of the office stairs, she nods her head in understanding. Xena and Ares stroll past the two teenagers who are surveying the office. Looking around the office, Ares asks, "Now if I were a scroll, where would I be?" At his question, Shikamaru and Naxina simply start to perspire. Naxina smiled and said, "Well, Grandpa. The scroll would be hidden in a secret compartment in the office somewhere." As Naxina closes her eyes and feels the surroundings, Ares frowns and surveys the room. Shikamaru searched the floor for any trap doors or hidden passageways as he felt around the walls. However, Naxina's eyes open, and she rushes to a wall near the office door. Naxina ran her blood over a seal on the wall after biting her thumb before anyone could see what had happened. The girl is surrounded by dust that has been there for years as the wall slides open. Everyone observes this event. Ares glances at his wife and grins. With a cheek smile, Xena tells him, "She takes after me more and more each day, which I am grateful for." Ares looks away from his wife, crosses his arms across his chest, and pouts. Xena gives him a gentle pat on the cheek and says, "Ah hun, I still love you." Naxina took out the scrolls and placed them on top of the nearby old desk. Shikamaru frowns as he approaches the desk and looks at the scroll. He puts his left hand under his chin and says to Naxina, "It appears the scrolls have blood seals on them." Naxina turns to face her boyfriend. As she extracts the final few scrolls from the secret room, she tells him, "Well, I guess I'll just worry about it once we get home. For I do not want to open them here." Naxina asked, glancing at the other people in the room, "So are we going to return the same way we arrived to the village?" Aries smiles. They merely grinned as he said, "No. We will travel like gods do. The others have already returned to the village." Shikamaru gives them a raised eyebrow. He asks Aries, "What do you mean travel like gods?" Gazing up at the god of war, who never stops grinning. Naxina approaches the Nara heir and gives her grandfather a shake of her head. She asks him, "You have seen how my grandfather appears out of nowhere." Shikamaru slowly nods his head. "Yeah, how he comes out of a golden ball of flames and how your grandmother comes out of golden light as well as how Hercules comes out of the same light as her." He continues to nod. After turning away from Shikamaru, Naxina set about securing the scroll. Unnoticed leaf. Finally, on a strange ship that hasn't been seen in this world in a very long time, all of the teams that accompanied Naxina to the land of waves and the land of whirlpools return. Glancing over at the silent Hyuga princess, Ino asks, "So how long do you think it will take Naxina and Shikamaru to return from their mission Hinata?" She tilted her head to the right while holding a finding to her lips. With a gentle smile, she said to Ino, "I don't know. Maybe by this evening." With her eyes wide, Ino asks, "Really you think they will be back that soon?" Naxina, Shikamaru, Xena, and Ares appear before them along with a ghostly blue light, and golden flames just as Choji and Ino are about to grab their bags and head to their respective homes. To shield the genin from any threat posed by the light in front of them, the Jonin sensei all leap ahead of them, but at ease when they see who is in front of them. Ares grinned cockily and waved them away, saying, "Oh relax." When Naxina left the training ground and her friends' teammates at a dead sprint, she waved and grinned at everyone. Shikamaru waved to his teammates and friends as he fled after his pain-in-the-ass girlfriend, saying, "Troublesome." Hinata leaps to her feet and chases after her two teammates while giggling. She looks over her shoulder. With a timid smile, she returns the call and says, "I'll see you guys later." As they both nod their heads and chase after their pals, Ino blinks and turns to face Choji. As Xena watched the kids flee, she started to laugh. Ares laughed and said, "It seems the kids want to see what we have found." When he exhales a stream of smoke, Asuma asks, "What did you all find while in Uzu?" Ares glances up at the Jonin who was smoking. He informed the man and the others who were still standing there, "We found family scrolls and a missing sword of mine." The Uzumaki compound. After setting up her study, Naxina dashes through the house. She arranges a big table and places the scrolls on it, in her personal study. She comes to a complete stop when she hears voices coming from the doorways as Shikamaru enters slowly, followed by Hinata, and Ino and Choji follow. As chairs emerged from a floor seal around her large table, Naxina grinned and said, "Hey everyone." She approached a desk and took out a number of pens and notebooks. Because she had no idea how much she would be taking notes on each of the scrolls in front of her. Since she wasn't sure if she had enough Supplius a euro, there were 3 enormous scrolls and 1,000,000 tiny ones a euro. She created multiple Sealess shadow clones, hedged them into various people, and gave them money to go buy her more. Watching the shadow clones leave the room, Shikamaru raises an eyebrow at her behavior. He asked her, "You don't think you have enough supplies for these scrolls?" After glancing at him, Naxina returns her attention to the table. Her head cocked to the side as she said, "Well, in that first massive scroll. Has the Uzukage scrolls?" Shikamaru gives a nod of approval. He gave her a small smile and said, "You take the first scroll, and we will take the second one." Everybody sat down at the table. Shikamaru distributed the notebooks and pens that his girlfriend had given him. With his gaze fixed on Ino, he informed everyone, "We will take that middle scroll and take notes on them. But remember, what we learn here today belongs to Naxina as it is her clan secrets." With a sigh, Ino crossed her arms over her chest and said, "Don't give me that look. I know better for how clan secrets are not for everyone." Naxina laughs at them too. She assured her friend and boyfriend, "It's okay. I trust Ino and I know she wouldn't do anything to betray me." Naxina is carrying a tray of tea for the children to sip while they work when Xena enters her private study. She pondered, "I will need to talk to the fathers of Choji and Shikamaru to see if we can make some soda for the kids to enjoy." After giving it some thought, Xena set the tray in the middle of the table so that everyone could reach it. As she poured tea for each child, Xena asked, "Choji, is your father by chance in the village?" Choji smiles as he looks up. He informed the goddess in front of him, "Yes, my father is in town. I believe he is with Shikaku right now out the lab working on some new solider pills." Xena grinned. She finished serving tea and disappeared from Naxina's study, saying, "Well, I must go and pay them both visit." With a giggle, Naxina begins to open the scrolls for everyone. Xena shows up in the exclusive Nara laboratory, where Choza and Shikaku work in silence. To attract the two men's attention to herself, she cleared her throat. With kunai in their hands, both men turn swiftly. When they see who is in front of them, they calm down. Shikaku cleared his throat before speaking. "Is there something we could aid you in, Xena-sama?" he asks the goddess in front of him. With a gentle smile, Xena approaches the two men in front of her. She tells them both, "Yes, there is something I think you two might be able to aid me in." Raising a raven eyebrow at the goddess in front of him, Shikaku asks, "What would we be able to do for you?" He never lets his body language or face reveal how lazy he is. Xena smiled and said, "I have been thinking of some items from days long gone by that would be interesting for the children to enjoy." Choza now wondered what she might be talking about. "What would that be?" he asks, taking a step in her direction while grinning broadly and blushing slightly as usual on his plump cheeks. Xena's smile widens even wider. "I have the formulas for soda and I believe that would be a nice treat for the children and others. There will be some changes to the formulas, where we will be replacing the corn syrup with cane sugar or sugar in general, as well as using natural flavors for some of them, for I know we would need caramel coloring or caramel for the darker colas." She informs the two men who had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Choza asks, frowning, "What is this soda?" It was a sugary drink that people across the world enjoyed. They had many different flavors for people to enjoy and some countries had strange flavors. Xena was beaming at them. With a frown on his face and a quick mind, Shikaku asks, "What do you mean strange flavors?" Xena watched them make disgusted faces at the idea of drinking wasabi. "Well, in Japan they had a wasabi flavor or matcha. Just depends on what company made the product." "That would be disgusting. We would be interested in creating it for you," Choza remarked, grimacing at the peculiar taste. As documents suddenly materialized in her hands, Xena bowed to the two men and said, "Thank you." Naxina's individual research. Naxina bites her thumb and runs her bloody thumb over the seals on the 2S cross. "Let me know what will need my blood so I am able to open it for you," she told the others as they each grabbed a scroll that had appeared from the second scroll. As Naxina examines the Uzukage's scroll of sealing, her eyes enlarge with delight. She notices an insane seal first, reads the warning for it, and then gradually starts to break down the sealing ray. The shadow clones return with all the supplies that were sent to be purchased, which was a good idea because Naxina has already spent the last 3 hours searching through 3 notebooks for the first seal she has been working on. Time flies. After 3 days, the only notes that Naxina really didn't need to work on were those that Shikamaru had completed. She has kept herself occupied by working on her enormous scroll while her shadow clones go through the other notes the other had written for her, looking them over, taking out new notebooks, and retaking notes. When she thinks of the person who has captured her heart since she first met and got to know him, a gentle smile appears on her lips. "I think you need to eat something. What if we had lunch together?" Standing in the doorway of her private study, Shikamaru said. "That sounds great," she says, grinning at him as she looks up from her work. She smiled and said, "As I am getting hungry." "Well, we haven't gone on a date in a long time. Nobody has stopped by to annoy you or me. So, are you interested in going on a date with me?" questions Shikamaru with a slight blush on his cheeks. Slowly standing up, Naxina smiles at him. "Yes, I would love to go out on a date with you," she answers him as she walks towards him, taking his outstretched hand. Zuku Barbecue. In order to ensure their privacy from anyone else who might enter the restaurant, Shikamaru takes his devoted girlfriend to a private room. A young woman approaches them, sets a tray of mint tea on their table, and says, grinning and winking at the two teenagers, "I shall return once you two are ready." As they both pull up the menu to conceal their faces from one another, blushes appear on their cheeks. "So what have you found in the Uzukage scroll?" Shikamaru asks the blonde seated across from him after they have placed their order. He smiles as he asks her the question. "Well, I have been breaking down the seal that is the first thing on the scroll," she says with a big smile. "I've nearly broken it down," she informs him. "What is this seal?" Shikamaru smiles and leans toward his girlfriend while resting his chin on his right hand. "Well, that is an oddity. They say it's a time seal." Naxina frowned and muttered to herself as she considered the situation, something about time travel or being people from another period of time. Shikamaru frowned and said, that could be dangerous in the wrong hands. I am aware. I must therefore take another look at it. I have it sealed away in a chakra seal as well, Naxina said, frowning again. When she says, once you have figured it out, Shikamaru nods his head. Never attempt to test it out on your own. Have someone with you, please. He says to her, I want to be the one to support you, as his left hand crosses the table and gently squeezes her hand into his. She gives him a self-squeezed hand while grinning tearfully. Naxina has been absorbed in her work for several hours, and her shadow clones have returned from their shopping excursion and begun working as well. Bring the kids lunch and snacks because they know that once Naxina starts her research, she won't eat or sleep until she is jolted out of it. Ares had visited the place multiple times with his mother. The shadow clones made her research go by much more quickly. Hera calls out, Naxina. She is holding a plate of sandwiches and chips. Naxina blinks and grunts as she is startled out of the daze she had put herself in. She slowly looks up at her grandmother, her face bewildered as she realizes who is in front of her. Huh, she responds to her grandmother incoherently. Oh my Naxina, Hera says, raising her hand to her mouth to cover her laughter from her granddaughter. You must occasionally take a break. The girl frowns as she looks at the 8 notebooks and slowly glances down at the notebook she has been writing in, which is already on its last page and primarily contains a drawing for a seal that hasn't been seen in nearly a century. Because you have been working for almost 6 hours straight, she tells the girl. As she closes the notebook and pinches the bridge of her nose, Naxina says, I guess so. She yawns long as she accepts the plate of food from her grandmother and says, thank you. She feels hunger taking over her body and exhaustion exposing deep within her bones. Awesome. You must take a break. Since you departed on your mission and side missions, you have been working. Hera put her hand on the girl's head and said, I think you need to take a couple of days to rest and recuperate for everything. As Naxina took another bite of her sandwich, she said, I think you're right. Upon turning, Hera smiles and lets everyone finish their meal and decide what to do next. As Ino stands up and stretches her body after sitting motionless for several hours, she calls out, Naxina. What? As Naxina's mind goes over all the notes she took and is giving Kurama a headache, she asks. Naxina. Ino grins at the dazed blonde seated directly beside her. Let's get some fresh air by going out back. Do some cloud watching, perhaps. With a gentle smile, she recommended the girl with blonde, raven, and crimson hair, saying, I need a break from looking over the scrolls Sheikah had given me. One can now see how worn out everyone is right now by looking around the table. Yeah, I think that would be a good idea, the speaker said. With an embraced giggle, she tells Ino, I just need to clear my head before Kurama goes on strike and tries to escape my body again. Well, just let him know that he shouldn't do that, Ino says, rolling her eyes at the girl's antics. Before she freezes and blinks multiple times, she tells her, we don't need him running around and giving those bastards heart attacks. With a sadistic smile on her face, she considers how many bouquets of flowers her family would be selling for all the funerals. You know what, that might be a good idea and let him run around scaring the living shit out of them. She appeals to me, is that something we could do? Kurama wonders, grinning sadistically at his own muzzle. Oh, deities and gods. Naxina moans at the thought of him wreaking havoc in the village. Ino, you just opened a huge QB-size can of worms. Ares enters at this point and asks, what's happening? He raises an eyebrow in question. I and Kurama are trying to talk Naxina into allowing him out for a while to give all those bastards in the village massive heart attacks. Ino responds to him with a laugh that sounds more insane than she normally does. Really now? Ares asks, shaking his head at the two antics. Would you like to inflict more suffering on Naxina? He simultaneously asks the fox and the blonde. Since he can no longer do as he pleases, Kurama freezes when he hears the old god's words and lets his head drop. He must now consider his kid because, should something go wrong, she could be killed or lose her opportunity to become a goddess due to his own actions. I apologize, Kit. Kurama simply closed his eyes and went to sleep, saying, just forget about what I had asked of you. Feeling like shit, she turns away from her best friend and says, I am sorry Naxina. Please don't worry about it, Naxina says with a bright smile as she rubs the back of her neck with her right hand behind her head. To make sure Ino doesn't feel bad, she tells her friend, who is still grinning at her, I know you are just looking out for me and wanting me to just fight back at all the injustice I have to face daily. How about you all take a break outside? My mother has already informed me that you have all been putting in a lot of effort. Especially you, Nax. You must take a break. Additionally, I've learned that you and your team will be taking roughly 2 weeks off. Ares tells them, because you are overworked, while keeping his gaze fixed on his granddaughter. Alongside Xena, Xena heads to the gates of the Nara clan to talk to Shikaku and Choza about some ideas for the children and other people. Yoshio said, grinning broadly, "Hello Xena-chan." She had just returned home when she saw Xena approaching. Xena gives the woman in front of her a smile and says, "Hello Yoshio-chan. So, what has brought you to my area?" Yoshio asks, giggling at her own small joke. "Oh, I was hoping to speak to your husband and Choza about some ideas I have." Xena laughs softly and says to the woman in front of her. Yoshio smiled sorrowfully and said, "Oh, they are in the lab not too far away from the main house. I'd also like to know about your plans for the children's wedding. Hera informed me that your husband had informed her of your plans, and she would be visiting shortly to participate in the discussions as well. She informs her, we are making sure Ares won't be joining us." With a broad smile, Yoshio clasped her hand in front of her and said, "Oh, I am glad to hear that." Before anyone can blink, a glimmer of light appears in front of them, and a goddess emerges from it, wanting to deal with her own niece in any way she can, including showing love. "Oh," Xena smiled softly and said, "Hello, Aphrodite. It seems that you would like to participate in the wedding preparations," she asks the blonde. "Ah, Xena," with a big smile, Aphrodite said, "You know I wanted to be a part of everything that I am able to do for my adorable little niece." Yoshio's expression is one of surprise and astonishment as she looks at the partially clothed woman. "Who are you?" She looks at the woman's outfit, which includes a bikini top and bottoms with fabric that reaches her ankles and what appear to be silver cuffs around them. She also notices that the woman has jewelry draped around her body, her long blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail, and silver cuffs on her wrists holding the fabric in place. "My name is Aphrodite, the goddess of sexual love, and beauty," Aphrodite said, her smile softening. Yoshio is shocked to learn that she is meeting another goddess, whose power is related to beauty, sex, and love. She wonders if she has bestowed beauty and love on Naxina and says to the goddess in front of her, "Ida Euro, it's a pleasure to meet you, Aphrodite-sama." Aphrodite chuckles and says, "Yoshio-chan, please. Call me Aphrodite-chan, please." She continues to laugh as she tells her, "Because I am more at ease and laid back than my other family members." "She is telling you the truth," Xena says, laughing at her sister-in-law's antics. She tells Yoshio, who is taken aback to learn about Xena's family, "She is the friendliest of all my sister-in-laws." Yoshio grinned and said, "Okay, Aphrodite-chan. Please come to my house while Xena takes care of some business with my husband and his friend." Aphrodite smiles and responds, "Sure." Xena strolls down the path to Shizuka's private laboratory as the two women disappear into the clan head's home, where they are discussing something. Xena knocks on the lab's ancient wooden door. On the other side of the door, there is movement. "Coming." She smiles to herself and calls out a male voice. After a few seconds, the door opens and Shikaku Nara appears in front of her. "Xena-sama, why have you come here today?" Shikaku looks over her shoulder and asks in a bewildered tone. She gives him a smile. "I have come to speak to you about developing some things for the children and villagers," she tells him while wearing a dazzling smile. When Nexane pays him a visit, he notices a smile. His dark eyes were fixed on her, and he arched a raven eyebrow. "What would that be?" he asks as he moves aside to let her inside. "Well, prior to this. Additionally, there was a beverage known as soda after my time, because carbonated water and flavored syrup were used to make it. Caffeine was present in some of them but not in others." Xena starts to give him an explanation. Shikaku rubs his chin with his right hand. "Hama Euro," he hums. "That would be interesting." As they approach Choza, who is working on new soldier pills, he tells her. "Yes, I believe the kids would like it. The recipes are with me. However, I only want to make some changes." An afterthought from Xena. "All right." Shikaku merely gives a nod. Choza raises his head from his notes. He gives her a cheerful, bright smile. "Hi, Lady Xena, why have you come here today?" He sets his glasses on the desk in front of him and asks. "Oh, as I mentioned to Shikaku-san, I'm here to talk to you two about making soda for the kids." The village will receive additional revenue from it. Back then, this stuff was really well liked. With a gentle smile on her face, Xena tells him. It would be intriguing. Make a batch and let's test it. With a cheerful smile on his face, Choza proposed. The clan house. Yoshino gives each of the women seated in her living room a smile. Would you like some tea? She asks them questions. Hera gives her a smile. That would be lovely. She bows her head to the clan mother and reaches for the teacup. Oh, I can't wait for the wedding. As Aphrodite accepts her cup of tea from Yoshino, she smiles and bounces around in her chair. I have a feeling this wedding will be one that everyone will be talking about for a very long time. Yoshino remarks on her living room's two goddesses. Yes, it will be. This wedding is going to be spectacular. This wedding will surpass the weddings of all fire lords. With a playful twinkle in her eyes, Hera tells her. Aphrodite chuckles. Oh, this will be the wedding of the century. Taking a sip of her tea, she continues. Somewhere else. Naxina shudders in terror. Something is happening and I am not going to be enjoying what's to be awaiting me later. She says this to Shikamaru as she turns to face her future husband, who is also pale and is staring at her anxiously. I do agree. As he leans back in his chair, Shikamaru tells her. So much for a peaceful lunch. He sighs as he looks down at his food in front of him and continues. Naxina nods her head in agreement, wishing she could just blend into the darkness. Yay, a euro. Xena gives the two men her soda recipes. We will call for you once we have the first sample. As he waves her off, Choza tells her. Shikaku respectfully nods his head at the woman. Returning to the main house, where three women are waiting for her to attend the upcoming marriage of two teenagers. These are the old god's actual destiny. Yoshino pours Hera and Aphrodite tea inside the house. Hello ladies. Xena smiles gently as she welcomes them. Time is of the essence. I was getting bored because we had been waiting for so long. Aphrodite winks at the other two and smiles at Xena while whining. They simply chuckle. No, absolutely not. We had just been discussing what flowers would look good at the wedding, and I think we have selected a few. However, we're waiting to see if you're okay with that for my son's wedding to Naxina. Xena is told by Yoshino what they have been discussing, while they were holding out. Oh, what have you three chosen while I was speaking with your husband and his friend? Xena looks at her mother-in-law and sister-in-law and asks Yoshino a question. Aphrodite interrupts Yoshino as she starts to say, well, a euro. Penstemons, Nemesia, moss roses, orange iris, orange columbine, calla lilies, cymbidium orchid, and, lastly, black roses are the flowers that we have selected. Except for the black roses, all of the flowers are green and orange. Aphrodite tells her, her face displaying excitement. Xena grinned. I like the choices and the way you used the flowers in black to symbolize the shadows of your clan. To that, I would also like to add blood red roses. For the line of Uzumaki. She smiles as she adds. The wedding's flowers will be exquisite. That will be effective. We will decorate the altar with red and black rose petals, and the bridesmaids and groomsmen will wear or carry those hues. Hera continues, enjoying herself while organizing the upcoming nuptials. Somewhere else. Naxina hits the table with her head. As she lets out a groan. They are planning my wedding today. She whines as now Ino is looking towards her along with Hinata. Your wedding. Knowing that the parents had been preparing to discuss something pertaining to Naxina and Shika, Ino asks a slightly perplexed question. But it hadn't occurred to her that it would be a wedding. I knew Shikamaru-kun and yourself had been dating a euro. But I hadn't known it had already moved to you two being engaged. Hinata questions with confusion, clearly heard in her voices as she just stares at Naxina. Naxina drops her head once more as the others just watch and the boys give teasing looks towards Shikamaru as he is beat red from embarrassment from his friend's antics. Neither had we, but I guess it had been decided for us. And since I adore Shika, I don't mind. She said without thinking about it as her head laid upon the table as she looked at them from the left as she turned her head to face the girls, never seeing how red Shika had turned hearing her use the word love. He had wanted to say it for a while a euro but couldn't think of a time to say it and make her think he was crazy. Unbeknownst to them, three unwanted individuals paid them a quick visit. Tamari gets flushed because she likes the little Nara brat, but had issues with the brat he was always with. Tamari grits her teeth and leaves, needing to find a way to separate the two. The following day, after working on the scrolls they had discovered in Uzu all night, Naxina dozed off at her desk. She had discovered a jutsu that enables her to call forth her earthly chakra chains. Additionally, She had another one that let her make them from any element. Shikamaru enters the scene at this point. He observes her shadow clones practicing the jutsus she learned the previous evening while seated on sizable sheets of paper with seal bars. Because these will be useful in the finals. Additionally, this will inform the world that only one member of the main branch family is still alive, that on the night of her birth, the princess of Uzu never fell. Ibiki was sitting in his office when Anko entered. "Hey, Ibiki." As she entered and sat on the corner of his desk, Anko spoke. "What is it, Anko?" While examining some documents, Ibiki asked her in a frustrated tone. "He must sign that. Chunin exams are around the corner." Anko told him while glancing down at her right hand's nails. "Your point is?" Ibiki sets down the papers to examine her and asks her questions. "Don't you think it's time to enter the brats into the Chunin exams, as I don't think Hokage-sama isn't going to give them a field promotion?" Anko laughed dryly as he spoke. "If I could have what I want, instead of Chunin, I would have had them go for special Jonin," she tells him with a smile. Ibiki laughs. "I am aware. They'd make fantastic special Jonins." He smiled as he spoke. "We need them to take the Chunin exams to weed out those who have no business moving up in ranking or being shinobi." Anko nodded her head in agreement as he told her. "Let's go meet our brats and see if they have burnt the village to the ground yet." Anko laughed as she continued to make jokes about them setting the village on fire in retaliation for everything they had done to the blonde. As Naruto strolls through the village, he observes the vendors and people who have come for the impending Chunin exams. On her way back from training, she noticed a few items she might want to purchase. Hinata and Shikamaru are examining some bracelets while standing at a vendor booth. "Which one do you think Naru would prefer?" As they both fail to notice the bracelets, Shikamaru asks Hinata. "I believe the silver one with the white swirls in the onyx will appeal to her. It makes me think of your shadows, and she will always have a piece of you with her." He smiles and hands the bracelet to the vendor as Hinata tells him. "I'll take this one." The man wraps the bracelet in a tiny gift box after he tells him as he pays. "I'm sure your girlfriend will love it." Shikamaru smiles at the man as he tells him. "I'm sure she will." With a nod, Shikamaru stated that he and Hinata had to go to their training area since Naru would be traveling there. Iwa, holding a scroll sent out from Kohona, Onoki snarls. This invitation from the old Hokage caused the old Tsuchikage to squint his eyes. "What is your game, Sarutobi?" A knock on his door prompts him to wonder about the atmosphere around him. "Enter, enter." To the person on the other side of the door, he yells. "He will be angry with whoever it is." "Tsuchikage," Rohi said, his eyes narrowed as he stood in the doorway. "What has your panties in a bunch?" He asks his brother questions. Han, who would prefer to be in the tranquil mountains, stands silently behind him. "Kohona has sent us an invite to join the Chunin exams being held within their village this year." Onoki informs the man in front of him. "Well, then we shall accept it and send several times." As Han needed his head to agree, Roshi said. "Who shall I send to the Chunin exams?" Onoki makes demands because his anger is still clouding his judgment. "Send Han and I with our genin teams and whatever other team you think would make it through the exams." Han, who has been working with his genin lately, grunted in agreement with Roshi's statement. The tree huggers will need to be informed that 2 Jinchurikis will be present in their village as senseis. "The elderly Hokage will recognize you too." Onoki sighed and said that. "While you're there, too, get details about the princess of Kohona, who is the village princess and is establishing herself after they had a child." As he took out the bingo book featuring a picture of Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, War Princess of Kohona, Onoki said. Training grounds in Kohona. When Ibiki and Anko arrived at the training area, Shikamaru, Hinata, and Naruto were all stretching, preparing for a training day and any missions they may be assigned that day. "Brats," Ibiki called out to his genin team, which was lovely. The 3 genin turned to face him. "Yes, Ibiki-sensei." As the 3 of them stood in front of their 2 senseis, Hinata inquired. "You 3 are being registered for the Chunin exams. We are confident that all 3 of you are prepared for the forthcoming Chunin exam." With a devilish smile on her face, Anko said. "If I got my way, for the special Jonin, I would have signed you up 3 times. However, since the Hokage has made that call, I have no control over it." Ibiki informed the trio in front of him. "Yes, with us within the Chunin exams we can weed out those who are not ready to become Chunin or even ready for the exam even." Naruto said, grinning mischievously as she gazed up at them. We are the one who be the ones who will be judging those worthy of even trying for the Chunin exams. Hinata laughed mischievously. Yes, exactly. Ibiki laughed devilishly because he knew he had assembled a team of special Jonin, or even Jonin, rather than Chunin. When they get older, they'll be fantastic. The training ground for Team 11. Kiba and Kakashi approached as they were making their way to Training Ground 11. Two cloaked figures are waiting there. It appears our new teammates are here, Kiba remarked as he noticed Hercules standing alongside the two figures. Hello Kakashi, Kiba, Hercules smiled as he spoke. I am glad you made it on time. As she turns to face the two newcomers, he said. Velasca stood there, minnows, observing the boy with the puppy on his head and the man with the silver hair. These are the two we need for the Chunin exams, Velasca asks as she takes off her hood and examines them with her hazel eyes. Minnows pushed back his own hood and watched them with his dark eyes. Over his shoulder, his long, white hair fell. Until we become well known, Velasca, they will be our teammates. You are also aware that we have been instructed to play nice. He let out that final growl. When Kiba heard that part, he became a little uneasy. Since the boy and puppy are still young, I will play nicely with them. The young are shielded by the Amazons. The man beside her gets a hiss from Velasca. It is a pleasure to meet you Ayuro, Kakashi said, his head smeared with perspiration. I'm glad to have met you. My name is Kiba Inuzuka, and this is Akamaru, my partner. Akamaru and Kiba introduced themselves to their new teammates. It is a pleasure to meet you, Velasca said, grinning at the boy. Kiba is still left feeling a little uneasy. I am Velasca, once the queen of the Amazons and now demigoddess. She informs them. My name is Minnows, the underworld's judge of the dead. Minnows grinned as he expressed his desire for a brief respite from his work. He will now be able to play shinobi. Like Ares and Xena's grandchild. I am Kakashi Hatake and I am going to be your team sensei until you make it to Chunin. Kakashi informs the two people in front of him. The two nodded their heads as they seemed to be teenagers due to the glow that surrounded them. Because having two adults and a child would look strange. Tower of Hokage. With a scroll that Iwa had returned, Sarutobi sat in front of his desk. With a sigh, he unfolds the scroll that the elderly fence-sitter gave him back. He examines the scroll. That old jerk. 2 of his Jinchurikis are being sent to the village. Sarutobi lets out a growl. Sighs. At least he informed me that 2 of the 6 teams he will be sending have them as their sensei. If things don't work out, I'll have to make sure Jiraiya stays in the village for the Chunin exams. He spoke only to himself. He extends his hand to grab Suna's scroll. Kumo. Examines the Chunin exams invitation scroll that is being held inside the hidden leaf. Killer B raps on his office door. What do you have there, big brother? Looking at the scroll in the man's meaty hands, Killer B asks A. It appears that the Hokage wants to invite us to the Chunin exams being held within his village this year. Killer B was informed by A. Why don't you go? Seeing the 9 tails will be enjoyable. As his own Biju, Killer B expressed his desire to see his brother again. A merely raises an eyebrow at his younger sibling. Only you would want a Biju family reunion. He informed Killer B. What can I say, Gyuki wants to see the eldest of all the Bijus. Killer B said, grinning at himself. All right, I'll send it to you with your time. I must inform the elderly man that you are leaving as though I am not. It might be interpreted as a wartime act. As Killer B started performing one of his odd raps, A said. A rolled his eyes. It might be best for you to spend 2 months or so away from the village. I'll acquire a cute little brat. As he prepared to hurl one of his barbells at his brother, he said, laughing. I will let my team know that we are going to be heading to the Hidden Leaf for the Chunin exams. Killer B laughed. How many other teams will be joining us? He asks, peering over his sunglasses at A. Counting your team, I'll send 4 teams, so that my trip to the finals will be worthwhile. Therefore, ensure that one of your pupils advances to the finals. A gave his younger brother an order while grinning maniacally. Office of the Hokage of Kohona. Sarutobi places the scroll on his desk and examines it. The host of the 8 tails, Killer B, will be in the village with his own group. The host of the 2 tails appears to be the only one they are not sending. He sighed as he spoke. In my village, there will be 3 Jinchuriki. That doesn't mean that Suna is sending their own Jinchuriki covertly without telling me. I wouldn't rule out Raza doing something. I must therefore account for the 4 Jinchuriki that are scuttling through my village. If something does go wrong, will Naxina be able to manage all four? Concerned that the girl is the Jinchuriki of the strongest Biju within herself, he questions himself. Alongside Team 10, Naxina's hands held the Chunin exam form. She wanted to make sure her teammates were prepared, so she glances up at them. Are you guys really ready? She asks them. Shikamaru and Hinata smirk at the girl before them. Troublesome. We are ready. Like we told our senseis, we are ready for the Jonin exams, but we can't skill a step. Unless Hokage-sama allows it. Shikamaru said with a chuckle as Hinata nods her head. Good. Naxina said with her own smirk. Ibiki and Anko converse among themselves while silently observing their students, knowing it wouldn't do them any good to step in and get in the middle of their talk. Well, Ibiki, may the Shijimi have mercury on their souls. Anko laughed, knowing that they would instill a fear of Kami in them. The office of the Hokage. Han enters the office of his Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama. Han bowed while holding a number of files. Han-san, what brings you to my office? The blonde in front of him is questioned by the third Hokage. I would like to request in taking on a team of my own. Han smiles as he tells the Hokage this. Really, what has brought this on? The man in front of him is asked by the third. I believe that the 2 genin that Kakashi dropped have been wasted. I think they will perform better under me as their sensei. With a sly smile on his face, Han tells him that he is superior to Kakashi. A third team member has also been found by me. Sai, a boy, is also open to working with them. He continues by observing the man seated in front of him. I'm not sure. Sakura is finally taking her private training seriously, and Sasuke has just started his therapy. The third told him, grinning like a grandfather. I have nothing against Sasuke attending therapy, and I'm prepared to accommodate his scheduled sessions. I also want to help Sakura develop her abilities and help her become a kunoichi. Han said, maintaining a straight face. I'll let it. However, for the time being, Anbu will be keeping an eye on your team's training. Third grinned beneath his bridged hands and told him. Very well, Hokage-sama. Han bowed as he declared that he would stop at nothing to elevate himself above Kakashi and elevate Team 7 above the new squad he had taken over. A message was sent to Sakura and Sasuke asking them to meet at Training Ground 7. Sakura turns to face her crush. Sasuke-kun. The fact that she could be by his side again made her smile as she spoke. What? The Pinkett is snarled at by Sasuke. He sees the Pinkett wince a little away from him. He sighs because his therapist has advised him to talk more amiably to teammates and others in general. What is it, Sakura? He tried to be polite, but there was a hint of irritation in his voice. While they wait for their new sensei and teammate, the Anbu concealed in the trees records their interactions with the 2 teammates. The Anbu surrounding them thought, let's see how these brats treat their new sensei and teammate. Han and a pallid-looking boy who might have been Sasuke's cousin or younger brother. As he glanced at her 2 new genin, Han said, Good morning. I am your new sensei Han. He smiles as he introduces himself. How about we go around to introduce yourselves to me? He stands in front of the 2 and tells them. Sakura moved forward. My name is Sakura Haruno. I enjoy reading. I don't like knowing everything. She smiled as she told them. Sakura didn't mention that she liked him and wanted to marry him in the future, which shocked Sasuke. Perhaps she is evolving. He stared at the man in front of him and thought to himself. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I don't hate everything, but I also don't like much. Easy and delicious. He decides that this idiot in front of him doesn't need to hear about that man. Finally, it's the other boy's turn. My name is Sai. I don't know, I like and I don't like art. He said, giving the 2 in front of him a spooky, fake smile. As they both start to perspire, the 2 take a step back from the eerie boy. Unlike this weirdo, Kiba's smiles were genuine and never faked. They shared a common thought. It appears that the Uchiha brat is at last receiving the therapy that he has been in need of for a very long time. Bor, who had previously kept an eye on Team 7, considered whether the Uchiha posed a flight risk. Office of Suna Kazekage. Raza was seated across the desk from Orochimaru. You're telling me that you want Suna to join your village to wage war against Konoha? The pale snake man in front of him is questioned by him. Yes, with Suna and the Hidden Sound village. Since the Hidden Leaf has become too careless since the death of the 4th, we will be able to defeat them with ease. Orochimaru chuckled as he considered how he would murder the man if he accepted his scheme. How am I supposed to help you in this little conflict? He is demanded by Raza. Your son is used by us. he would undoubtedly take pleasure in letting his Biju kill without restraint. Knowing that the boy is unstable and will soon pass away due to his seal and Biju overtaking him and preventing him from sleeping, Orochimaru informed him. And with the leaf eliminated, the only option available to your Wind Lord is to return the missions he has been sending your way. He was told by Orochimaru. Since the Wind Lord dislikes Raza, he has been sending their missions to other hidden villages to deal with this man's weakness. I shall think about it. As he swiveled his chair to face his office windows that overlook the village, Raza told him. Before approving this plan, he has a lot to consider. Orochimaru got up and walked away. He will consent and perish at my hands. He laughed in his head, thinking to himself. Group 10. Naxina dashed up the side of the mountain. She was followed by Shikamaru and Hinata, assisting her two teammates in increasing their chakra reserves through this training. How are you two doing? When Naxina was prepared to work with her chakra chains, she called back to her teammates. Starting to get a little tried, Shikamaru followed Hinata's lead as she started to slow down to a walk, saying something in between pants. Naxina walked back to her two teammates after turning around. Alright, let's walk back down and take a break. Since they hadn't climbed very far, the two nodded their heads in agreement as she told them. Perhaps 15 to 25 feet above the ground. Naxina wasn't entirely certain. Ibiki turned to face his group. You three did well. I'm impressed of them, he said. As Naxina sat in the lotus pose and closed her eyes to enter her mindscape, the three of them collapsed to the ground, with two of them panting. Kurama, I'm feeling uneasy about the Chunin exams. As she approaches him and cradles his furry, Naxina told him. Kit is someone I know. Something doesn't feel right. Additionally, I sense that I will be attending a small family reunion. Uncertain whether he wanted to see his younger siblings, Kurama sighed as he told her. Meeting the other host will be intriguing. I hope they aren't here to cause trouble, just for the exams. Naxina smiled sadly as she told him. All we can do is wait and see. As he wrapped his tails around her, Kurama told her, observing him encircling her while nuzzling into his 9 tails. Naxina, Hinata yells at her closest companion. Naxina opens her eyes, blinking multiple times, and looks at Hinata to see what she wants. Yes, Hinata, gazing at the girl with the lavender eyes, she asks. Do you want to spar against me? Hinata asks her a question. Sure, it will give me a chance to see how my chakra chains will fare against your fighting style. Naxina patted her butt to remove any dirt as she got to her feet. Following the other girl's example, Hinata got to her feet. Shikamaru took a step back. The girls sparred while he worked on his jutsu.